Chapter 604, Desertification Control, bonus chapter for 8,000 monthly tickets. In the next few years, you will begin to sow this most resilient spiritual herb on the wasteland to stabilize the soil and restore its fertility. Yun naturally obeyed and carried out Chen Mobai's orders unconditionally. The restoration of the eastern wilderness plateau is not something that can be accomplished overnight. Chen Mobai chose a plant called kingluo grass to make preparations first. This spiritual herb can only absorb a tiny amount of spiritual energy, making it a low-grade first-tier herb. However, it is completely useless to cultivators, and no one would even step on it if it were left by the roadside. However, Chen Mobai did see the great potential of this green luo grass. It conserves soil and water, has low environmental requirements, and grows rapidly after being sown, completing 3 cycles a year. Moreover, because it contains spiritual energy, it can become fodder for many spiritual beasts once it matures. If the crops are left unharvested and allowed to rot, they can improve the soil. Over several years, the once barren and infertile land can be transformed into a place where spirit rice, melons, and fruits can be grown. Of course, in addition to this green luo grass, Chen Mobai also selected several other spiritual plants that are easy to grow. Let ion be planted in stages on the eastern barren plateau to build diversity. These spiritual plants can grow rapidly once they are sown, as long as there is soil and water. However, water scarcity is also a major problem on the eastern wilderness plateau. Because it is still separated by the Xiao Kingdom, the project of opening up the Yunmeng Marsh and diverting water to irrigate the Yan Kingdom is too huge. Therefore, for the time being, Yun can only use spirit stones to hire cultivators in Baiyuan City to regularly perform rainmaking spells on the various plots of land that have been sown. Of course, this is only a temporary solution. Therefore, Chen Mobai had Zhuo Ming use his supernatural powers to find places rich in underground water resources. Then, he used his extraordinary abilities to open up the earth's strata, causing these water sources to gush out. Besides these, there is actually another abundant water source. Those are the towering, endless snow-capped mountains of the Frost Kingdom, shrouded in white mist regardless of spring, summer, autumn, or winter. The snowmelt from these high mountains, after melting and flowing down, forms one after another beautiful, sapphire-like, enormous lakes on the surface of the Frost Kingdom, making its water resources extremely abundant. The Frost Kingdom is adjacent to the Rock Kingdom and the Rainbow Kingdom. If we can conquer them, and with the active intervention of cultivators, we can divert snowmelt water to irrigate the plateau and desert, thus solving the water problem. However, since Zhuo Ming discovered a lot of groundwater resources, and the development of the eastern wilderness plateau was only in its initial stage, the water demand was temporarily sufficient, so Chen Mobai was not in a hurry. However, the issue of dealing with Fubuki Palace has already quietly risen one rank in Chen Mobai's mind. After settling things in Baiyuan City, Chen Mobai left with Jiang Zhengheng and Zhuo Ming. Originally, he only planned to take Zhuo Ming with him to see where her future merits would lie in various places on the eastern wilderness plateau. However, after the incident with Han Jiling, he realized that his apprentice Jiang Zhengheng was in the early stages of developing his thinking and needed proper guidance, so he simply took him along as well. Read 10,000 books and travel 10,000 miles. He led Jiang Zhengheng and Zhuo Ming out of Yan Kingdom and first went to Han Kingdom, which was located on the far border. Junior brother Jiang, junior sister Zhuo, this is spirit shuttle grass. It is drought-resistant and cold-resistant with a well-developed root system. It is also one of the few spiritual plants that can grow in the desert. Yan Yuanhao, the garrison commander of Hongguo, introduced a plant to Jiang Zhengheng and Zhuo Ming. It was about knee-high, deep yellow in color, and slender and vigorous. When Chen Mobai came to Han Kingdom for inspection, although he did not launch a general strategy for desertification control, he instructed Yan Yuanhao to find some spiritual plants that could grow in the desert and plant them on the border between Han Kingdom and the boundless Sea of Sand to form a protective barrier and prevent the Sea of Sand from continuing to erode in. Over the years, Chen Mobai had only given Yan Yuanhao this task, so he devoted himself wholeheartedly to building the desert protection belt. 6 years have passed, and thanks to the tenacity and perseverance of the body-tempering cultivators, a protective barrier has been built in the area with the most mortals. In about 4 more years, the Rainbow Kingdom will be completely separated from the boundless desert. When Chen Mobai last came to Hongguo, he often encountered sandstorms that swept the sky. Although they still exist now, they are no longer as bad as before, where you can't see your hand in front of your face and your breath is filled with dust. You have already done a good deed by being able to do this. Chen Mobai never expected that the thing he casually gave Yan Yuanhao back then would be carried out as a mission for the past 6 years without stopping. I must carry out the sect leader's orders. In response, Yan Yuanhao, whose skin was tanned to a dark bronze color, calmly said something. It was at this moment that Chen Mobai remembered him. This child has a resilient character and should be given special attention in the future. I'm going to take Zhang Heng and Ming'er to the boundless desert. You should come along too. Upon hearing Chen Mobai's words, Yan Yuanhao's face lit up with joy, and he immediately jumped onto the colorful clouds. The group of 4 flew over the protective belt of the spirit shuttle grass and entered a barren, earthen-yellow world. Zhang Heng is all right, after all, he teaches in Yan Kingdom, and many cultivators from Han Kingdom also go to Baiyuan City to exchange products, so the sandstorms here can occasionally spread to the other side. But Zhuo Ming grew up on the inland plains and had never seen such a desolate and lonely endless desert. At this moment, a massive sandstorm swept in, and Chen Mobai stopped flying, transforming the crimson cloud mist into a protective shield, easily withstanding wave after wave with his immense power. It's unclear how long the darkness lasted, but when the sandstorm finally subsided, Zhuo Ming saw the countless white bones exposed after the sandstorm had swept away, and his expression became somewhat unnatural. That's how things are in the boundless desert. Ming'er, you can treat this as a challenge for the rest of your life. After Chen Mobai and his apprentices personally inspected the site of the research project, they urged the crimson cloud and mist silk to change direction and prepare to leave. Master, may I go down and touch the ground? At this moment, Zhuo Ming suddenly asked a question. Chen Mobai naturally agreed and led the 3 of them down onto the sand. Zhang Heng and Yan Yuanhao were fine, but Zhuo Ming shuddered the moment her feet touched the sand. Her hands trembled as she bent down and pressed them against the sand that shimmered golden in the sunlight after the sandstorm. The sand felt delicate, like pearls, but Zhuo Ming, with her all-knowing insight, saw only darkness, desolation, and death, and a weeping earth. This is the earth's incurable disease. If it is not properly managed in the near future, this boundless sea of sand will engulf the entire eastern wilderness, the eastern land, and even the heavenly river realm. When that time comes, it will truly be the end of the disease, the day of the Dharma's decline. Isolated by the desert, Zhuo Ming's communication with the earth was extremely difficult. He could only hear the faint cries of the earth's veins and the desperate groans of those waiting to die. Master, I must heal this desert. Zhuo Ming, pale-faced, severed the connection between the spirits of all things. This was the first time in all the years she had possessed this supernatural power that she had felt the despair and pain of the earth. It was at this moment that she understood Chen Mobai's good intentions in fighting desertification. It's not just about accumulating merit, but about saving the entire eastern wilderness and even the heavenly river realm. This will be a very difficult thing, and it may even fail. Chen Mobai reminded him that the vastness of the boundless desert was such that even a nascent soul cultivator could not cross it. If Zhuo Mingguo wanted to make the entire desert disappear, the difficulty would be several dimensions higher than when he unified the eastern wilderness. If I can't do it, I'll take on some disciples to inherit this will. My disciples will also take on disciples, and so on, generation after generation. As long as we don't give up, we'll eventually succeed. Zhuo Ming said with a firm expression. Yan Yuanhao and Zhang Heng were also shocked when they heard her words, and felt the vast ambition to change the world in her words. They looked at the petite, plainly dressed, yellow-skinned girl, as if they were seeing Zhu Ming for the first time, their eyes filled with amazement. No wonder he's the sect leader's most favored disciple. The premise of endless generations is a peaceful and prosperous world without any enemies to interfere. So let me do this, pacify this world, and create an eternal peace for you, Minger, by controlling desertification. Chen Mobai laughed heartily, but the charisma in his words far surpassed that of Zhu Ming. Upon hearing this, both Jiang Xingheng and Yan Yuanhao felt their blood boil with excitement. Colorful clouds rose beneath Chen Mobai's feet, and he laughed as he carried everyone away from the boundless sea of sand. Nephew Yan has done a great job over the years. Keep it up. After the protective belt, you can try to expand it into a protective forest, and then try some taller, cold-resistant and drought-resistant spiritual plants. Before leaving Hongguo, Chen Mobai affirmed Yan Yuanhao's achievements and then talked about some desertification control policies, urging him to continue. If the erosion of the boundless sea of sand is temporarily controlled, and there is no more wind and sand erosion, then there will be no worries about planting and restoring the soil on the eastern wilderness plateau. Finally, Chen Mobai even took the initiative to ask Yan Yuanhao if he had any questions about cultivation. Although he was not a body-tempering cultivator, he was still a core formation cultivator and might be able to answer them. This was a pleasant surprise for Yan Yuanhao. He was caught off guard and pondered for a while before he came up with the problem he had been facing in his daily practice. He cultivated the earth spirit body. Chen Mobai used the formless puppet to deduce and easily answered his question, even pointing out the deviations in his cultivation. You've gone astray in your foundation, but that's not your fault. After all, disciples of a sect are supposed to learn and cultivate the techniques on their own. Most of the cultivators in the eastern wilderness are self-taught, because those who cannot become successful die along the way. Therefore, the fact that people like Zhu Ming and Jiang Xingheng were able to become disciples of the renowned teacher, Chen Mobai, was secretly envied and resented by countless foundation establishment cultivators in the Divine Wood sect. After receiving guidance from Chen Mobai, Yan Yuanhao practiced the earth spirit body again and found it much easier than before, with his absorption of spiritual energy increasing by 30%. 10 years from now, you will be able to break through to the late stage of foundation establishment. Chen Mobai's last words delighted Yan Yuanhao. He had been stuck at the peak of the mid-foundation establishment stage for 30 years and felt that his chances of breaking through were slim, so he focused his energy and time on desertification control. Unexpectedly, it was this mission that brought me into the sect leader's sights. We must work even harder to combat desertification in the future. Extra chapters added in advance. End of this chapter. Chapter 605, The Great Tide of Monsters. Chapter 605, The Great Tide of Monsters. After giving Yan Yuanhao some pointers, Chen Mobai originally planned to take Jiang Xingheng and Zhu Ming to Xiao Kingdom for a visit. Little did they know that as soon as they left the boundless desert, they saw Yu Lion waiting in the Rainbow Kingdom. A monster outbreak has occurred in Yunming's, and Feng Yuwu is being besieged by 4 third-tier monsters. Master Nujiang has sent a letter to the sect requesting reinforcements. When Chen Mobai was in Yan Kingdom, the sect sent people to Beiyuan City. Yi Yun knew the severity of the monster outbreak, so he immediately sent Yu Lion out. Fortunately, Chen Mobai did not hide his itinerary, and Yu Lion quickly found Hongguo based on their travel tracks. Knowing that they had entered the boundless desert, Yu Lion dared not go in and waited where they had gone. After hearing about this, Chen Mobai had a series of plans flash through his mind, wondering if he could take advantage of this wave of monsters to lure the elite cultivators of Chuixu Palace and Huishan Valley to Yunmeng Marsh. But outwardly, he still began to give orders in an orderly manner. Notify the sect to have Zai Yunshan and Ma Yunying lead the sword training department and spirit beast department to Yunming's immediately to provide support. The sect should also launch a recruitment drive, inviting disciples who wish to go to Yunming's to sign up. Order the Rain Kingdom, Cloud Kingdom, Thunder Kingdom, and Sky Kingdom to guard the area, and summoned the immortal cultivation families and rogue cultivators within their territories to establish a defensive line on the shore, so as not to let any demonic beast set foot on the land. And as for Golden Light Cliff, I hope senior brother Mo isn't in seclusion. I'd like to ask him to lend a hand. Minger, you return to the sect. Zhengheng, you return to the academy. Your master will also personally go to Yunmeng's to help Nujiang Zhenren stabilize the situation there. However, as soon as Chen Mobai said this, both Jiang Zhengheng and Zhuo Ming shook their heads. They all expressed their desire to go with Chen Mobai. Master, if I am always protected by you, how will I be able to accomplish the great task of governing the boundless desert in the future? Zhuo Ming was taken out for a trip, which broadened her horizons and gave her more confidence, allowing her to develop her own opinions. Jiang Zhengheng shared the same sentiment. He was not afraid of battle and saw it as a good opportunity to train himself and test his ideas. Chen Mobai was naturally very pleased with this. Since he personally led the team, his 2 apprentices were under his protection, and there wouldn't be any major danger. The 3 of them did not waste any more time and immediately took the teleportation array towards Yan Kingdom, where Chen Mobai began to deploy troops. Besides his 2 apprentices, Yu Lianqi also volunteered, and Yi Yun, if he didn't have to stay in Baiyuan City, would also like to fight alongside Chen Mobai. There are also Ding Ying and Lion Maozhai from the Changsheng Academy. Chen Mobai hadn't expected that the people from the Shenmu sect would have such a strong desire for battle. Later, when he was drinking and saying goodbye to Yi Yun, the latter took the initiative to explain the reason. Because they all knew that a 3rd-tier demonic beast had appeared, and they had absolute confidence in Chen Mobai, they thought they might be able to make meritorious contributions on the battlefield and attract the attention of the sect leader, and then they might be able to obtain a 3rd-tier inner core. The news that Chen Mobai had exchanged the unorthodox golden core technique with the Xingqian Dao sect had already spread throughout the sect in earlier years. Since it concerns the formation of the golden core stage, and it's a shortcut, many foundation establishment cultivators are very concerned after hearing about it. Even Meng Hong, carrying the 2 fish he had caught, went to Chen Mobai to inquire about this matter. Chen Mobai naturally wouldn't hide anything from this old sect leader who had been kind to him, and directly told him about the heretical golden elixir technique and the golden elixir transfer method. Unfortunately, the inner core of a 3rd-tier demon beast is simply too precious. So when they heard that 3rd-tier demonic beasts were besieging Fengyuwu, and saw that it was Chen Mobai, the sect leader, personally leading the team, all the foundation establishment cultivators who knew about the heretical golden core techniques applied to go into battle. By the time Chen Mobai was about to leave Yan Kingdom, he already had 5 foundation establishment cultivators by his side: Jiang Zhengheng, Zhuo Ming, Qi Rui, Yu Lian, and Ding Ying. Because it was unknown how long the war with the demonic beasts would last, and the Longevity Academy needed someone to oversee it, Chen Mobai left Lion Maozhai behind. However, given his eagerness for battle, Chen Mobai also stated that Jiang Zhengheng would be brought back in a year and rotated to Yunmeng's. Besides the 5 foundation establishment cultivators from the Divine Wood sect, Tan Rong, who was still in Baiyuan City, heard about this from Ding Ying and expressed that, as a disciple of the Fire Vein and the 5 Elements sect, she had an even greater obligation to help Fengyuwu and applied to go to Yunmeng's with them. After hearing Ding Ying's explanation, Chen Mobai nodded in agreement, confirming that she was at least a foundation establishment cultivator. Besides Tan Rong, 2 other families in Yan Kingdom also accepted the summons from the Divine Wood sect and were willing to lead their family cultivators to Yunmeng Marsh with Chen Mobai. One of them was Wang Xuniming from the Wang family. Because of Wang Jiayuan's affair, the Wang family has seriously offended the Shenmu sect. The cultivation families of Yan Kingdom have always been both enemies and friends. After learning about this matter, they took this opportunity to suppress and annex many of their businesses. Yi Yun, of course, remained indifferent to this. If Wang Xuniming hadn't brought Wang Jiayuan's head as an apology, he wouldn't have planned to rent the Beiyuan city shop to the Wang family next year. Wang Jiayuan's head is not enough. So after hearing about the monsters besieging Fengyuwu, Wang Xuanming gritted his teeth, made arrangements for his affairs with another young foundation establishment cultivator in his family, and then led a group of older cultivators from his family to participate in the Divine Wood sect's call to fight against the monsters. Yi Yun's attitude changed accordingly. After Wang Xuanming arrived with his family's cultivators, he declared that the Wang family would be close allies of the Shenmu sect from now on. Besides the Wang family, there is also an ancestor of the Wu family. However, he is nearing the end of his life, and there is no second foundation establishment cultivator in his family. Therefore, he wants to die for the Shenmu sect in Yunmeng's so that he can receive a foundation establishment pill as compensation for his descendants. The transportation of qi refining cultivators and the recruitment of various independent cultivators would then be Yi Yun's responsibility. Chen Mobai had already led 8 foundation establishment cultivators to the neighboring Xiao kingdom via a teleportation array. Here, King Zhou had prepared a force of 500 qi refining cultivators to guard the border and ensure that no demonic beasts would come ashore to invade. Most of the members in this group are from local cultivation families in the Xiao kingdom. After all, if the demonic beasts come ashore, they, as locals, will suffer the greatest losses. Therefore, they responded quickly to this situation, and even 5 foundation establishment cultivators came to assist Zhou Wangshan in guarding the shore. Here, Chen Mobai also took away Zhou Bingyan and a foundation establishment cultivator named Zhou Zhenhang, both of whom were from the Zhou family of the Divine Wood sect. This is mainly because those foundation establishment cultivators from those families often deal with demonic beasts, and they all cherish their lives, so they are not very willing to go to Yunmeng Marsh. Therefore, Zhou Wangshan can only send out his left and right hands. Chen Mobai did not linger in Xiao Kingdom. After adding 2 more people to his group, he directly used the teleportation array to arrive at the island market near the mainland in Yunmeng Marsh. Because Fengyuwu is located in the center of Yunmeng's, it requires going through 3 teleportation arrays to enter directly. The effects of the monster tide have already reached this place. Within this iron-green market, the light of a large array flickered, and a continuous cloud of black plague birds, which Chen Mobai was very familiar with, screeched sharply and spewed out wind blades that impacted the market's protective shield. "You beast!" Upon seeing this, Chen Mobai's eyes turned cold. He flicked his finger and took out a yellow gourd that he hadn't used in a long time from his storage bag. Uncovering the lid, a burst of orange-red light shot out, shooting into the sky like a laser beam, cleaving the largest and most shrill-sounding second-tier black plague bird in 2 at the very top of the market. At the same time, Chen Mobai's figure had already flown out of the great formation. The surrounding area was in a frenzy of chaos due to the death of the Bird King. The dark flocks of birds flying erratically in all directions saw the conspicuous fiery figure and instinctively began to turn around and run away. But Chen Mobai, riding the orange-red light, circled in a fan shape in midair with himself as the center. In an instant, hundreds and thousands of black plague birds were sliced in half on the circular plane, swept by the Yuan Yang sword. However, Chen Mobai soon discovered that quite a few black plague birds had escaped unscathed. Amidst the sky filled with black feathers and blood-red light, he once again opened his mouth and spat out a golden flame, riding it down into the black cloud of birds that had survived the calamity and gathered together. Even without activating the blazing sun slash, the power of this golden flame alone could melt these first-tier demonic beasts in an instant. An even more mournful bird cry rang out, but after being burned by the golden flames, it all turned to ashes. Some black plague birds, sensing the danger, escaped the bird cloud before the flames spread. Then a series of spiritual lights shone from the island, which were Jiang Xingheng and other foundation establishment cultivators. In the short time it takes for an incense stick to burn, this flock of black plague birds, which could have given Zhou Wangshan and others a headache even if they had just stormed the border of the Xiao kingdom, was wiped out. Thank you for your help, sect leader Chen. The owner of this market town was Tai Qingshan, an acquaintance of Chen Mobai. After nodding as a greeting, Chen Mobai led his foundation establishment disciples once again, preparing to head towards the next market town. Unfortunately, when Tai Qingshan activated the teleportation array, there was no response from the other side. That area must have been breached by the monsters. He said in a hoarse voice, "There hasn't been a monster tide for nearly 30 years. All the major families have spent a lot of effort to build markets and teleportation arrays in Yunmeng Marsh, but they still couldn't escape this calamity in the end." If he hadn't been lucky enough to run into Chen Mobai, he probably would have had to use the teleportation array to get to shore by now. Contact King Zhou and have him move the battle line forward and send people here to oversee and protect this teleportation array. Chen Mobai thought for a moment and then said this. After clearing out the black plague birds, the pressure on the border was not so great. He then left Qi Rui and Zhou Zhenhang, two foundation establishment cultivators, here to prevent a situation where there would be no way out if Feng Yuwu fell in the future. Yes, sect leader. Both of them understood the significance of the teleportation array and nodded solemnly. Chen Mobai raised the crimson cloud and smoke robe, a magical treasure, and led the remaining foundation establishment cultivators toward Wind and Rain Dock. The bonus chapters for monthly tickets have been paid off. Starting tomorrow, there will be bonus chapters for alliance leaders, possibly 2 chapters of 8,000 words each. I hope everyone will cast their monthly tickets if they have any. Today, it's still 3 chapters of 10,000 words, day 5 of 10,000 words a day. End of this chapter. Chapter 606, Battle of Feng Yuwu. Chapter 606, Battle of Feng Yuwu. At the very center of Yunmeng's, the lake surface glistens and mist hangs in the air, resembling a fairyland painting. A series of strangely shaped islands are intertwined at the bottom of the lake. This is the place where a fourth-order poisonous dragon is sealed, containing the powerful energy of 3 nascent soul cultivators. The clouds and mist clung to the lake like silk, as if draped in a light veil. From afar, it resembled a secluded paradise, mysterious and enchanting like a fairyland. But every cultivator in Yunmeng's knows that once they enter, there is no chance of survival. This mist is the poisonous mist that the venomous dragon seeped out from the seal. Even a core formation cultivator would be annihilated, and his spiritual power would dissipate if he came into contact with it. Dozens of miles to the east of this restricted area, there are 3 islands that rise above the lake. The islands are of different sizes, forming a triangle, with the largest island directly facing the restricted area. The island is lush with trees and has beautiful scenery. Wooden buildings rise up the hillside in a mysterious pattern, forming a huge array that covers the island. On the other 2 small islands, there were similar formations. The 3 formations were linked together, forming an even larger formation that encompassed the 3 islands and almost half of the waters on the eastern side of the sealed boundary. This is the famous heavenly waterfall wind and rain 3 elements formation, a mid-grade 4th-order formation. In the entire eastern wilderness, the mysterious 5 elements array is second only to the Hunyuan immortal city and is comparable to the fully unleashed 10,000 wood array. However, today, this formation is in grave danger. A massive cloud of mist surged forth from the sky above the Yunmeng's border, carrying a breathtakingly colorful light, like a burning paintbrush sketching across the sky, transforming into a colorful cloud dragon. The dragon in the cloud is lifelike, its hollow eyes resembling 2 whirlpools, and its breath is like wind, rain, thunder, and lightning. As colorful mist extended from the body of the cloud dragon, a huge, slender cloud dragon claw emerged from midair and pressed down on the celestial waterfall light barrier that enveloped Feng Yuwu. This single claw strike restrained half of the power of the heavenly waterfall wind and rain 3 elements formation. This is the power of the seal broken, and some of the demonic energy emanating from that 4th-tier poisonous dragon. It was precisely because of this that the powerful demonic beasts that had also been imprisoned were sent out one by the poisoned dragon, and began to stir up waves in Yunmeng Marsh, trying to pull out the source of the sealed power from the outside. After the poisoned dragon cloud claw descended from the sky and suppressed part of the power of the wind and rain dock formation, the heavenly waterfall light shield, which should have encompassed the other two small islands, began to weaken rapidly. Above the island, swarms of black plague birds filled the sky, while on the water, enormous monstrous fish and demonic turtles leaped out of the water, spraying jets of black water at the great array's protective barrier. Within the wind and rain dock, numerous sword lights, fireballs, ice swords, and other attacks flew out through the great formation. Some were precisely killed by the strange fish leaping out of the water, and some were shot down by the large black birds that swept across the sky, but most were blocked by the demon turtles. Although they were demonic beasts, under the leadership of 4 third-tier demonic beasts, they were well organized and cooperated with each other in the water, forming a balanced battle formation in terms of offense and defense. With the poisoned dragon cloud claw pressing down on the formation of the wind and rain dock island, these demonic beasts concentrated their power, trying to break through the two small islands behind them. The most crucial spiritual core of this heavenly waterfall wind and rain 3 elements formation is located on the main island, but the two small islands on the flanks are also very important, serving as one of the core nodes at the boundary of the formation. Once broken, the power of the entire formation will be reduced by more than 30%. At that time, it might be completely defeated under the successive attacks of the poisoned dragon cloud claw and the monster tide. Without Fengyu guarding the area, these demonic beasts could easily break the sealing nodes left by the 3 nascent soul cultivators and release the 4th-tier poisonous dragon. Therefore, Fengyu Dock must not be lost. A streak of azure and a streak of fiery red spiritual light stood above the two small islands, harnessing the remaining power of the heavenly waterfall formation to resist the onslaught of thousands upon thousands of strange and grotesque demonic beasts outside. 4 streams of demonic energy, ranging from blue and white to red and black, also erupted in midair with terrifying power. These were the 4 third-tier demonic beasts. They each stood at one of the 4 corners of the battlefield, joining forces in pairs to charge towards the 2 core formation cultivators. The azure light is the new river, while the fiery red light is naturally the true person of the fire vein of the 5-element sect, Sheng Jiaoxi. She was slightly plump, yet she exuded an imposing aura without being angry. Her eyes held a strong murderous intent. Her fiery red Taoist robe billowed in the wind, and a strange, round blade spun rapidly around her like a roulette wheel. A ring of dazzling crimson flames burst forth, like an arc of fire blade, slashing towards the overwhelming demonic beasts surging from the sky above the island. Amidst the thunderous roar, dozens of black plague birds, unable to escape in time, screamed and transformed into balls of fire. Just as the arc-shaped fire blade was about to cut through the flock of black plague birds that resembled dark clouds in the sky, a tortoise taller than 2 people surged forward with towering waves, its dark shell adorned with green and white spirit patterns blocking the fire blade's path. With a hissing sound, Sheng Jiaoxi's all-out fire blade only left a scorch mark on the tortoise shell, without causing any damage. A sharp whistling sound rang out, and a large black bird with wings spread like clouds hanging from the sky rushed to the top of Sheng Jiaoxi's head. With each flap of its wings, a blue light flashed like thunder, and it slashed straight down. Sheng Jiaoxi remained expressionless. With a wave of his right hand, a beam of azure water appeared above his head, which was the power of the array, the heavenly waterfall divine light. The azure lightning clashed with the array's light barrier, instantly unleashing a dazzling burst of spiritual light. At the same time, the sky suddenly darkened. Sheng Jiaoxi looked up and saw that all the black plague birds had gathered above her at this moment. Then, led by the 3rd-tier bird king, they all spat out cyan wind blades at her. It was as if a rain of green blades was falling from the sky, crackling and clanging as it struck the protective shield of the great formation, causing the heavenly waterfall divine light, which was already fluctuating due to the bombardment of the 3rd-order lightning, to flicker continuously. Uffy. At the same time, the third-tier tortoise also called out to its clan of demon beasts. All the tortoise heads surfaced and collectively used water control techniques, creating a huge wave that swept across the sky. The wave surged in like a mountain, accompanied by the raging winds from the sky, emitting a violent roar as it crashed heavily against the great formation, producing a series of muffled thuds that made the cultivators' hearts tremble. With a ripping sound, the sound, like something cracking, caused Sheng Jiaxi's expression to change slightly. She turned to look at the source of the sound. On the side of the formation, which seemed unable to withstand the continuous bombardment of the heavenly winds and waves from the demonic beasts, a gap half a meter long appeared. Two nearby black plague birds, their scarlet eyes flashing, screamed as they charged into the formation. Amidst the flickering flames, Sheng Jiaxi had already unleashed the Tei true fire, transforming the demonic beasts that had entered the formation into two fireballs. But this is just the beginning. Under the command of the third-tier demonic beast, the black clouds in the sky rode the wind like knives and thunder, while the demonic turtles in the waters rode the endless water, stirring up waves that resembled mountains, one after another, relentlessly bombarding the heavenly waterfall divine light. Cracks kept appearing on the blue-green protective shield. Sheng Jiaxi, who was inside the formation, had unleashed countless bursts of true fire and killed countless black bird demon turtles. But as time went on, the cracks in the formation grew larger and larger, and finally, on the seventh day, it seemed to have reached its limit and shattered completely with a loud crash. The monsters, who had been waiting for this day, began to roar and surge toward the two islands. The thousands of ordinary people on the island began to show despair, their eyes closed, as if waiting for death to come. Pud! But at that moment, Sheng Jiaxi's icy voice rang out. Then 12 Foundation establishment cultivators took flight, along with 300 elite late-stage qi refining cultivators, who simultaneously took out pieces of crimson jade from their storage bags. The jade stone is about the size of a fist, and its surface is engraved with fire patterns, resembling talismans or characters. After absorbing the cultivator's spiritual power, it was quickly launched in all directions. At this moment, the sky and the shore were filled with those impatient and swarming monsters. The jade fell into the group of demonic beasts and then exploded violently. Brilliant red light, like the sun falling into darkness, burst forth with intense rays, bombarding the island with huge fireballs over 10 meters in diameter. Boom, 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 boom. This is the Tei True Fire God Thunder Pearl of the Fire Vein, which can be divided into 3 levels according to the cultivator's cultivation level. This time, all the monsters used to ambush the demons were at the second tier. Even Sheng Jiaxi himself took out 2 treasured third-tier divine lightning bolts, which he used to break the formation, and then launched at the 2 third-tier demonic beasts charging towards him. Amidst a deafening roar, 2 enormous fireballs appeared in the sky, instantly reducing dozens of surrounding demonic beasts to ashes. This demonstrates the immense power of the Tei True Fire, Divine Thunder Pearl. After a round of Divine Thunder bombardment, hundreds of black plague birds that surged onto the island were turned into charred fireballs and fell from the sky. But only a few dozen of those demon turtles were mangled beyond recognition at the very center of the Divine Thunder's bombardment range. One after another, the demonic turtles, engulfed in flames by the divine lightning, used the endless flow of water to cover their bodies. With plumes of steam rising, they survived the true fire, their faces contorted in ferocity. They trampled the wooden houses and other buildings on the shore and charged rumble toward the cultivators and mortals in the center. Why hasn't the formation been activated yet? Upon seeing this scene, Sheng Jiaxi shouted sternly at a Foundation establishment cultivator who was in charge of the overall situation below. The latter and 5 other Foundation establishment cultivators, their faces flushed, held high-grade spirit stones and focused their spiritual power on a central array plate. Waves of blue-green water began to ripple outwards from the array plate, spreading in all directions. It quickly enveloped all the cultivators and mortals on the island. However, when the array's light barrier spread to the shore, it was blocked by a series of enormous demonic turtles. As the flames flickered, Sheng Jiaxi was about to unleash the Tei True Fire Slash when a massive shadow enveloped her. Looking up, he saw a third-tier demonic turtle, its body emitting wisps of charred blue smoke, burst out of the divine lightning fireball in midair. With a ferocious expression, it swung its sharp claws, which flashed with dark light, and landed on Sheng Jiaxi's head as if swatting a fly. The crimson flames accompanied the spinning of the circular blade, bursting into dazzling sparks. As a streak of blood appeared, the dark light in the demonic beast's claw was actually cut open, and the blade on the outer edge of the ring spun and cut into its flesh. But this scene caused Sheng Jiaxi's expression to change slightly. Her Heavenly Circle Fire True Ring is a high-grade third-tier magic weapon, ranking among the top 3 most powerful magic weapons in the entire Eastern Wilderness. It can break through any third-tier defensive spell. However, even with full force, it could only break through the outermost layer of the demon turtle's armor. No wonder he was tricked by her third-tier Divine Lightning Pearl. He only suffered burn marks and no other injuries. This demonic turtle's defense is so strong that it's probably already at the peak of the third tier. You should be proud that you were able to break through my defenses, human. At this moment, the demon turtle opposite emitted a deep, thunderous sound. It suddenly clenched its hand, firmly grasping the heavenly circular fire true ring that had cut into its palm. Then, it opened its mouth and condensed a ball of dark, watery light. The water shimmered like thunder, yet moved with incredible speed, exploding the instant it condensed and striking Sheng Jiaxi's forehead. A clear, shimmering jade light flashed, and the hairpin on Sheng Jiaxi's head lit up with spiritual light, blocking the ball of sunflower water yin lightning at the crucial moment. At this moment, the other third-tier Black Plague bird also broke free from the Divine Thunder fireball, but it was in a much worse state, with almost all of its feathers burned off, revealing its charred flesh. It seemed extremely angry, and with a sharp screech, a blue, fist-sized inner core shot out of its mouth. In an instant, a fierce roar erupted, accompanied by thunder and lightning. This was a desperate measure by the demon beast. The jade hairpin on Sheng Jiaxi's head flew out, its spiritual light pushed to its limit, trying to intercept the inner core from a distance. However, a tortoise claw shimmering with a dark, mysterious light reached out and grabbed the hairpin in one swift motion. Even with another bloody hole pierced in its palm by the hairpin, the third-tier demon turtle remained unmoved. Sheng Jiaxi's eyes flashed with anger. He swallowed a pill and pushed the Tei True Fire technique to its limit. His natal magic weapon, the heavenly round fire true ring, erupted with crimson flames. As it rotated in the demon turtle's claw, it neutralized the dark light and slowly sliced through the claw. Although the sparks were flashing, Sheng Jiaxi's expression changed drastically. Before she retrieved this natal magic weapon, the cyan inner core was enough to kill her more than 10 times over. Damn it, this third-tier demonic turtle is too much of a counter to me. It's water attribute and has a powerful talent. In the entire Eastern Wilderness, I'm afraid only that guy Zhou Yi can break through its defense with Earth Elemental True Energy. Having fought these 2 third-tier demonic beasts for so long, Sheng Jiaxi has figured out their strengths and weaknesses. The Black Plague bird is all right. She is confident that she can kill it in a one-on-one fight. However, she was completely helpless against this water attribute demon turtle with its amazing defense. The cyan inner core was already hurtling towards them. Sheng Jiaxi gritted his teeth and could only make a painful decision, abandoning his 2 magical artifacts and turning back into the heavenly waterfall wind and rain 3 elements formation, whose range had been reduced. End of this chapter. Chapter 607, The Vast Clouds and Dreams, thanks to the guild leader Wozhejian Chencha. Chapter 607, The Vast Clouds and Dreams, thanks to the guild leader Wozhejian Chencha. Just as Sheng Jiaxi retreated, on the distant island, the 7-colored cloud dragon claw that had been pressing down on the heavenly waterfall divine light suddenly shone even brighter, and its power increased dramatically. Sensing the increased suppressive power, The array on the large island immediately followed its predetermined procedure, drawing upon a portion of the primordial power from the two adjacent islands to maintain the balance between itself and the descending seven-colored cloud dragon claw. At this critical moment, Sheng Jiaxi needed the protection of the heavenly waterfall divine light during his retreat. The seven-colored dragon claw, unleashed in that instant, almost determined the outcome of the battle. The 6 Foundation establishment cultivators on the island who were channeling spiritual energy into the array plate all turned pale at the same time, spitting out a mouthful of blood and trembling. 4 of them couldn't withstand such extraction and immediately fell unconscious. The other 2 late-stage Foundation establishment cultivators, although still conscious, felt as if their sea of consciousness had been hit by a hammer, and their spiritual energy was surging wildly, making them almost as good as unconscious. Without the spiritual power of these 6 people, the array plate flickered on and off. Even when the other 6 Foundation establishment cultivators rushed over and took over their spiritual power, the heavenly waterfall divine light that surged onto Sheng Jiaxi's back dissipated in that instant. Not good. Upon noticing this, Sheng Jiaxi's expression changed drastically. At this moment, the cyan inner core, accompanied by an incomparably fierce wind and thunder, crashed down in front of her. Sheng Jiaxi could only take out a grayish-red jade talisman from his storage bag, infuse it with spiritual power, and after activating it, it transformed into a rising cloud of flames that enveloped him entirely. This is her most treasured life-saving talisman, a 4th-grade low-rank fire cloud shield talisman bestowed upon her by the primordial ancestor. It can block any 3rd-tier attack, and even 4th-tier power can be held for a while. Sheng Jiaxi only had this one, and if she could, she really didn't want to use it. But at this critical moment of life and death, there was no time to feel sorry for him. The azure inner core, accompanied by boundless wind and thunder, crashed heavily onto the fiery cloud light, and the two immediately erupted with a light even more terrifying than the previous 3rd-tier Tei True Fire Divine Thunder Pearl. Even the demonic turtle involuntarily retreated into its shell, turning around to face the core of the colliding forces with its strongest defensive shell. Amidst the deafening roar, Sheng Jiaxi's face was ashen. Although the fierce wind and thunder from the attack of the blue inner core were all blocked by the flames and clouds, the spiritual power in her body was also drained by this 4th-order talisman. Azure water ripples shone on her back, and the divine light of the heavenly waterfall had reformed, about to surge into the sky and protect her once more. A dark blue-black inner core, the size of a goose egg, shimmered with a faint, watery light as it spewed from the demon turtle's mouth. It traced ripples in the air as it fell, resisting the surge of power from the Great Formation. 3rd-tier demonic beasts possess intelligence comparable to humans and naturally understand the principle of achieving victory in a single battle. After the demon turtle spat out its inner core, a cruel and malevolent light flashed in its bead-sized eyes. Then it raised its foot, condensed a large ball of QE water yin lightning, and stomped down on Sheng Jiaxi, who was now completely defenseless. Even on his deathbed, Sheng Jiaxi did not give up any possibility of survival. She used the blood escape technique to extract some spiritual power from her body, and activated a high-grade 3rd-tier defensive talisman. However, although the flames from this talisman blocked the QE water yin lightning, they could not stop the enormous feet of the demon turtle, which stomped down like a giant mountain. Sheng Jiaxi controlled her body, trying to dodge. However, due to insufficient spiritual power, her speed was too slow, and the area covered by the demon turtle's feet was simply too large. Finally, the shadow enveloped his entire body. Sheng Jiaxi smiled bitterly, closed his eyes, and was about to die. "Master!" A very familiar shout rang in my ears. Sheng Jiaxi recognized the voice as that of his apprentice, Tan Rong, but wasn't she in Yan Kingdom? How did she end up in Yunmeng's? Could it be that he was hallucinating before he died? Even if she came, with only the Foundation establishment cultivation level, she wouldn't be able to change the outcome of her death. Despite thinking this, Sheng Jiaxi instinctively opened her eyes and looked in the direction from which the sound came. Then she saw a colorful cloud leap out from the far end of the water and fly towards her at an extremely fast speed. With her excellent eyesight, she clearly saw that her beautiful apprentice, Tan Rong, was indeed above the clouds. Besides her, there were 7 or 8 other cultivators, each with their own unique style. But Sheng Jiaxi was immediately drawn to the handsome young man at the front, dressed in a red and black robe. Because the moment she saw the boy, his figure suddenly vanished like flames above the clouds, and then, as if time had stood still, he abruptly crossed the distance between the end of the water and herself, flashing before her eyes. As Sheng Jiaxi looked at the boy's back, a name popped into her mind. It must be that junior brother Chen whom I've never met before. At the same time, the giant tortoise's foot had already landed. But 2 golden orbs of flame also rose in the boy's palm. He stood in front of Sheng Jiaxi and casually made a gesture, creating 2 dazzling beams of burning flame that intertwined in the air to form a golden cross. The cross-shaped object soared into the air and struck the center of the demon turtle's foot. It's a water-type monster, and it has a very strong resistance to fire magic. Sheng Jiaxi couldn't help but remind Chen Mobai, but before she could finish speaking, she saw a scene that shocked her. The demon turtle's armor, which she had to exert all her strength to break through, was easily sliced into like mud by the golden flame cross-slash, and its foot was split into 4 pieces in an instant. A smell of burnt, roasted meat filled the air, and the demon turtle couldn't help but let out a cry of pain. Then a dark, mysterious light spewed from its mouth and landed on the base of its foot, which had been cut open by the flaming sun slash. The cold, clear water vapor evaporated into wisps of steam, but the golden flames that had been burning its flesh and blood finally went out. To survive 2 of my fiery sun slashes, this monster's fire resistance is truly extraordinary. Chen Mobai spoke calmly, and Sheng Jiaxi's lips twitched slightly upon hearing this. She had exerted all her strength, including her natal magic weapon, but she had only barely managed to break through the demon turtle's defenses. But this junior brother Chen in front of us, with a casual gesture, chopped off one of the demon turtle's legs. The most direct comparison was something she, who had cultivated for 200 years, found hard to accept. Although I had heard before that this junior brother was exceptionally talented and was known as the #1 swordsman in the eastern wilderness. However, Sheng Jiaxi felt that the legendary 4th-tier holy sword of the longevity sect deserved the most credit for Chen Mobai's reputation and brilliant achievements. If he didn't use a sword, Sheng Jiaxi felt that with his mid-stage core formation cultivation, he should be able to defeat this junior brother who had only been in core formation for less than 10 years. After all, they all practiced fire-based cultivation techniques, and Sheng Jiaxi felt that his understanding of the fire element was superior to that of the younger generation. However, what she saw today made her realize how shallow her thoughts were. It turns out there really are people in this world with extraordinary talent. Senior brother Joe is truly lucky. There is such an outstanding successor. Boom! Just as Sheng Jiaxi had narrowly escaped death and was lost in thought, a muffled rumble sounded. It turned out that the demon turtle had retrieved its inner core and reunited with the 3rd-tier black plague bird. With their obstruction gone, the divine light of the heavenly waterfall finally rose, enveloping and protecting Sheng Jiaxi. This is sect leader Chen of the Divine Wood sect, and the divine light is protecting him. When Sheng Jiaxi saw that the disciples below were only applying the blue-green water to their bodies, he frowned slightly and shouted at the disciple in charge of the formation. Yes, I appreciate senior sister Sheng's kindness, but I have never cooperated with this heavenly waterfall divine light before. I'm about to unleash the crimson flame sword technique to its peak to fight these beasts. I'm afraid that we will be incompatible and drag each other down. I would rather not use it for now. Chen Mobai refused, then slowly flew up and walked step by step to the 2 3rd-tier demonic beasts. Junior brother Chen, although you have mastered the crimson flame sword technique and your offensive power has reached the peak of the 3rd tier, there are still 2 3rd-tier monsters on the other side. The defense of those demon turtle shells can also block your flaming sun slash. Why don't we wait until I recover my strength and then join forces to fight them again? With the help of the Great Formation, we have a 70–80% chance of winning. When Sheng Jiaxi saw that Chen Mobai was being so reckless, she immediately tried to stop him and make him follow her safe plan. Senior Sister Sheng, these are just two mere demonic beasts. I'm absolutely confident I can handle them all by myself. However, Chen Mobai calmly said something that made Sheng Jiaxi's eyes widen, leaving her unsure how to respond. This kid is an unparalleled sword genius, invincible among his peers since his debut. After reaching the core formation stage, he even defeated Nan Xuanjing and repelled Xuanshu with his sword. He has never tasted defeat, which has fostered his arrogant and disdainful personality. But these two demonic beasts are not simple, and the poisonous dragon is also watching. Sheng Jiaxi thought to herself, but she couldn't persuade him any further at this moment. She could only take a pill to restore her spiritual power and take out a third-tier divine thunder bead, thinking that if Chen Mobai encountered any danger later, she would throw one over to help him out of the predicament. She guessed that this junior brother must be a fire spirit, otherwise he couldn't have mastered the Crimson Flame sword technique at such a young age. This true fire god Thunder Pearl will cause almost no harm to a fire spirit body. Human, you can only hurt me this once at most. At this moment, the demon turtle's deep voice rang out. Although it had not yet taken human form, it had already refined its horizontal bone. As it spoke, its head, limbs, and tail retracted, and then a dark, watery light shone from its shell, which was covered with green and white spiritual patterns, and instantly enveloped its entire body. In that instant, it had already maximized its defensive capabilities. With a flick of his right sword finger, Chen Mobai condensed two golden flames under his divine sense into a golden flaming sword blade, which stretched across the air like a sword reaching to the sky, and slashed heavily toward the center of the tortoise shell. A burst of dark, mysterious light clashed with the perfected flaming sun slash. The two most extreme forces, water and fire, began to erupt in the sky above Yunmeng Marsh with a power even more terrifying than the clash between Sheng Jiaxi's fourth-order talisman and the Cyan inner core. Rumble! As the water vapor evaporated, it caused a violent gas explosion. Oh, that's interesting. Chen Mobai's eyes lit up when he discovered that his two golden flames-powered fiery sun slashes were indeed unable to break through the tortoise shell's defenses. Just as he was about to unleash a third golden flame, a bolt of azure lightning streaked toward him. Another third-tier monster has made its move. Using the flame light escape technique, Chen Mobai vanished from his original spot. He appeared expressionlessly in front of the third-tier black plague bird, and a third golden flame condensed between his brows, slashing down like a stream of light onto its protective demonic aura. Amidst the surging and flashing blue wind and thunder, the black plague bird quickly created distance, attempting to rely on its speed advantage to coordinate with the demon turtle. However, because its feathers were all burned off, its flight path was no longer as free and unrestrained as before, and became more predictable. Sheng Jiaxi, who had been watching from the side, seized an opportunity and flicked the divine thunder pearl in his palm onto its flight path. With a deafening roar, the black plague bird was blown up once again. As Chen Mobai watched the enormous bird beast bursting forth from the massive flames, wielding wind and thunderous power, he unleashed bursts of golden flames from his palm. Before Sheng Jiaxi's dazzled and incredulous eyes, 5 golden flames, each carrying a shimmering golden light, pierced into the divine thunder true fireball like 5 golden shooting stars. With a piercing scream, 5 golden streaks of light crisscrossed within the fireball, like a net of swords, shattering the raging firebird into dozens of pieces. The smell of burnt roasted chicken immediately spread throughout the entire battlefield. He actually mastered the 7 flaming sun slashes. Sheng Jiaxi looked incredulous. The 2 slashes that suppressed the demonic turtle, plus the 5 slashes that killed the black plague bird, meant that Chen Mobai only needed 2 more slashes before he could try to cultivate the extreme yang slash. Where did he get so much King Yang fire and King Musha? The reason she chose the Tei True Fire technique instead of the more powerful Crimson Flame sword technique was not only because she didn't particularly like swordsmanship, but also because she found waiting for the Azure Yang Fire and Azure Wood Fiend too troublesome. After slaying the third-tier Black Plague Bird, the 5 golden flames flew out from the Divine Thunder True Fire, each carrying a long trail of flame. Under Chen Mobai's control, they merged into the flaming sword blade that was suppressing the demonic turtle. Then the flaming blade, which was originally only the tip, began to become more complete, outlining a huge, gilded fire sword in midair. With the 7 fiery sun slashes applied, the tortoise shell became even more charred, but it still showed no signs of breaking or cracking. However, the dark, watery light of the demonic turtle could not withstand it and exploded completely. Golden flames burned fiercely on its shell, and the intense heat began to penetrate its body, boiling its blood. The demon turtle couldn't resist falling into the Yunmeng marsh, hoping to use the boundless waters to extinguish the terrifying golden flames. But the power of the golden flames was fully revealed at this moment. In that instant, the surface of the entire Yunmeng's lake dropped by half a finger. End of this chapter. Chapter 608// Chapter 608// This was the first time Chen Mobai had unleashed the full power of the 7 blazing sun slashes after mastering them, and he himself hadn't expected it to be so powerful. However, it also consumes a lot of spiritual energy. After successively suppressing the demonic turtle and slaying the Black Plague Bird, and then knocking down the demonic turtle, the golden flames burned fiercely, relentlessly drawing out his spiritual power and evaporating the vast Yunmeng marsh. As the water level plummeted, the spiritual energy in Chen Mobai's Danshan was also completely drained. He immediately severed his connection with the golden flame, no longer allowing it to scorch and evaporate all matter it came into contact with. Without Chen Mobai's spiritual energy supply, the demon turtle managed to escape its fate. The endless water elemental power of Yunmeng's surged towards its entire body, extinguishing the golden flames of the rootless source while slowly calming the boiling and scorching blood of the demon turtle. Where did this kid come from? Luckily it wasn't the extreme Yang slash, otherwise my turtle shell would definitely have been split open. The demon turtle hid in the waters of Yunmeng Marsh, secretly observing Chen Mobai across the water. It recalled the past when it followed the poison dragon king out of the yellow dragon cave to fight against human cultivators. At that time, it was just a second-tier little turtle and witnessed its ancestor overestimating himself and blocking the way of the primordial ancestor, only to be cleaved in two by the primordial ancestor's extreme Yang slash. This caused it great psychological trauma when it was very young. Just as the demon turtle was considering whether to retreat, it suddenly saw through the water that the handsome young man in midair turned slightly pale, and the 7 golden flames that had been swirling around him began to shrink and extinguish. This kid's spiritual energy is exhausted. That makes sense. After all, he's only at the early stage of core formation. Only a late-stage core formation cultivator can easily control these 7 fiery sun slashes. He must have used some secret technique that depletes his own essence to increase his spiritual energy, or he must have taken some secret medicine. Now that the aftereffects are acting up, it's the perfect time to take his life. Among the many demonic beasts in the yellow dragon cave, the demonic turtle was known for its high intelligence. After being released from its confinement by the poison dragon, it continued to cause trouble, but it also captured many human cultivators and interrogated them about their writing and knowledge. He boasted that he knew the most about human cultivators. It concluded that even if Chen Mobai wasn't severely injured, he must have exhausted his spiritual power after unleashing the 7 flaming sun slashes. Upon realizing this, its beady eyes began to dart around, as it hesitated whether to make another move. After all, Blackbird has already been killed, and now only it remains. Although it was confident in its defense, and could withstand the combined attack of the 7-in-1 fiery sun slash and escape back into the water, It did not want to endure the burning sensation of being roasted alive again. Just as the demon turtle hesitated, it suddenly saw the boy in midair take out a spirit stone from his storage bag and begin to absorb the spiritual energy within it. We can't wait any longer. Anyway, this kid can't break through my defenses. Let's try again. If we can kill him, we can easily flatten this wind and rain dock. The demon turtle, who thought itself invincible, ultimately decided to take a risk. Amidst the crashing, towering waves, the enormous, ferocious demonic turtle once again rose to the surface. It rode the waves that surged into the sky like mountains, its head, limbs, and tail all retracted into its shell, like a tortoise-shell cannonball, flashing with streaks of Kui-Shui Yin thunder, spinning with the roar of giant waves, and crashing heavily into Chen Mobai in midair. You're lucky you have a brain, otherwise I really wouldn't be able to kill you. But just as the demon turtle rushed up to Chen Mobai, he heard the young man in front of him say something slightly sarcastic. What's the meaning? Just as the demon turtle was puzzled, the void opened up, and Chen Mobai drew out a long sword wreathed in purple lightning. With a nimble wrist, the blade pierced through the air and slashed at the spinning turtle shell that was roaring towards him. Sizzle! A dazzling purple lightning sword flashed in front of Chen Mobai, leaving a fan-shaped trajectory. It sliced the tortoise shell in two as easily as cutting tofu. Amidst the blood-red light, the demonic turtle, hidden inside its shell, revealed its disbelieving head amidst the shattered defenses. What kind of sword is this? You should know that even the ancient ghost from over 100 years ago did not possess such a powerful and terrifying sword. The sword that will kill you, Chen Mobai said calmly, and with another light swing of the purple lightning sword in his hand, the head of the demon turtle flew up amidst a thunderous roar. It opened its mouth, and the inner core was almost ejected, but it was not as fast as the purple lightning sword. With a flick of his sleeve, Chen Mobai unleashed a burst of multicolored clouds, which resembled a gentle hand that suppressed and dissipated the surrounding Kui water yin thunder, while simultaneously grasping the inner core and storing it within the sleeve of his robe. He then swung his sword again, cleaving the Tei divine thunder true fire that was still burning fiercely in midair. His void insight had already locked onto the inner core of the Black Plague bird inside, and he also used the crimson cloud smoke robe to retrieve it into another sleeve. Thanks for your hard work. After slaying 2 third-tier demonic beasts, Chen Mobai gently placed the high-grade spirit stone he was holding onto the blade of the purple lightning sword as payment for his promised assistance. Thank you, Master. That cyan inner core looks delicious. However, after taking the high-grade spirit stone, Zedianjian suddenly said something that surprised Chen Mobai. But he immediately realized that the Black Plague bird was a wind-type demon beast, and the interaction of wind and thunder would indeed be of great benefit to the purple lightning sword. However, in the eastern wilderness, an inner core can cultivate a cultivator with the combat power of a core formation level cultivator. Even if it is only a fake core, it can at least suppress the foundation establishment level. For the Divine Wood sect, having another combatant of this level would allow them to dominate the eastern wilderness 10 years earlier. If the purple lightning sword were given to it, at most the sword would enjoy its meal, and its power might increase slightly, but its grade would definitely not break through to the 4th rank. Compared to a core formation cultivator, this is such a waste. I have another use for this inner core. After thinking it through, Chen Mobai immediately gave the purple lightning sword another high-grade spirit stone to appease it, and quickly sent it back to its own domain. Junior brother Chen, we really have to thank you this time. At this moment, Sheng Jiaxi, who had seen Chen Mobai slay 2 third-tier demonic beasts as easily as cutting melons and vegetables, also flew over. She was shocked and bowed to express her gratitude. As a cultivator from the eastern wilderness, it is my duty to protect the peace of the eastern wilderness. Chen Mobai spoke in a serious tone. At this moment, without the 2 third-tier demonic beasts leading them, the demonic beasts that had been orderly, attacking Fengyuwu with their combined land, sea, and air forces, began to trample and clash among themselves. Before long, some of the monsters began to retreat, but others became even more frantic and went ashore to attack. On the water's surface, streaks of spiritual light flashed, hunting down various demonic beasts. It was the people Chen Mobai brought. They were all Foundation establishment cultivators, and as long as they were careful not to get surrounded by the demon beast army, they could generally handle things with ease. However, some people have a different style. Zhuo Ming lacked combat experience. When she first fought the monster, she was ambushed by a monster fish hidden in the water and hit in the right leg by a water arrow. But her clothes were only torn. Her topaz-like skin radiated a spiritual light, and not even a white mark was left. The third level of the Nine-Ren body made her physical strength equivalent to a mid-grade second-tier defensive magic weapon. Only those peak second-tier demonic beasts could break through her defenses. However, Zhuo Ming was unaware of his own strength. In his panic, he summoned the myriad virtues cauldron, which formed an earth elemental light, adding another layer of defense to the Nine-Ren Dharma body. Amidst the sounds of banging, dozens of water arrows shot towards the earth elemental light. Two powerful ones broke through the defense, but Zhuo Ming blocked them with the back of his right hand. As a result, Zhuo Ming's right sleeve was torn, and two white spots appeared on the back of her hand. By this time, she had a vague understanding of it. It seems the monsters cannot break through its defenses. Boom! Suddenly, a huge shadow appeared on the water beneath Zhuo Ming's feet. A strange fish with sharp white teeth and a mouth half the height of a person rushed out of the water, about to swallow her whole. Chen Mobai frowned slightly, just as he was about to make a move. With a ripping sound, Zhuo Ming expressionlessly took out the golden jade axe from his storage bag, and with spiritual power infused into it, skillfully chopped off the entire fish head. Having lived in Xian'anchen for so many years, her most skilled tasks are killing fish and chickens. Amidst the splattering of blood, Zhuo Ming even had time to put the fish head into her special storage bag for ingredients, thinking that she would stew a soup for her master later to see how this monster's fish head soup differed from the fish head soup from Xian'anchen. These monsters are nothing special, just treat them as food. After killing the strange fish, Zhuo Ming seemed to have a sudden enlightenment. Holding a golden axe and with the great virtue cauldron of all things hovering above her head, she chopped down the charging monsters one by one with each axe stroke. Seeing this, Chen Mobai couldn't help but show a satisfied expression. Of his 4 disciples, he was most worried about Zhuo Ming. As the true inheritor of his mantle, a contest of magical skills is indispensable. After all, Chen Mobai was invincible in both realms and won every battle. If his successor was just a farmer, he would probably be bullied in the future. Zhuo Ming's ruthless killing of demonic beasts now bears some resemblance to Chen Mobai's dominance on the battlefield of Qingguang Island when he was practicing qi cultivation. It seems I was too conservative before. I should have brought my precious apprentice, Zhuo Ming, out into the world a long time ago. Otherwise, Chen Mobai would never have known that Zhuo Ming's talent in combat was also quite high. At least like him, they don't hold back. Compared to Zhuo Ming, Jiang Xingheng's record is a bit worse. He cultivates the longevity scripture, which has only average attack capabilities. However, with the Xingdao ruler, his natal magic weapon embryo, and having mastered the first level of the longevity body, he is most adept at protracted battles. He moved swiftly and agilely across the lake, and one after another, the monsters' heads were smashed open. As soon as they saw him, everything went black before their heads exploded and they fell to the bottom of the water. Others like Yu Lion, Tan Rong, and Ding Ying also demonstrated the strength of Foundation establishment cultivators from major sects. Some of them single-handedly restrained a group of others, while others faced off against other powerful second-tier demonic beasts. In contrast, Wang Chunaming and others from wealthy families were in a rather sorry state. Junior brother Chen, I wonder how much of your spiritual power has recovered. Senior brother Nujiang may also need our assistance. Chen Mobai, who was observing the battlefield, suddenly heard Sheng Jiaxi's reminder. There were 4 third-tier demonic beasts surrounding the island. He happened to be coming from a direction that was closer to this place, which conveniently relieved Sheng Jiaxi's crisis. But the situation is the same on the Nujiang side. Then I'll trouble you to look after the people I brought. I'll go myself. Although Chen Mobai's spiritual power was greatly depleted, he possessed a small void condensed by the Giyuan secret technique, and the 26 vertebrae of his myriad dharma bodies were all condensed by him using void stones. This means he has 26 spiritual energy pools, and he just drew from one of them, which enabled him to unleash the 7-in-1 flaming sun slash and the purple lightning sword in succession. However, this does not mean that Chen Mobai can endlessly extract spiritual power from the small void. He once tried to exhaust his spiritual power at the immortal sect, but due to the strength of his divine sense, he could only extract 2 at most. Even when drawing from the second pool of spiritual energy, he was somewhat unable to control himself. This is a situation where spiritual energy is rapidly consumed in a short period of time. If it were a slow and steady flow, then with Chen Mobai's level of cultivation, he could perfectly control and drain all 26 spiritual energy pools without any limit. Chen Mobai had a good impression of the Nujiang River. He slowly drained the first spiritual energy pool and then drew some from the second spiritual energy pool. After replenishing the pure yang spiritual energy in his danchan, he planned to rush to the rescue. Just then, a deafening dragon roar suddenly resounded over the large island not far away. Everyone's attention was immediately drawn to it. The cloud dragon, which was originally operating according to the heavenly waterfall wind and rain 3 elements grand array, suddenly released its huge 7-colored cloud dragon claw. Yunlong's body was as agile as a startled swan, and he flew towards the sky. The heavenly waterfall divine light, which had been suppressed for a long time, began to rebound in that instant, and suddenly crashed towards the 7-colored cloud dragon flying towards the heavens. Then the 2 earth-shattering forces collided in the sky, unleashing a terrifying power that even made Chen Mobai's expression change slightly. Oh no, half of the formation's power has been detonated by the poison dragon. Upon seeing this scene, Sheng Jiaxi's expression changed drastically. Chen Mobai didn't know what the consequences would be, but he soon found out. The azure waters that had previously enveloped the 3 islands of Fengyuwu began to dim. The monsters on the water, which had been in chaos due to the death of their leader, now had bloodshot eyes and seemed to have lost their minds as they frantically charged towards the great formation of Fengyuwu. At the same time, the 2 of them simultaneously sensed a vast and mighty water elemental power, like a waterfall from the heavens, erupting in the distance. But along with it, 2 other terrifying demonic energies also expanded. Chen Mobai dared not delay any longer and immediately transformed into a long rainbow of flames, burning hundreds of demonic beasts along the way as he flew towards the island where the new river was located. End of this chapter. Chapter 609, Yellow Dragon Cave. Chapter 609, Yellow Dragon Cave. Chen Mobai had just rushed a distance when he suddenly stopped in his tracks. He looked up at the sky and felt as if a powerful and profound gaze was watching him. Is it that poisonous dragon? In Yunmeng's, the only thing that could make him feel pressured was this incredibly powerful 4th-tier demonic beast. When in contact with such a 4th-tier being, Chen Mobai dared not extend his divine sense outside his body, but he did activate his void insight eye to its fullest extent. He had already mastered this spiritual eye technique to its fullest extent, and now, by using it with all his might, he could see clearly in all directions. Soon, King Ying's clear eyes caught the unusual thing. He suddenly looked toward the center of Yunmeng's, at the mist that lingered above the water like a light veil of silk. That lake, seemingly a fairyland, harbors a powerful, malevolent intent that devours everything. The misty clouds, reflected on the sunlit lake, emitted a faint rainbow of colors, subtly weaving together to form a pair of empty eyes. It was these 2 eyes, like holes in the clouds, that watched over the entire wind and rain dock. And now they've begun to focus their attention on Chen Mobai. Is this the poisonous dragon? Chen Mobai's expression was solemn, and he was already considering whether or not to use Gui Bao to run away. Fortunately, although the piercing gaze was fixed on him, the poisonous dragon seemed unable to break through the seal of the three nascent soul cultivators, or perhaps the power of the heavenly waterfall wind and rain three elements grand array had exhausted the power it could release. Chen Mobai waited for a while, but did not encounter the storm-like attack he had imagined. "Oh no, senior brother Nujiang." At this moment, Chen Mobai suddenly realized that he had been held back by this gaze. His expression changed slightly. He suppressed the awkwardness of being stared at by the poisonous dragon and immediately used the flame light escape technique. Fortunately, Nujiang had been operating in Fengyuwu for many years and had mastered the use of the heavenly waterfall divine light. Even with the power of the Great Formation weakening, he was able to fight two opponents at once, and although he was at a disadvantage, he still managed to wait for Chen Mobai to arrive. After the firelight appeared at the edge of the water, the two third-tier demonic beasts that had been besieging the Nujiang River immediately joined forces to control the raging waves, sweeping their tribes into the water and fleeing towards the misty center of the Yunmeng Marsh. Flames flickered continuously as Chen Mobai's figure traversed the void and rushed onto the battlefield. Seeing the two third-tier demonic beasts leave, he immediately harnessed 7 golden fireballs and unleashed the fiery sun slash in an attempt to stop them. The inner core of a third-tier demon beast is equivalent to the combat power of a core formation level cultivator, so it must not be wasted. Junior brother Chen, cough cough, don't pursue a desperate enemy beyond that lies the yellow dragon cave. The poison dragon's divine sense can already see through to some extent. The closer we get, the more power it can control, making it extremely dangerous. But at that moment Nujiang coughed, stopping Chen Mobai. His face was slightly pale, but the divine light emanating from his body was still bright, indicating that he had not yet dispelled his battle state. The entire array of Fengyuwu was connected to him, and his power and spiritual energy even made Chen Mobai take notice. As expected of senior brother Nujiang, the master of Fengyuwu, he was able to hold out for so long despite the siege of 2 great demonic beasts and the suppression of the poisonous dragon. Chen Mobai couldn't help but admire him. He realized that Nujiang was so weak because the poisonous dragon had detonated part of the array's power, causing the latter, which was connected to the array, to also experience a shock in its sea of qi and consciousness. Alas, I don't know how much longer we can hold on. The seals of Master and the 2 seniors are gradually weakening. Before long, the demons in this yellow dragon cave will be able to break free of the seal. Upon seeing Chen Mobai, Nujiang clearly relaxed, and the vast spiritual power within him began to subside slowly. Half a day later, on the large island of Fengyuwu, 3 core formation cultivators sat in the main hall, directing all the cultivators to hunt down the remaining scattered demonic beasts and collect useful parts from their corpses. Among these, the most precious items are naturally the remains of the 2 third-tier demonic beasts. The shell of that demonic turtle was so tough that even the blazing sun slash couldn't break through it, forcing Chen Mobai to finally use the purple lightning sword to cleave it open. It was undoubtedly a top-quality material for crafting defensive magical artifacts. Unfortunately, the originally intact tortoise shell was split in 2, greatly damaging its spiritual power. Even so, if it falls into the hands of a skilled weapon refiner, it can still be forged into 2 excellent magical artifacts. It just so happens that the #1 weapon refiner in the eastern wilderness is here. Sheng Jiaxi examined the tortoise shell without hesitation, then looked regretful. If it were complete, she was confident she could refine it into a high-grade 3rd-tier defensive shield, but now she could probably only refine 2 peak 2nd-tier shields. After hearing her words, Chen Mobai remained silent. He has studied weapon crafting techniques over the years and has reached a basic level. According to his judgment, if the tortoise shell is intact, it can definitely be crafted into a peak 3rd-tier magic weapon. Even if it is now split in 2, according to the theory of the immortal sect, it is still possible to make 2 low-grade 3rd-tier shields. However, out of consideration for Sheng Jiaxi's feelings, he could only nod and agree with her judgment as the #1 weapon refiner in the Eastern Wilderness. 2 second-tier peak defensive magic weapons would be a very good gift to a disciple. Junior brother Chen can entrust the materials to me with peace of mind. However, there is no weapon refining workshop I am familiar with in Fengyu, so I may have to wait until I return to finish refining them for you. Sheng Jiaxi generously stated that it was only through her efforts that these 2 tortoise shells were successfully refined into a second-tier peak defensive magic weapon throughout the entire Eastern Wilderness. It was only because she owed Chen Mobai a life that she took the initiative to speak up. Otherwise, as the top weapon refiner in the Eastern Wilderness, her standards were extremely high. Even if an ordinary person obtained a complete material like a tortoise shell and begged her at her door, she might not necessarily be willing to help. It would be such a waste to let you refine it. But the thought crossed Chen Mobai's mind, and he immediately shook his head in refusal. However, he still displayed high emotional intelligence and came up with a very good excuse. Senior sister Sheng was also severely injured in the battle with the demon beast. How can I let you waste your energy refining magic weapons? I plan to boil this tortoise shell into a medicinal juice to help my disciple, who is training his body to recover. Tortoise shells are an excellent medicinal material. Whether boiled into powder or soaked in alcohol, they can nourish the blood and strengthen the heart and kidneys. A third-tier tortoise shell is a treasure coveted by cultivators who specialize in body tempering. However, most people who possess such items refine them into magical artifacts, since if they were consumed as medicine, they would be gone once consumed. That disciple who cultivated the 9-ren body, that's not bad, but this tortoise shell is full of vital energy, and there's also demonic power mixed in. When refining it, you still need to be careful to dilute it. Previously, when Chen Mobai went to rescue Nujiang, Sheng Jiaxi was in charge of the overall battlefield. Naturally, he noticed Zhuo Ming, whose painting style was unusual. He praised her highly, thinking that she was indeed the successor of Chen's junior brother. Her killing intent was cold and she was ruthless. Thank you for the reminder, senior sister. As the two were talking, Nujiang finally lowered the array plate that had been floating in front of him. He summoned his disciple Jai Guanhai and told him about the damage he had detected in the array through the operation of the array plate, instructing him to lead his disciples to repair it one by one. After Jai Guanhai left, Nujiang sighed, took out some materials from his storage bag, and used them to fill in the missing corner of the array plate in his palm. The seal outside Huanglong Cave will probably be completely ineffective in another 60 years at most, and that will be the time when my Fengyu is destroyed. At the very center of Yunmeng Marsh is the cave dwelling, where the 5th-tier yellow dragon once resided. However, after Huanglong ascended to heaven with Yiyu and Zhenjun, the cave disappeared without a trace, and no one could find the entrance to enter. Until several hundred years ago, this venomous dragon flew out of the Yellow Dragon Cave and wreaked havoc on the Yunmeng Marsh with the power of a 4th-order dragon, gathering thousands of water demons, stirring up monstrous waves, and crashing against both banks. At that time, there were no nascent soul cultivators in the Eastern Wilderness and Eastern Wu regions. Faced with 4th-order demonic beasts, they could only retreat step by step and let them kill at will. While the Eastern barbarians have nascent soul cultivators, they are too lazy to come and act on behalf of heaven to save the common people. It wasn't until Sun Huangwu of Eastern Wu achieved nascent soul that the poison dragon had a worthy opponent. However, this poisonous dragon had inherited the legacy of the Yellow Dragon Cave, possessing a powerful bloodline and astonishing supernatural abilities. After Sun Huangwu reached the nascent soul stage, he fought against it 7 times and was defeated in every single battle. In order to protect the territory of Eastern Wu, the Sun family took advantage of the external threat of the poison dragon to bring all the immortal cultivation families into their alliance. They then set up a huge 4th-grade high-quality formation on the shore, and with Sun Huangwu personally overseeing it, they were finally able to repel the poison dragon and ensure that it could not set foot on the territory of Eastern Wu. More than 100 years after Sun Huangwu achieved nascent soul, Hunyuan Leazu returned from the east after achieving nascent soul. With the addition of the White Crow ancestor of Dongyi, the three cultivators joined forces to kill the poison dragon, exterminate the water demons of Yunmeng Marsh, and eliminate this great scourge. However, Poison Dragon was exceptionally strong, and with two powerful magic treasures, he managed to escape back to Yellow Dragon Cave with his subordinates, despite being pursued by three nascent soul cultivators. The three patriarchs of Hunyuan naturally wanted to chase after them. Unfortunately, the cave left behind by the ascended demon beast contained a natural killing formation. White Crow Ancestor's junior brother, Gray Feather Taoist, died inside. If the three nascent soul cultivators hadn't retreated quickly, they probably would have been trapped inside as well. After escaping, the three nascent soul cultivators joined forces to set up a huge barrier outside the Yellow Dragon Cave to prevent the poison dragon from causing trouble again. This is equivalent to sealing off the door, turning the cave into both the dragon's protection and its cage. However, the power of a nascent soul cultivator cannot be preserved indefinitely. With the passing of Sun Hyungwoo and Hunyuan Leazu, the sealing power could not be replenished, and after nearly 100 years, it could no longer remain intact, and gaps appeared. The gap was so small that it couldn't allow a fourth-tier being like the poison dragon to squeeze out, but it could allow first-tier and second-tier demonic beasts to emerge. Some weaker third-tier monsters were also forcibly sent out by the poison dragon. This is also the conclusion drawn from observations of the Nujiang River in recent years. Unfortunately, we discovered it too late. The mysteriously appearing third-tier demonic beast that ravaged Yunmeng's more than 30 years ago should have been the first third-tier beast to emerge from Huanglong Cave. We thought it was a native Yunmeng's demonic beast that had evolved. Nujiang sighed, which reminded Chen Mobai of when he first arrived at Yunmeng's. The destruction of Qingguang Island was due to a mysterious third-tier demon beast breaking the formation. Later, Chen Mobai also inquired with Fu Zhangju about it. At that time, he and Mo Duguang were chasing this monster, but it escaped into the Yellow Dragon Cave. Because they assumed it was a newly evolved demonic beast from Yunmeng Marsh, they relaxed their vigilance after confirming that it had entered the sealed area and would not reappear, believing that the threat had been eliminated. However, as more and more third-tier demonic beasts appeared in the Eastern Wu region in recent years, Nujiang also noticed something was wrong. After multiple verifications, it was finally confirmed that a gap had appeared in the seal of the three nascent soul cultivators outside the Yellow Dragon Cave, and the demonic beasts under the poison dragon's command were pouring out one by one. It seems that because Sun Hyungwoo died relatively early, the seal on the exit of Huanglong Cave facing Eastern Wu broke down more quickly, allowing more monsters to emerge. As for Feng Yuwu, the primordial ancestor died a few decades later, so the seal was still relatively intact, and few demonic beasts managed to escape. This was also thanks to the fact that the Eastern Wu side withstood the pressure, and did not have their defenses collapse due to the attack by the monsters. Otherwise, Feng Yuwu would probably have fallen long ago. After all, the number of core formation cultivators in the Eastern Wilderness is even less than that in the Eastern Wu. Especially after Jai Zhenqi and Nan Shidao were killed, the previous situation of the 7 major sects working together to develop Yunmeng's completely collapsed, and only the 5-element sect and the Divine Wood sect could take the lead. Let's hold on for as long as we can. If Feng Yuwu is gone, Eastern Wu will have to bear the pressure from both sides, which will be even more difficult to handle. Zheng Jiaxi spoke up, her face also showing helplessness. There are only a few core formation cultivators in the Eastern Wilderness. Zhou Yi rarely leaves the Hunyuan immortal city. In recent years, the Shenmu sect has been wreaking havoc everywhere, causing Huishan Valley and Chuixu Palace to stick together for warmth. However, at that time, she really did not expect that the sealing of Huanglong Cave would cause problems so quickly, putting all the pressure on her and Nujiang. Fortunately, the Shenmu sect still cherishes the bonds of camaraderie among its members, or perhaps they are aware of the dire consequences of the fall of Feng Yuwu, and have provided support to many foundation establishment and true disciples over the years. This time, they encountered an attack by third-tier demonic beasts, and Chen Mobai, the sect leader, personally led the team to help stabilize the situation. Senior Brother Fu will soon lead the disciples of our sect's sword training department and spirit beast department over. Senior Brother Mo is currently in seclusion, but 4 of the 12 sword-wielding disciples have already set off with their subordinates. Chen Mobai spoke up and shared what he knew, which relieved Nujiang and Sheng Jiaxi somewhat. It's a pity that after Master passed away, the relationship with Ancestor Beiwu faded. If he were willing to come and reinforce the seal, our Eastern Wu and Eastern Wilderness wouldn't have to bear such enormous pressure. Sheng Jiaxi then revealed another secret. She had once gone to the Bathing Sun Sea to seek an audience with the White Crow ancestor, hoping that he would personally come to Yunmeng Marsh, but unfortunately, she was flatly refused. We still need to have our own nascent soul cultivators, whether it's Eastern Wu or Eastern Wilderness, just one is enough. Nujiang sighed. Ever since he formed his corps, he had been guarding the Wind and Rain Valley formation, and was the one who most wanted to be free. After hearing his words, Chen Mobai felt a surge of pride and a sense of duty. End of this chapter. Chapter 610, Water Spiritual Root greatly increased. Bonus chapter for 8,800 monthly tickets. Chapter 610, Water Spiritual Root greatly increased. Bonus chapter for 8,800 monthly tickets. Metal 23, Wood 45, Water 21, Fire 84, Earth 20. After finishing the fish soup stewed by Zhuo Ming, Chen Mobai used the spirit testing instrument to check his current spiritual root and nodded slightly. The water spirit root increased by 5 points, which came from the monster ingredients in Yunmeng Marsh. He had been stationed at Fengyuwu for a month. Since killing the 2 third-tier demonic beasts, the demonic beasts that came out of the Yellow Dragon Cave had stopped attacking Fengyuwu on a large scale, but they were still causing great damage in the island markets of the rest of Yunmengs. Faced with this situation, the 3 core formation cultivators had no good solution but to send out their foundation establishment cultivators to support the various markets under their jurisdiction. After thinking for a moment, Chen Mobai decided to release all the people he had brought, except for Zhuo Ming, to guard the island markets that the Shenmu sect had established in Yunmengs over the years. Even so, there are still not enough people. Thanks to its years of campaigns in the north and south, the Shenmu sect has established itself as the overlord of the Eastern Wilderness, and has also brought the markets of Hanshin Mountain and Liujia Mountain in Yunmeng Marsh under its control, resulting in a massive increase in the territory it controls. Currently, there are 38 markets belonging to the Shenmu sect in Yunmengs. It occupies almost half of the core area. These markets rent out spiritual cave dwellings every year, sell sect pills, magical artifacts, spiritual rice, and buy and sell materials from demonic beasts. The net profit ranges from 50 to 60,000 spirit stones to over 100,000, which is a considerable income. Besides those directly controlled, there are nearly 20 island markets near the border, developed by foundation establishment families under the Shenmu sect. The garrison commanders of these various countries have generally invested in them, essentially assisting each other in development. For example, the Iron Green Market, although the Divine Wood sect does not take a cut, relies on the teleportation arrays of these markets to build a complete trade route in the Yunmeng Marsh, greatly facilitating the transportation of various goods. Therefore, we cannot allow these island markets to be breached by monsters. If possible, we should send people to provide assistance. The Shenmu sect usually has 10 foundation establishment cultivators stationed in Yunmengs. With the addition of those brought by Chen Mobai, the sect's market cannot be guarded by 1 foundation establishment cultivator at a time. However, foundation establishment cultivators are basically capable of dealing with the demonic beasts that roam the Yunmeng Marsh and may attack any island or market at any time. In this way, even if the island is attacked by demonic beasts, the power of the island protecting formation can be activated to support the island, until cultivators from other nearby markets are teleported over to provide assistance. After listening to Zhang Deming, a Foundation establishment cultivator from the Divine Wood sect who had been stationed in Yunmeng's for almost his entire life, explained the situation, Chen Mobai made a decisive decision. He ordered the Yu Kingdom, Yun Kingdom, Lei Kingdom, and Zhao Kingdom, which had originally set up defenses on the shore, to leave behind only one Foundation establishment cultivator and have the rest choose a nearby market town to take charge. The 4 garrison commanders naturally obeyed orders, and all of them personally led their teams into Yunmeng's. In particular, King Zhou was the most proactive, and the vanguard of his Zhao Kingdom was already in the Taikingfang market. After receiving the order from the sect leader, he immediately led his men to Sufeng Island Market, which is closest to Fengyuwu, and even made a special trip to pay his respects to Chen Mobai. Chen Mobai invited him to stay for a meal, which Zhu Ming personally cooked, and he also opened a jar of spirit wine. After mobilizing the Foundation establishment experts from the 4 kingdoms, the Shenmu sect managed to stabilize the situation in its 28 markets. Sure enough, 3 markets were attacked by large groups of monsters during this period. Thanks to the rapid spread of the news, the nearby markets watched out for and supported each other. After a fierce battle, they managed to hold on. However, there were also some clever ones among the demon beasts. After 3 attacks on the island, they discovered that the markets of the Divine Wood sect were helping each other. During another attack on the island, using a diversionary tactic, while the Foundation establishment cultivators on Jingbo Island were leaving to provide support, they suddenly emerged from the water and, led by 5 second-tier demonic beasts, directly shook the island's spiritual veins and broke through the Great Formation. Although Chen Mobai later received the news and personally tracked down the group of demonic beasts near Jingbo Island, he only found 2 second-tier demonic beasts leading their groups. Even if he wiped them out, he could not undo the loss of the entire island's market being leveled. Time flies, and a year has passed quickly. Chen Mobai devoured almost every demonic beast in Yunmeng Marsh, and his water spirit root also increased to 35 points. Even within the immortal sects, this is considered a pretty good number. The only regrettable thing is that the situation in Yunmeng's is quite tense, and as a core formation cultivator, he has a great responsibility and dares not leave for even a moment. Therefore, I did not go to the Divine Tree Secret Realm to touch the talent tree. But this is something he can easily make up for. After all, the Heavenly River Realm is vast and rich in resources, and there must be many rare and precious materials that can enhance spiritual roots. He himself is also cultivating the pure Yang Dharma body, and he will eventually have the opportunity to take out the remaining 24 great techniques. Junior brother, senior brother Mo has arrived. At this moment, Fu Zhangju's voice transmission rang in Chen Mobai's ear, and he immediately put down the turtle shell soup that Zhu Ming had just cooked. When Chen Mobai came out, Nujiang and Fu Zhangju were already waiting outside the teleportation array. Sheng Jiaxi had previously fought a great battle with 2 third-tier demonic beasts, using not only secret techniques but also taking secret medicines. Although he survived, he was severely injured. After Fu Zhangju led the people of Shenmu sect to arrive, he returned to his Yan Kingdom Fire True Palace to heal his wounds. After Sheng Jiaxi left, Chen Mobai used the excuse that the demon beasts were too powerful, and the 5 elements and divine wood factions were not strong enough to help them, and invited Yan Shaiyan from Huishan Valley and Kong Lingling from Chuixu Palace to come to Fengyuwu to help. Unfortunately, these 2 were even more cowardly than he had imagined. They would rather let the dozen or so markets that his family had painstakingly developed in Yunmeng's be besieged by monsters than come over. However, the 2 of them weren't completely shameless. At least they didn't order the 2 Foundation establishment cultivators who had originally stayed in Yunmeng's to be recalled. Or rather, they were unwilling to give up their interests in Yunmeng's. He Jintong of Huishan Valley was a capable man. Seeing that the monsters in Yunmeng Marsh were rampant, and that the Shenmu 5 Elements sect could only protect themselves and could not be relied upon, he immediately abandoned the 7 peripheral islands and led his 6 foundation establishment disciples to guard the 3 core markets and the 3 islands where precious spiritual herbs were planted. Moreover, before abandoning the island market, they took everything of value with them and burned everything they couldn't take, leaving nothing for the monsters. Finally, the 6 islands that He Jintang was guarding were not far apart, so although they were attacked by monsters twice, they survived by relying on the disciples of Huishan Valley and the recruitment of rogue cultivators. Compared to Huishan Valley, Chuixu Palace fared much worse. Previously, Kong Lingling had only sent 4 foundation establishment cultivators. Amidst the horde of monsters, the late-stage foundation establishment cultivator leading the group hesitated and was unwilling to abandon all the markets. Ultimately, due to the dispersed strength of the cultivators, the market was successively defeated by the monsters. By the time she realized what was happening and tried to withdraw her power, 2 foundation establishment cultivators, who were outnumbered while guarding the island, had already died under the siege of several second-tier demonic beasts. Even she herself had to use all her trump cards to escape. In the end, of the 9 markets of Fubuki Palace, only the most central one remained. It was also constantly attacked by the monsters, and the protective array was on the verge of collapse. Zooting, this is the sect's last stronghold. We must not lose it. This late-stage foundation establishment cultivator was named Chi Kuijin. Her right arm had been swallowed by a strange fish, and her face was pale. After storing all the spirit stones and other precious items on the island in her storage bag, she took the teleportation array and left first, entrusting the responsibility of protecting the island to Zhu Ting, the last foundation establishment cultivator. After guarding her for half a year, Zhu Ting finally couldn't hold on any longer. Seeing the island's protective formation begin to crumble, she could only grit her teeth and lead the remaining dozens of disciples of the Snowfall Palace, riding the escape light into the teleportation array, channeling her spiritual energy in an attempt to escape. But after waiting for a while, the teleportation array did not respond at all. Zhu Ting's eyes widened, and she tried twice more in disbelief. It remains the same. She finally realized that the other side of the teleportation array had been destroyed. Who did it? Chi Kuijin? Or a sect? Zhu Ting felt a wave of despair. They were in the Yunmeng Marsh, fighting with their last bit of strength to protect this last stronghold for their sect. I never expected to be betrayed in return. Uncle Master, has the sect abandoned us? A chubby-cheeked girl, seeing that the teleportation array was slow to activate, naturally understood what it meant. Her eyes were filled with unbelievable grief and anger. Asu. Boom. Just as Zhu Ting was about to say a few words of comfort, the icy, snow-white protective barrier that had enveloped the island finally shattered completely under the siege of countless demonic beasts. My fellow disciples, scatter and flee for your lives. Every person who can escape is a good one. Zhu Ting could only say this last sentence before riding her white flying sword into the sky and heading east. Their island isn't too far from the borders of the Cloud Kingdom and the Thunder Kingdom, which is why this teleportation array can directly transport people ashore. At Zhu Ting's foundation establishment cultivation speed, she only needs to hold out for 3 days to reach the shore. However, after battling the demonic beasts, her spiritual power was less than 60%, and she knew she couldn't hold on for much longer. And she will definitely be hunted down by monsters. Therefore, the direction she chose was the nearest Shenmu Zongfang market. That was a rebuilt island called Qingguang. She had been there twice before. As long as we can hold out until there. With this belief in mind, Zhu Ting's flying sword became even faster, but a gust of blue wind immediately rushed from midair to intercept it. This is a second-tier black plague bird. On the other hand, there is also a strange fish breaking through the waves on the water. 2 powerful demonic auras locked onto Zhu Ting, clearly indicating that they did not intend to let her go. Wind blades and water arrows crisscrossed, bursting from the sky and the water, forcing Zhu Ting to change her speed and position to dodge. Under these circumstances, she was quickly caught up by 2 second-tier demonic beasts. Zhu Ting gritted her teeth and swallowed a pill that had depleted her spiritual energy, restoring it to its peak. Then, she used her flying sword to fight the two demonic beasts while struggling to fly towards Qingguang Island. Finally, after half a day, she saw the outline of Qingguang Island. The Foundation establishment cultivator stationed on the island also noticed it, and immediately a surge of divine sense emerged to investigate the truth. "Who goes there?" Zhu Ting immediately introduced herself, saying that she was a member of the Chuixu Palace and that the market had been breached. She hoped that her senior brother from the Shenmu sect could come to her rescue. "I'm sorry, but during wartime, we cannot allow any Foundation establishment cultivators of unknown origin to enter the island." However, the Foundation establishment cultivator from the Divine Wood sect stationed on Qingguang Island refused outright, and then withdrew his divine sense. At this moment, Zhu Ting was completely desperate. End of this chapter. Chapter 611 Sword Demon Thunder Sound. Chapter 611 Sword Demon Thunder Sound. Above Feng Yuwu, Chen Mobai and Mo Duguang flew in midair, their sword lights of different colors crisscrossing under their control. The golden sword light, like a burning flame, flickered, and the scorching heat caused wisps of water to rise from the surface. The light refracted, creating a dazzling rainbow-like effect. With a thought, Chen Mobai unleashed the full power of the blazing sun slash, which instantly landed in front of Mo Duguang. However, a glint of light flashed in Mo Duguang's calm eyes, and then he raised his right index finger and gently waved it at Chen Mobai. A bluish-white sword light arrived from behind, slicing across Chen Mobai's cheek before Yan Yang could strike Mo Duguang, cutting off a strand of his hair. At this moment, clusters of multicolored clouds appeared on Chen Mobai's face. This was the automatic protection function of the crimson cloud smoke robe. However, Mo Duguang's sword light had already struck. After a while, Chen Mobai heard a thunderous sound in the void. "Is this the sword demon thunder sound?" As expected, they can't react fast enough. However, this was mainly because Chen Mobai wanted to experience this level of realm firsthand. Otherwise, with his void-piercing spirit eye fully focused, he would have been able to use the ground-leaving flame escape technique to dodge it. However, this requires a high level of concentration. You need to judge the path of Mo Duguang's sword light the instant it bursts forth, and ensure that your escape route does not intersect with the sword light. Senior brother, Mo has mastered the art of swordsmanship and can be said to be invincible in the eastern wilderness. After practicing his swordsmanship, Chen Mobai laughed heartily, sheathed the flaming sun slash, and landed towards wind and rain dock with Mo Duguang. "Congratulations, senior brother Mo." Fu Zhangju and the others, who had witnessed the entire training session of the two great sword cultivators from the eastern wilderness, also showed joy. With a strong ally like Mo Duguang in charge, as long as the poison dragon didn't come out in person, Feng Yuwu was basically as stable as Mount Tai. "I never expected that you, junior brother, would also pass away before us." Nujiang looked at Mo Duguang and couldn't help but feel a surge of emotions. Of the disciples of the former Hunyuan ancestor, he and Sheng Jiaxi were stuck in the mid-stage of core formation. Zhou Shenqing and Zhou Yi were in the late stage of core formation, and now there was another one, Mo Duguang. Moreover, Mo Duguang also mastered the sword demon thunder sound. It should be noted that even the primordial ancestor, who was known as an all-rounder during his lifetime, was only this good at swordsmanship. After the sword's roar and thunderous sound, comes the technique of condensing the sword into threads, breaking through all laws with a single strike. That is the pinnacle of swordsmanship, which even nascent soul cultivators may not be able to achieve. Although Sword Fiend Thunder Sound is strong, it is still powerless against a nascent soul cultivator. Mo Duguang said calmly. Those who knew his personality simply smiled at this. With junior brother Mo's current late-stage core formation realm and his Sword Fiend Thunder Sound realm, I wonder how much of a chance he has against Sun Huangji. At this moment, Nujiang suddenly asked a question. Sun Huangji had already reached the peak of the core formation stage 60 years ago, and was known as the #1 expert in Eastern Wu, the next Sun Huangwu. Zhou Shenking had fought Sun Huangji before, and only managed to remain undefeated thanks to the powerful defense of the longevity scripture. However, Zhou Shenking later admitted that this was because the two did not use any secret techniques or magical artifacts during their sparring. If Sun Huangji had really gone all out and relied on his bloodline to control the fourth-tier magical artifact left by Sun Huangwu, he would definitely have been utterly defeated. Sun Huangji was known as Huang Wu Reborn, and his fame was so great that it was known even among the Dongyi people. In his youth, he even traveled to the eastern lands, and because of his outstanding talent, he was even noticed by a reclusive elder of a major sect and taken in as a disciple. Unfortunately, Sun Huangwu passed away, and Sun Huangji left the major sects in the east and returned to Eastern Wu to inherit his family's legacy. However, according to Zhou Shenking's speculation, it was probably because Sun Huangwu left behind resources for nascent soul formation that Sun Huangji returned from the eastern lands. Although the major sects in the eastern lands sound prestigious, the competition for resources and cultivation techniques within these sects is actually extremely fierce due to the large number of disciples and followers. Sun Huangji returned to Eastern Wu and inherited the territory that Sun Huangwu had conquered, which allowed him to gather more resources to help him achieve nascent soul stage. I've never fought him, but if Sun Huangji doesn't use a fourth-tier magic weapon, I don't think I'll lose. Mo Duguang calmly stated his judgment. Sword cultivators become more powerful as they progress. Before Mo Duguang reached his current level of cultivation and swordsmanship, he had already killed Jai Zhenqi and Nan Shidao, making him the undisputed #1 sword cultivator in the eastern wilderness. Now that he has mastered the sword fiend thunder sound and reached the late stage of core formation, he can basically be considered to be in the first tier below the nascent soul stage. However, this only applies to those who have reached the core formation stage. If they encounter a fourth-tier power cultivator with high attack but low defense, most of them will only be able to die in defeat. With senior brother Mo here, I can go back with peace of mind. Chen Mobai smiled and said that, in fact, after he killed 2 third-tier demonic beasts, the situation in the eastern wilderness Yunmeng Marsh had stabilized. At least in Fengyuwu, there had been no large-scale demonic beast sieges for a long time. It was only the outer island markets that were being attacked by the monsters, who had broken up into smaller groups. It was precisely for this reason that Chen Mobai, who was about to break through to the pure Yang scroll, felt that staying here was a waste of time. However, without him here to oversee things, if they were to be besieged by third-tier demonic beasts again, Nujiang and Fu Zhangju alone might not be able to defend themselves. So he was stuck here. If it weren't for Zhuo Ming going out every day to hunt for all sorts of delicious food for him to try, he would have been unable to stay any longer. Now that he has Mo Duguang, Chen Mobai can finally go back to seclusion with peace of mind. Thank you for your hard work this past year, junior brother Chen. When he left, Nujiang came to see him off and expressed his sincere gratitude. He even prepared a bushel of pearls as a thank you gift. This is a specialty of Yunmeng's, containing extremely pure water spiritual energy. In the eastern wilderness, it is equivalent to spirit stones. Moreover, because the spiritual energy is mild and easy to absorb, it is even more precious than spirit stones in the eyes of cultivators with specific cultivation techniques. The pearls from the Nujiang River are all of the highest quality, each one equivalent to a top-grade spirit stone. After declining a couple of times, Chen Mobai accepted it without hesitation. When he put them in his possession, he counted them with his divine sense. There were 88 in total, which was considered a very auspicious sign. Farewell, my 3 senior brothers. As Chen Mobai laughed heartily at Nujiang, Mo Duguang, and Fu Zhangju, he led Zhuo Ming and Jiang Zhengheng into the central hall of Fengyuwu. This is one of only 2 medium-sized teleportation arrays in the eastern wilderness. Leading them was Jai Guanhai, a true disciple of Nujiang, who explained the functions of the teleportation array to Chen Mobai in detail. Uncle Chen, in theory, this medium-sized teleportation array can be linked to the small teleportation arrays in any market town within the border country of Yunmengs. Jai Guanhai's words surprised Chen Mobai slightly. Didn't this mean that the five-element sect could directly enter the territory of the divine wood sect through the teleportation array at Fengyuwu? This also requires a small teleportation array on the other side to receive it. Several core formation elders are aware of this. When the family split up, they all agreed that only the border markets of the Rain Kingdom and the Cloud Kingdom would be open to this medium-sized teleportation array. This was also Zhou Shenking's request, because this medium-sized teleportation array can save a lot of transportation time. After hearing Jai Guanhai's words, Chen Mobai nodded slightly. Please, Uncle Chen, select the location for teleportation. After the introduction, Jai Guanhai pointed to a large map hanging on the wall, which showed the entire eastern wilderness. Within the Cloud Kingdom and Rain Kingdom, there were 6 red dots, which were the markets that could be directly teleported to. Then let's go with Nangxi Market. Upon seeing the familiar name, Chen Mobai immediately chose this place where he had risen to power, and then stepped into the medium-sized teleportation array with his 2 disciples. The rest of the Foundation establishment cultivators he brought, including Ding Ying, were left in Yunmeng Marsh until the current monster tide was completely over before they returned. Upon hearing this, Jai Guanhai immediately nodded and placed a piece of void stone into a certain groove. Soon, a silvery light began to shine, enveloping Chen Mobai and his 2 disciples, and teleporting them towards Nangxi Market. Above Qingguang Island, Zhu Ting probed her storage bag with her divine sense, wanting to see what talismans and pills she still had. Her strong will to survive made her stubbornly fight against the 2 second-tier demonic beasts, even when she only had 1/10 of her spiritual power left, and her flying sword had cracked. But by this point, she was truly at her wit's end. With a clang, after being struck by wind blades and blue lightning once more, her flying sword finally broke completely. A look of despair appeared on her snow-white face. After taking the last pill to restore her spiritual power, she carefully took out a red string hanging around her neck. A talisman was tied with a red string. It was a gift Chen Mobai gave to Zuding when she finished her apprenticeship at Zionenchen and left. A second-tier, mid-grade purple fire sword talisman. She had always treasured this talisman as her most precious possession, and she would never have used it if she hadn't been on the verge of death. Sect leader Chen, save me. After silently reciting the mantra, Zhu Ting followed the method taught by Chen Mobai and kept it firmly in mind, transforming her spiritual power to activate the purple fire sword talisman. Amidst the roaring waves, the second-tier demonic beast in the water opened its blood-red maw and leaped high, about to swallow the delicate and helpless girl whole. A wisp of purple flame lit up in Zhu Ting's palm, and then in an instant it burst into a dazzling purple flame, like a pillar of purple fire connecting heaven and earth, slashing into the gaping mouth of the second-tier monster fish. With a loud bang, the monster whose scales Zhu Ting's flying sword couldn't even break through before was completely shattered under the purple fire sword talisman, turning into a sky full of blood and flesh. The flesh and blood burned with purple flames, instantly giving off the smell of grilled fish, but it quickly turned charred black, and by the time it fell onto the water's surface, it was nothing but piles of ashes. A single talisman was enough to kill a second-tier demonic beast. Seeing this, Zhu Ting felt an even greater sense of awe and reverence for Chen Mobai, knowing that, when she obtained this talisman, this sect leader Chen had not yet formed his core. Even though he was only at the Foundation establishment stage, the talismans he crafted could still instantly kill second-tier demonic beasts, which shows that his reputation as an unparalleled sword genius was well-deserved. However, I'm still going to die. After Zhu Ting used up the sword talisman that she had treasured for more than 20 years, the last of the spiritual power in her dantian was exhausted. If it weren't for the pill I took earlier that was slowly helping me recover, I probably wouldn't be able to fly anymore and would have fallen into the water. A sharp shout rang out, and she looked up to see a second-tier black plague bird not far away, seemingly enraged by the death of its companion. However, he was also afraid that Zhu Ting might have a second talisman of such power, so he did not approach rashly. Instead, he used his innate divine power again, condensing wind and thunder into a green blade. Amidst the chilling whistling sound, the blue blade slashed from the black plague bird's wings crossed and fell towards Zhu Ting. I hope that in my next life, I can become a disciple of sect leader Chen. Before she died, this wish came to Zhu Ting's mind. A faint smile appeared on her lips as she closed her eyes, preparing to face her death. Splash! Just then, the sound of water droplets condensing rang in her ears, followed by a violent collision of two spiritual energies, and a powerful gust of air pushed Zhu Ting away. But soon a wave of water surged in and caught Zhu Ting's flying body. "Where did you get this sword talisman from?" A clear, melodious voice rang in Zhu Ting's ears. She opened her eyes and saw a girl in a long dress with a thin jade belt around her waist, her figure as slender and graceful as water, standing in midair. She used her right hand to control water, protecting Zhu Ting within a water elemental shield. "It was bestowed upon me by your sect's headmaster, Chen." Under these circumstances, Zhu Ting naturally grasped at the last straw. Seeing that the bright-eyed and delicate girl remained silent, she immediately began to talk about her experience of learning how to cultivate fire spirit rice in Zionan Mountain before she established her foundation. "Do you know senior sister Zhuo?" Finally, the pretty young girl asked a question. Zhu Ting nodded and said that when they were learning martial arts at Zionan, Chen Mobai was busy with seclusion and cultivation, so Zhuo Ming basically taught him on his behalf. The two were close friends. "Then you should know how many floors Sister Zhu's wine cellar has, right?" "When I left, Senior Sister Zhu had just dug to the third underground level. When Headmaster Chen held his core formation ceremony, I came to your sect to present a gift and talked with Senior Sister Zhu. She said that she had already dug to the 6th underground level, but she was not sure which level it was now." After hearing Zhu Ting's answer, the pretty young girl finally nodded. At this moment, the second-tier black plague bird once again unleashed the wind and thunder azure blade. But Zhu Ting's body had already been carried by the girl through the protective shield of Azure Light Island and into the protective range of the Great Formation. With a loud bang, the monster's attack was shattered by the Great Formation. Then, as the black plague bird lingered somewhat unwillingly above Azure Light Island, a clear and bright heavenly wood divine light shot into the sky, accurately predicting its flight path and directly evaporating the second-tier demon beast into a blood mist. "Thank you for your help, senior sister. May I ask your name?" Although Zhu Ting was weak, she still maintained proper etiquette and bowed to the pretty young girl. "My name is Gu Yan. If we're talking about the time it took to reach Foundation establishment, you can just call me junior sister." Gu Yan bowed slightly in return. She had served Chen Mobai for a period of time and happened to recognize the purple fire sword talisman. End of this chapter. Chapter 612 Breakthrough. Chapter 612 Breakthrough. Zhang Heng, back then, Minger and I passed the sex assessment and selection right here. After arriving at Nangxi Market, Chen Mobai couldn't help but reminisce about the past, telling Jiang Xingheng about what had happened before. Beside him, all the Foundation establishment cultivators from the 4 major families of Nangxi Fang City had arrived, respectfully following behind him and listening to him instruct his disciples. After a while, Chen Mobai, who was walking at the front, stopped and then waved to Liu Jingxian. Amidst the envious gazes of the other 3 Foundation establishment cultivators, Liu Jingxian suppressed a smile and quickly walked to the side of Chen Mobai and his 2 disciples. "Greetings, sect leader Chen. No need for formalities. How's the upgrade of your family's spiritual land industry going?" As the family of the eldest disciple and a designated cooperative family for the Shenmu sect to expand the spiritual rice market, Chen Mobai paid close attention to the Liu family. When he inspected the 6 kingdoms before, he personally helped them complete the new spiritual field development plan. "Very good. Following sect leader Chen's guidance, I led the family cultivators to reorganize the old and new spirit fields. The first-tier fields will be planted every year. The second-tier spirit fields will be divided into 4 plots and planted in sequence to avoid the second-tier spirit rice requiring too much earth energy when it matures, which would damage the essence of the spirit fields. 7 years have passed, and now the family can harvest a large amount of first-grade spirit rice and 3,000 caddies of second-grade spirit rice every year. These are in short supply, especially the second-grade spirit rice. Foundation establishment families from Yun Kingdom and even neighboring countries will come to place orders in advance. It just so happens that the second-tier flower rice is almost ripe this year. I have already had a second-tier azure blood carp killed. Why don't you and your 2 disciples have a meal at my Liu family's house? Since Liu Jingxian had said so, how could Chen Mobai refuse? Zhang Heng probably hasn't tasted the azure blood carp yet, right? This is the first delicacy I've ever tasted in the cultivation world. Chen Mobai smiled and said to his apprentice that his luck was quite good. After arriving in the heavenly river realm, the azure blood carp and jade bamboo shoots harvested in the water mansion are ingredients that can enhance spiritual roots. Zhang Zhengheng also knew that the Liu family was the family of his eldest brother, so he thanked Liu Jingxian very politely. Just as they were walking towards the Liu family's restaurant in Nangxi Market, a disciple of the Shenmu sect suddenly came over, seemingly to report something. Fei Liang, the person in charge of Shenmu sect in the market, immediately went to contact him and then hurriedly came over. Oh, what a coincidence! Let them come and eat with us. After hearing this, Chen Mobai said something to Fei Liang, who immediately nodded and went to do what the sect leader had instructed. The Shenmu sect disciple who had originally come to report was summoned by Fei Liang and made to accompany Chen Mobai and the others. He was a slender young man with a tall frame, exuding a refined air, and his deep-set eyes were particularly striking. You must be Shenwei. I didn't expect you to be so old now. At this moment, Zhuo Ming, who was standing to the side, looked at the young man and found him increasingly familiar, so she couldn't help but speak up. I didn't expect that Uncle Zhuo would still remember me. The young man's name was Shen Wei. He was a disciple who passed the assessment in Nangxi Fang City in the same year as Chen Mobai and Zhuo Ming, and his spiritual root talent was outstanding. Unfortunately, he was too young at that time, so Yuan Che left a token for Shen Wei's parents, who were also rogue cultivators, so that they could give it to the true disciple of the Shenmu sect who came to recruit disciples in the next year, and they could be admitted to the sect without taking the exam. Zhuo Ming is a nostalgic person, and she has a particularly deep impression of the class of Nangxi Fangxi. You've already reached the 8th level of qi refining. Work hard and strive to become a true disciple in the next sect competition for refining foundation establishment pills, bringing glory to our new generation of disciples. I am foolish and dare not compare myself with the sect leader and all the senior uncles and senior masters. After hearing Zhu Ming's words, Shen Wei waved his hands repeatedly in humility. It should be noted that in their year, besides the peerless genius Chen Mobai, there were also 4 foundation establishment cultivators: Yu Lian, Luo Yixuan, Liu Wenbai, and Zhuo Ming. This was hailed as the most honorable event in the 100-year history of Nangxi Fang City. It is precisely for this reason that many independent cultivators heading to Yunming's are willing to rest and recuperate in this Nangxi market. After being reminded by Zhuo Ming, Chen Mobai remembered who Shen Wei was. Since they were destined to meet, he offered a few words of guidance, which greatly excited the latter. Everyone in the entire eastern wilderness knows that sect leader Chen is fond of teaching others, and those who have received his guidance have all made at least some breakthroughs. It just so happens that Shen Wei has been stuck at the 8th level of qi refining for a long time. Halfway through the instruction, Fei Liang led 2 beautiful female cultivators to where Chen Mobai was dining. Greetings, sect leader. Greetings, sect leader Chen. Both Gu Yan and Zhu Ting bowed respectfully. Oh dear, your injuries are quite serious. With Chen Mobai's cultivation and eyesight, he could naturally see Zhu Ting's condition at a glance. Although she tried her best to hide it, the symptoms of depleted spiritual energy and depleted vital essence were still very obvious. Zhu Ting didn't hide anything and told me about her experience in Yunmeng's. Pass on my order to have Dong Xuan's investigate this matter. Chen Mobai spoke to Fei Liang, who immediately nodded and took her leave. Then, Chen Mobai gestured for Zhu Ting to come forward and extend her hand to carefully examine her injuries. Damaging the source is a bit troublesome. After taking his pulse, Chen Mobai frowned slightly and said, "Master, what should we do?" Zhu Ming, who was standing to the side, asked worriedly. She and Zhu Ting were good friends. Hearing this, she couldn't help but hold Zhu Ting's hand and sigh. In the eastern wilderness, damage to one's very essence is essentially incurable. For example, if one's original essence is lost by 10%, then even if the body recovers, the cultivator's spiritual power can only be restored to 90%. The remaining 10% is irrecoverable. Even if one's cultivation level improves and one's spiritual power becomes stronger, the loss of 1 unit of original essence can never be made up for. Of course, it's not like there's really no way. Some precious natural materials can repair the original state. For example, the three lights divine water of the star heaven Tao sect can be described as omnipotent. For example, there is an elixir formula in the bathing sun sea called bathing sun, which is specifically designed to address situations where the source of one's essence is damaged. But for Zhu Ting, both of these were precious items that she could never obtain. I'm already very lucky to have survived, and I have to thank junior sister Gu for this. However, Zhu Ting took it all in stride. Perhaps the cultivators of the heavenly river realm had already made this preparation when they first began their cultivation journey. In the eastern wilderness, there are very few cultivators who haven't fought using their source energy. Junior nephew Zhu, please refrain from using your spiritual power during this time. Minger, please take good care of her. After I return, I will consult some relevant literature to see if there are any other methods. Chen Mobai felt that the immortal sect must have a solution, but he wasn't a professional doctor and didn't dare to make any guarantees. Zhu Ting naturally bowed deeply in gratitude. After Chen Mobai gestured for her to stand up, he asked about Gu Yan. Shouldn't you be in the Rain country? Reporting to the sect leader, during the Battle of Yunmeng's, senior brother Hong summoned me because the sects in Yun Kingdom did not have enough foundation establishment cultivators, so he sent me to guard the market on Qingguang Island. Gu Yan answered truthfully that compared to Zhou Wang, Shen Hong, and Yi Yun, the other three guarding forces were indeed much weaker, and they didn't even have the basic configuration of 3 foundation establishment cultivators. Since the Rain Kingdom and the Cloud Kingdom are close, the Red River has paid more attention to the island markets of some sects. How's the thing I asked you to do going? Chen Mobai asked this question using telepathy, and Gu Yan said that everything was recorded, but she couldn't show it in public. You all eat first. I have some things to discuss with my junior disciple Gu. Chen Mobai spoke calmly, then got up and walked towards the back pavilion, with Gu Yan immediately getting up to follow. The two men's actions aroused the curiosity of the crowd, but Chen Mobai's prestige was so great that they dared not make wild guesses and could only speculate in their hearts. You've worked hard all these years. When only the two of them remained, Chen Mobai took a scroll from Gu Yan and opened it. It contained detailed records of her 7 years of observation of the Red River in the Rain Kingdom. Although her cultivation level was not as high as Hong's, she still completed the surveillance mission excellently thanks to the many invisibility talismans left by Chen Mobai. Nothing unusual. Chen Mobai looked somewhat surprised after reading the scroll. During these 7 years, under Gu Yan's surveillance, Hong showed no signs of improvement in his demonic powers. Yes, I swear on my Tao heart. Gu Yan nodded solemnly, assuring everyone that what was recorded on the scroll was exactly what she had seen with her own eyes. Okay, let's leave it at that for now. After the monster tide subsides, you don't need to go back to Yu Kingdom. Just apply to return to your sect. I'll take care of the procedures. Since Hong had not shown any signs of practicing demonic arts in the past 7 years, Chen Mobai was willing to believe in the genius of this sect. However, since the matter of the demonic arts was of great importance, he still needed to verify it one last time. To avoid the possibility that Gu Yan might have been exposed, he first needed to transfer her back to the sect to put Hong at ease. Yes, sect leader. Gu Yan smiled when she heard that she could return to her sect. When the two returned to the front, Chen Mobai noticed that no one had touched their chopsticks while he was away. He shook his head slightly and could only pick up his chopsticks and take a piece of fish. After the meal, Dong Xuan, the garrison commander of Yun Kingdom, arrived. Reporting to the sect leader, Qi Qiuzhen arrived on the mainland of Yun Kingdom through the teleportation array half a year ago, but she did not return to Chuixu Palace. Instead, she disappeared. She was probably afraid of being questioned by Kong Lingling after returning, so she took Chuixu Palace's savings in Yunmeng's market and went far away. Dong Xuan then investigated the matter that Chen Mobai had instructed him to do in a fairly thorough manner. Hearing these words, Zhu Ting, who was standing hand in hand with Zhu Ming, turned even paler, but a glimmer of light appeared in her originally gloomy eyes. At least, it wasn't the sect that abandoned them. Yes, write this matter down in writing and send it to Fubuki Palace. Chen Mobai had no liking for traitors, and after giving instructions to Dong Xuan's, he didn't waste any more time here. He led Zhu Ming and the others through the teleportation array, and after flashing several times, they returned to Giantwood Ridge. After returning, he first summoned Yue Zhudao to sort out the various affairs, big and small, within the sect, and then went to the immortal sect. He used online consultation to book an appointment with an old professor from the Imperial Medical Academy and explained Zhu Ting's condition, which had affected her very essence. He soon received an extremely detailed medical plan for recuperation and dietary supplementation. Young lady, don't work too hard at such a young age. Good deeds can be earned slowly, but once your vital energy is depleted, it's hard to replenish. Because Chen Mobai was impersonating Zhu Ting during the consultation, pretending it was a work-related injury due to overwork, he eventually received a word of advice from the old professor. Chen Mobai could only reply with a thank you, then logged off and returned to the heavenly river realm. He used the telescope to call Zhu Ming, and she arrived shortly afterward with Zhu Ting. According to this plan, there are a few ingredients and medicines that Jumu Ridge may not have. Minger, you can post a task on Lingbao Pavilion in your own name to help junior nephew Zhu collect some. Zhu Ming was naturally willing to help her friend, and Zhu Ting was extremely grateful. After the two women left, Chen Mobai called Jiang Xingheng over. I'm about to go into seclusion. You have traveled with me all over the eastern wilderness plateau and fought against monsters in the Yunmeng Marsh. Have you gained any insights or encountered any questions? Jiang Xingheng nodded and voiced some questions that he had been pondering, but could not answer. Using his understanding, Chen Mobai provided answers to each question, guiding him to form correct values. For those he was unsure about, he secretly used the turtle treasure to search within the immortal sect. Jiang Xingheng considered the problems incredibly difficult, but on the vast network of millions of people in the immortal sect, he could find answers that suited Chen Mobai's tastes. Thank you for your guidance, Master. This disciple has no more doubts. After giving his instructions, Chen Mobai gave Jiang Xingheng a gourd of sap from the longevity tree. Chen Mobai, what are your plans next? Jiang Xingheng, I would like to go back to my hometown first to visit my parents, and then return to Changsheng Academy to teach and continue to enrich my knowledge. Chen Mobai, when you go back to your hometown, you can go back to the place where that loquat tree is. Even I can't find it. There must be a mystery behind it. Now that he had some time, Chen Mobai wanted to improve his spiritual roots and take out the 24 great techniques from the longevity sect's inheritance space. The loquat tree that Jiang Xingheng consumed as a child was a spiritual object that he knew was still useful to his spiritual roots. Jiang Xingheng naturally nodded in agreement. Time passed day by day. Zhu Ting recuperated on Zhu Ming's mountain and gradually felt the original essence that had been lost in her Danshan and Sea of Qi begin to recover. She couldn't help but feel even more grateful to Chen Mobai. That day, she was helping to feed the green ox grass, when she suddenly sensed the spiritual energy of heaven and earth above the entire giant tree ridge surging in a certain direction. On Zion and Mountain, two beams of light flashed, and Zhuo Ming, who was farming, and Luo Yixuan, who was on the mountaintop, flew into the air together. The two women looked delighted when they saw the longevity tree from which the spiritual energy of heaven and earth surged. It seems that Master's cultivation has broken through again. End of this chapter. Chapter 613 Reunion with Qing Nu. Chapter 613 Reunion with Qing Nu. Inside the wooden house, Chen Mobai slowly opened his eyes, feeling the even more vast pure yang spiritual power in his Danshan. With his cultivation at the third level of the golden core stage, he couldn't help but nod in satisfaction. This time he didn't use any pills. He simply cultivated to a certain level, meditated, and broke through in one go. Of course, even though this attempt was made, the pure yang purple energy that could help break through the barrier, as well as the blood spirit pill, were placed on the ground next to the futon. When Chen Mobai breaks through to a higher realm, he never hesitates to use any resources and will make the most of all the conditions he can. However, since the breakthrough happened naturally this time, it saved us from using those two precious barrier-breaking spiritual items. Chen Mobai didn't care about using the pure yang purple qi. Because the breakthrough of the pure yang scroll requires the use of this technique, which was specially modified and added by the Yuan Yang ancestor. After all, pure yang cultivators need to devote part of their time to the cultivation of their Dharma body. If they are stuck at a bottleneck when breaking through their realm, it will be virtually impossible for them to successfully cultivate this nascent soul technique. The condensation of pure yang purple energy only requires cultivators to harmonize the essence of the newly risen purple energy each morning. The time required each time is not much and will not delay the cultivation of spiritual power and Dharma body. Therefore, only when the person who condenses the pure yang purple qi uses it can it exert its full effect. Even with such spiritual objects that can help break through barriers, the number of people who can cultivate the pure yang scroll to the nascent soul stage is still very small. Because, in theory, it takes 60 years of uninterrupted practice to condense a complete stream of pure yang purple energy into the first level of the golden core. However, pure yang purple qi has another advantage. Even if it is not a complete wisp, it still has the effect of breaking through barriers. When Chen Mobai broke through to the second level of the golden core stage last time, he used a pure yang purple energy that he had condensed. The current power in his hands is the result of 5 years of refining the formless puppet after his breakthrough in cultivation, plus the power gained from Yin Qingmei's guidance of the Haitian mirror in the past year. According to the rules of the immortal sect, one path is divided into 10 branches. That is to say, it has about 1/10 the efficacy of a complete pure yang purple aura. Basically, all cultivators of the pure yang scroll will save their pure yang purple qi until they have accumulated a complete wisp before using it. They will use it either when breaking through to a higher realm, or when facing critical bottlenecks in the early to middle or middle to late stages of cultivation. Those who dare to cultivate the pure yang scroll must be among the most outstanding geniuses of the immortal sects. If you can't even break through minor realms on your own, it's better to switch to cultivating something like the burning heaven technique as soon as possible. However, Chen Mobai was well aware of his own talent, so when he broke through, he would use all the resources at his disposal. If there were any signs of failure, he would immediately take the medicine without hesitation. So he was pleasantly surprised that he could break through without using pure yang purple qi and blood spirit pill. It may be because of the accumulation of knowledge and experience over time. But Chen Mobai reminded himself not to be arrogant. After all, 6 years had passed since his last breakthrough. Given that his spiritual root, spiritual body, and spiritual vein conditions were all at their peak, it still took him so long to break through, which shows how difficult it is to cultivate the pure yang scroll. What troubled Chen Mobai the most was the pure yang dharma body. Although he has broken through to the third level of the golden core stage, his 7-yang body is still a little short of being able to further enhance his spiritual root. Even with the aid of spirit stones, his cultivation was still incredibly difficult. One can only imagine the agony of the pure yang cultivators of the immortal sects as they watch their progress slow as snails each day on this dharma body. No wonder that despite being the cultivation method with the lowest threshold for nascent soul in the immortal sect, the pure yang scroll is not widely practiced. After breaking through his cultivation level, Chen Mobai took out a high-grade spirit stone and tried to cultivate the pure yang dharma body. After one cycle, he discovered that his speed had increased by 1/5. In this way, in about another 6 months, the 7-yang body will be able to increase his fire spirit root by 3 points again. The higher one's realm, the faster one can cultivate the pure yang dharma body. However, the further one progresses, the more difficult it becomes to cultivate the pure yang dharma body. We need to think of a way to see if we can increase the speed. Thinking this, Chen Mobai took out a pill from his storage bag. It was Han Ting Feng's golden crow holding the sun pill back then. This kind of pill can greatly improve the efficiency of a cultivator in refining fire spiritual power within a year after taking it. Because it originated from the heavenly river realm, Chen Mobai dared not consume it. There was no excuse to explain its origin before, so I didn't ask Qing Nu to identify it. I just kept it in my storage bag and almost forgot about it. Now that I've already bought the void blind box, I can apply that knowledge to this. If the golden crow holding the sun pill works for him, Chen Mobai intends to take it to quickly raise his cultivation level, which will allow him to cultivate the pure yang dharma body even faster. Moreover, the effects of this pill can last for a year. Even if there is pill poisoning, as long as Chen Mobai finds a way to completely resolve it within a year, there will be no problem. He could take the pills while simultaneously neutralizing the poison, making the most of his hard-earned burning lamp technique. With the aid of green Chan spirit tea from Huishan Valley, it would be foolproof. With that thought in mind, Chen Mobai emerged from seclusion. The signs of his breakthrough in cultivation and absorption of a large amount of spiritual energy were visible throughout half of Giant Tree Ridge, so when Yue Zhudao and the others arrived, they all congratulated him first. After dealing with matters concerning the sect, Chen Mobai went to Xiaonan Mountain. 7 days later, Liu Wenbai, who was in charge of the operation of Xiaonan Shampoo outside, rushed back. "Greetings, Master. Well, there is something I need to do to go back to Tiangu. Since it is my personal matter, I don't want to trouble the sect. I can only ask you to do it. Please give your instructions, Master. It would be my honor to serve you." Liu Wenbai was slightly surprised. Chen Mobai rarely took the initiative to assign tasks, and there were only a handful of such assignments after Liu Wenbai joined Xiaonanshan. "You should visit Yan Shayan in my name and give him this letter." Chen Mobai wanted to exchange for the tea tree of green Chan spirit tea. Although Yan Shayan said that this spirit tea could only grow on the dragon vein, with Zhu Ming around, he still wanted to try to see if he could grow this spirit tea in Xiaonan Mountain. However, this green Chan spirit tea is extremely precious, and I'm afraid Yan Shayan might not agree to it. But Chen Mobai offered an offer that an alchemist absolutely could not refuse. Among the letters Liu Wenbai took away was a catalog of pill formulas, which he had downloaded from the immortal sect, containing 20 different kinds of pills with different effects. If Yan Shayan is willing to exchange for a third-tier tea tree, Chen Mobai can let him choose any 3 from this pill formula. Chen Mobai was 100% certain about this. Because one of the recipes in his catalog is the infant nurturing pill, one of the 3 spiritual medicines for nascent soul formation in the immortal sect. As long as Yan Shayan wanted to form his nascent soul, he, as the #1 alchemist in the eastern wilderness, would absolutely not be able to resist the temptation. Of course, the catalog of elixir formulas that Chen Mobai gave was titled The Elixir of Longevity. He didn't know if the longevity cult had this, but from now on he would have it. Having been given the guise of the longevity cult, Yan Shayan was undoubtedly convinced. To ensure realism, Chen Mobai also included the golden elixir of jade rejuvenation on it. Of course, if Yan Shayan really wanted to exchange tea trees for pill formulas, according to the rules of the heavenly river realm, only he could refine and use them. After receiving the letter, Liu Wenbai was about to head straight for the teleportation array to Huishan Valley when Chen Mobai stopped him. It had been a long time since the master and his apprentices had gotten together, and since he was back, Zhu Ming prepared a lot of delicious food. After a year of honing her skills in Yunming's, Zhu Ming's culinary skills have greatly improved and have completely surpassed Chen Mobai's. While she was preparing the ingredients, Zhu Ting and Luo Yixuan were helping her, while Chen Mobai began to instruct Liu Wenbai on his cultivation. This eldest disciple is considered the most ordinary in terms of talent among his disciples, and barring any unforeseen circumstances, it is virtually impossible for him to form a core. However, with his master protecting them now, they have a glimmer of hope. After all, Liu Wenbai has cultivated the two phases technique, so if he also has the golden elixir jade rejuvenation pill, then the probability is 50%. This is quite subtle, so Chen Mobai is now telling him to focus on building a solid foundation and not to rush into improving his cultivation level. Even if it takes 100 or 200 years to hone one's skills, one cannot take any elixirs. One must naturally elevate the water and wood cultivation methods to the foundation establishment stage before one can possibly take that final step. Moreover, if Chen Mobai's cultivation level improves rapidly later, he might acquire even more pure yang purple qi. Although it would be a huge waste for others to use this, it might be able to help Liu Wenbai overcome this insurmountable barrier to core formation. However, as I said before, even with a 99% probability, there is still a possibility of failure. If the eldest disciple truly wants to form his core, his own mental state is also very important. The master and apprentice drank tea under the peach tree, one asking questions and the other answering them. Before they knew it, half a day had passed. By this time, Zhu Ming had already cooked more than a dozen dishes on the open-air stove and invited them over. Zhu Ting carried the wine, and Luo Yixuan cut open the freshly steamed Qingjing bamboo spirit rice. A sweet aroma of rice wafted out, making Chen Mobai feel refreshed and happy. This spirit rice is completely different from what I've eaten before. Liu Wenbai took the tube that Luo Yixuan handed him, and after taking a sip, he felt that his mind was slightly clearer, which surprised him. This is the third-tier spirit rice that Minger has just researched. It can be considered an upgrade of the jade bamboo spirit rice. Chen Mobai said with a smile that after Zhu Ming's mother qi of all things was perfected, it had a similar effect to the myriad transformations thunder water. By simply infusing her primordial energy into the soil, she can simulate the characteristics of all soils under heaven, creating the most suitable spiritual soil for the spiritual plants planted within it to take root and sprout. For example, the green jade spirit tea needs soil nourished by the dragon vein's energy to grow, and Zhu Ming's mother qi of all things can artificially create such soil. That's why Chen Mobai asked Liu Wenbai to make the trip. However, this is not omnipotent, because the Earth Mother technique can only be cultivated to the golden core stage at most, so this simulation of the myriad spiritual soils of the world can only be at most third-order soil. Moreover, artificially creating third-tier spiritual soil would be too strenuous for Zhu Ming, who was only in the mid-foundation establishment stage. However, Zhu Ming came up with a solution: to choose spirit soil with similar properties to the one he wanted to simulate. For example, he could transform ordinary third-tier spirit soil into soil suitable for planting green chan tea, which would be much easier than transforming it from first-tier spirit soil. She also discovered that if the juice of the Tai Sui is added, or a part of the Tai Sui is buried during the transformation, more than half of the spiritual energy and time can be saved. This discovery has caused Tai Sui, a type of rare fungus, a lot of trouble. It was lying at Chen Mobai's feet, wriggling its much thinner body with a somewhat aggrieved expression. Junior Sister Yu is really amazing. This was the first time in Liu Wenbai's life that he had tasted third-grade spirit rice, and he sincerely expressed his admiration for Zhu Ming. By this time, he had come to accept that he was the most mediocre person in the Xian lineage. It's a pity that this pure bamboo spirit rice cannot be promoted on a large scale. Zhu Ming was still somewhat dissatisfied. This was because she had modified the third-tier spiritual soil to make it most suitable for the growth of the pure bamboo, which enabled the cultivation of third-tier spiritual rice. What she wanted was to develop a type of spirit rice that could be planted and grown in most third-tier spirit soils, without geographical limitations. If it really succeeds and the production explodes, then even the foundation establishment cultivators within the sect will be able to enjoy it. In this way, it can benefit the future of the sect. Chen Mobai was very satisfied with Zhu Ming's inheritance of his farming spirit. Make good use of this guy, and you'll succeed very quickly. Chen Mobai patted the Tai Sui at his feet and said something. The latter trembled and disappeared underground. He knew that Zhu Ming was on the right track, and now with the fully developed mother qi of all things, he was even more powerful. After leaving Xian, Chen Mobai returned to the immortal sect. Members of the Kaiyuan Hall Council were required to return to Wangwu Cave Heaven every 10 years to report on their duties. It has been exactly 10 years since Chen Mobai formed his golden core. He submitted his application to the Kaiyuan Hall to report on his duties and received a formal reply of permission on the third day. Chen Mobai took this opportunity to meet Qing Nu and ask her to help him appraise the golden crow holding the sun pill. Long time no see. The two met in a secluded private room. When King Nu entered, Chen Mobai showed a rare, genuine smile. Yes, it's been almost 10 years. King Nu said with a hint of regret that as a member of the Heaven Mending Group, she could not leave the headquarters of Wangwu Cave Heaven unless she was in a normal situation. Chen Mobai is the same. As a counselor of the Kaiyuan Hall, a golden core cultivator with the power to easily destroy a city, he holds a high position and great power in the immortal sect, but in reality, he is subject to more restrictions. The last time the two met was in Dangxia City. I wonder how the research on that jade parasol tree is going. Chen Mobai started a conversation, thinking that he couldn't very well ask Qing Nu to help him identify the pills as soon as they met, as that would make him seem too opportunistic. It is said that Master Yungsu has found some very important information, but I dare not take the initiative to inquire about it. The Heaven Mending Group is considered the highest-level secret unit in the immortal sects, and they are able to know a great deal. How have you been lately? Chen Mobai didn't dare to delve deeper into the matter of the Ascension sect, and could only awkwardly change the subject again. I need to prepare for core formation. End of this chapter. Chapter 614, The Foundation of the Heavenly Spiritual Root. Bonus chapter for 9,600 monthly tickets. Chapter 614, The Foundation of the Heavenly Spiritual Root. Bonus chapter for 9,600 monthly tickets. Is it in such a hurry? You can wait until you've reached the required seniority before forming your core. Chen Mobai was taken aback by Qing Nu's words. Although the Heavenly Spiritual Root has a 50% success rate even without the core formation elixir, that's precisely why we must strive for perfection and aim for success on the first try. The Imperial Medical Academy has conducted research and found that the reason why it is easy to break through with a heavenly spiritual root is because the spiritual root contains a primordial energy of the corresponding attribute. When practicing the corresponding cultivation technique, this innate energy will be continuously analyzed by the cultivator. When one encounters a bottleneck in cultivation, a small amount of this innate energy will be released to help the cultivator comprehend the Tao and overcome the bottleneck. If a cultivator with a heavenly spiritual root fails to break through, it means that the innate energy within their body has been almost completely absorbed and integrated. Therefore, when faced with a bottleneck, cultivators with the heavenly spiritual root will not try to force their way through, but will instead take pills or let time wear them down to avoid excessive consumption of their innate qi. Good steel should be used where it's most needed. If possible, cultivators with heavenly spiritual roots hope to use their innate energy only when breaking through to a higher realm. If Qing Nu really used up all her resources when she formed her core, then when she formed her nascent soul in the future, she would have no advantage over ordinary cultivators. Of all the heavenly spiritual roots in the history of the immortal sect, 8 or 9 out of 10 stopped at the peak of the core formation stage. I think my comprehension is just average, so I shouldn't aim too high. Facing Chen Mobai, King Nu also spoke her mind. Although resources are scarce in the immortal sects, everyone here has a spiritual root, and basically every 10 or 20 years, a person with a heavenly spiritual root can appear. Despite such a large number of participants, not many have achieved nascent soul stage. Because that innate energy can increase the probability of forming the core by 50%. But for the nascent soul stage, its effect is only equivalent to a nascent soul elixir. Therefore, many people with celestial spiritual roots developed a laissez-faire mentality. He directly used his accumulated resources on the core formation stage, hoping to enjoy the benefits sooner rather than later. That's not how it works. If you want to form your core, you can accumulate experience and obtain pills. This way, when you form your core, the pill's power will be exhausted before they start using your innate energy, which will save a lot of energy. Moreover, the 3 spiritual herbs for forming the nascent soul are treasures that even I might not be able to get by waiting in line. Since you have a heavenly spiritual root, you absolutely cannot waste them. Chen Mobai began to earnestly persuade him, pointing out that Gong Ajixu had served the people for so many years, yet all he received was a single infant nourishing pill. From the moment King Nu was born, it was as if she held a life-giving elixir. Hearing what Chen Mobai said, King Nu hesitated. Why are you in such a hurry to form your core? Don't you want to stay in the heaven mending group anymore? Chen Mobai could only think of this reason, because after Qing Nu formed her core, she would become a counselor of the Kaiyuan Hall. Even if she was neglected, she would still be given a place to hold a temporary post. That's one of the reasons. King Nu nodded, then seemed to think of something. Her fair cheeks flushed slightly, and she lowered her head slightly. Actually, I just want to be closer to you. If that's the reason, I'll try to put in a good word and see if Wenren Zuwei can arrange for you to return to Jumeng Academy as an assistant instructor under the pretext of rehiring outstanding graduates. Chen Mobai also felt that it was a bit inappropriate for Qing Nu to be alone in a place like the Patching Heaven group, which was full of ruthless people. After thinking about his connections, he came up with a solution. My identity is special, and this might bring some unnecessary surveillance to the academy, so I'd better not. King Nu shook her head, rejecting Chen Mobai's suggestion. I still hope you can be more patient. Even exchanging for a water element golden core would be good. After all, among my friends, you may be the only one who can accompany me on my journey. I don't want to be all alone when I reach the nascent soul stage in the future. Chen Mobai sighed and spoke his mind. Upon hearing this, King Nu's beautiful face showed a hint of shock, and her wavering resolve immediately hardened. All right, for the sake of our future, I will not use my innate water elemental energy. When Chen Mobai heard that Qing Nu had actually listened to his advice, he was overjoyed. But I still want to try to form the golden core. Even if I fail, it will be good preparation for a real breakthrough in the future. Qing Nu's words surprised Chen Mobai slightly. Without using the foundation of his heavenly spiritual root to form a core, and without the core formation elixir from the immortal sect, it would be virtually impossible to succeed. In this case, the backlash from failing to form the core will severely injure the cultivator for a long time, and may even deplete their source energy. Although the medical system of the immortal sects allows for gradual recovery, such weakness lasting for several years or even more than a decade is still a very torturous experience for cultivators. Why bother? Chen Mobai couldn't understand it at all. In such a peaceful and prosperous era as the immortal sect, there was absolutely no need to fight so desperately. I'm just learning from you, aren't I? King Nu smiled and said something that left Chen Mobai speechless. That's exactly how he's portrayed in the cultivation world. But he has the resources of the entire Shenmue sect as his backing, and before each breakthrough, the external conditions are always at their best. It can only be said that many people only saw the surface of his genius, but did not see the mountain of resources and spiritual objects accumulated behind him. Just give it a try, and don't force it if you can't get through. Qingnu used herself as an example, and Chen Mobai could only offer this advice. The faster you give up, the lighter the backlash from failing to form your core will be, and the faster you will recover. Yes, I'm from the fourth group of the Heaven Mending team. I've already done countless medical simulations of my failed core formation. According to my authority, I can apply for a high-grade third-tier cultivation room, and I've also prepared some healing pills. Qingnu then began to explain her plans for the core formation stage. In theory, she could apply to the Jumeng Dao Academy for a fourth-order spiritual vein, but each graduate only has one chance. So, after deciding not to use her own resources, she changed the location for core formation to the cultivation room of the Heaven Mending group to avoid wasting it. I have a friend who is an expert in spirit gathering arrays. He can upgrade a third-grade high-quality spirit vein to a fourth-grade one in a short time. Wait 2 days for me to make arrangements. As they were talking, Chen Mobai called Yun Yongbing, who was currently carving the essence of mountains, rivers, and Taoist principles throughout the immortal sect after graduation. Upon hearing his words, she did not hesitate and said she would send the items over as quickly as possible. Similar things exist within the Heaven Mending group. The principle is to first accumulate spiritual energy and then unleash it in a short period of time, creating an effect similar to advancing in rank. However, the core formation process takes a long time, and if not handled properly, it may lead to insufficient spiritual energy later on. Chen Mobai made the call too quickly, and Qingnu didn't have time to stop him, but she still told him what she knew. As for spiritual energy, I just happened to buy a void blind box before, and I got some very interesting items, one of which is perfect for you. Chen Mobai immediately shifted the topic to the real purpose of his meeting with Qingnu today, and first took out the bushel of pearls that Nujiang had given him. Of course, if all 88 of them were taken out, their value would be terrifying in the immortal sects. After all, this one is equivalent to a high-grade spirit stone, which is worth 100 million merit points. Chen Mobai was certainly giving Qingnu his all, but after some deliberation, he still cautiously took out 8 pearls, a small fraction of what he had. This is. Girls really have no resistance to shiny things. When Qingnu saw the round and clear pearl, she couldn't help but reach out and touch it. She then sensed the immense spiritual energy contained within the pearl. What shocked her was that this spiritual energy was of the water element, making it the perfect thing for her to absorb. It should be a spiritual object from the sea. I also found this pill in the void blind box. I guess it might be from a senior who cultivated fire attribute techniques, who wanted to use the water elemental energy in these pearls to harmonize the Kan and Li elements. Chen Mobai had just taken out the golden crow holding the sun pill, and hadn't even finished speaking, when Qingnu had already taken the pill and begun to examine it. It was indeed made specifically for fire attribute cultivators. The excessive levels of poison in the pills weren't destroyed, so it must have been produced during the war. Back then, resources were scarce, and oversight was often turned a blind eye. Seeing that Qingnu had begun the appraisal, Chen Mobai immediately told her everything he knew about the effects of the golden crow holding the sun pill. The reason is that, when opening the void blind box, the senior cultivators specifically left the instructions for this pill. Qingnu trusted him unconditionally. Hearing this, she nodded, took out a hollow needle from her small bag, used a special technique to extract some powder, and then put it on her tongue with her finger. A short while later, Chen Mobai saw that her face began to turn red, and she was drenched in sweat. He was about to make a move when Qingnu stopped him. She explained that it was a normal reaction to the medicine, and because it was a third-tier pill, and a fire attribute one that was incompatible with her cultivation technique, her reaction was a bit strong. "Just hold on a little longer." King Nu said something, but couldn't help but hold Chen Mobai's right hand, who was standing beside her with a concerned expression. Today she was wearing a tight-fitting, low-cut long-sleeved top that revealed her fair and delicate collarbones. Below her slender waist was a black skirt, and slightly sheer black stockings outlined the long curves of her legs. With her body covered in sweat and her clothes soaked and clinging to her body, Chen Mobai could clearly see her most authentic and graceful figure. King Nu's figure was the most perfect among all the beauties Chen Mobai had ever encountered. Seeing the beads of sweat sliding down her beautiful face, Chen Mobai felt a pang of heartache. He truly hadn't expected that authenticating the golden crow holding the sun pill would cause King Nu to overheat. For a cultivator from the immortal sect who always maintained her most comfortable body temperature, this was quite a torment. All right. About 5 minutes later, King Nu opened her eyes and smiled at Chen Mobai, who was relieved. End of this chapter. Chapter 615 Happy Times. Chapter 615 Happy Times. The pills are effective, but the erysipelas is excessive. After King Nu made her judgment, Chen Mobai nodded in relief. Then I will dispose of this pill after I return to Yumu City. Upon hearing this, King Nu thought he was going to destroy it, so she nodded and returned the golden crow holding the sun pill to Chen Mobai. Take these 8 pearls. You can use them when you form your core. After taking the pills, Chen Mobai handed the plate of clear, round pearls on the table to King Nu, who looked shocked. This is too precious, I can't accept it. Even though King Nu was well-informed and experienced in the heaven-mending group, the pearl, worth 800 million merit points, still felt as precious as a mountain to her, and she shook her head repeatedly. Just take it, there's no need for us to be polite with each other. Seeing her wave her hand and back away, Chen Mobai immediately picked up the plate of pearls on the table and handed it to her. King Nu instinctively tried to dodge, but Chen Mobai grabbed her hand, and she, who was already drenched in sweat, instantly felt weak all over. She let Chen Mobai stuff the plate of pearls into her hands. This pearl is a crystallization of water essence. If I were to absorb and use it, it would require a transformation process, which would be too wasteful. You can only make it fully effective if you hold it. Upon hearing Chen Mobai's words, King Nu blushed and looked at the 8 large pearls she held in her hands, her eyes filled with an unprecedented sweetness. That's 800 million merits, and he gave it to himself without batting an eye. Which girl could resist this? King Nu immediately started having wild thoughts, even imagining what it would be like for the two of them to have children after they got married. Just then Chen Mobai's phone rang. He glanced at it and replied with a message. King Nu, what's wrong? Is something the matter? Chen Mobai. Yes, committee member Wang Shui knows I'm at Wanggu Cave and invited me to have dinner with him tonight. King Nu, then you go ahead and get busy. I won't bother you anymore. Chen Mobai hesitated for a moment, shook his head, and did not get up to leave. It's still early before evening, and we haven't seen each other in a long time. It's a rare occasion to meet, so I want to spend more time with you. Chen Mobai didn't have many friends in the immortal sect. King Nu was the one he trusted and confided in the most. It would be too hasty for the two of them to part ways after only one morning after their reunion 10 years later. Hearing his words, King Nu felt even sweeter inside. She raised her hand and cast a cleaning spell, tidying up her clothes, skirt, and stockings that were soaked with sweat. Then, she smoothed the hem of her skirt and sat down with a smile. However, Chen Mobai couldn't help but feel slightly disappointed when he saw this scene. The once alluring King Nu, whose clothes clung tightly to her body, now only had stockings clinging to her leg curves, slightly diminishing her charm. But it's still very beautiful and pleasing to the eye. Chen Mobai likes beautiful things, whether they are people or objects. Therefore, he always felt very comfortable and relaxed when he spent time chatting with King Nu, Yan Bingxuan, and others. However, beauty alone cannot captivate and delight him. A spiritual connection is far more crucial. He and King Nu grew up hand in hand from humble beginnings, and could be said to be the people in the immortal sect who understood each other the most. Even after 10 years apart, They didn't feel any distance from each other. The two quickly started talking about Danxia City from their memories and began to expand on their conversation, sharing their experiences in work and cultivation. Chen Mobai's life was rather monotonous because he couldn't talk about the heavenly river realm. So his experience in the immortal sect consisted of cultivation, showing up at Qing Sang Academy, cultivating again, and reviewing the budgets of various departments in Yu Mu City at the end of the year. According to him, he spends about 99% of his time cultivating. Only you can endure the loneliness of long-term cultivation. If I had your self-discipline and determination, I might have already reached the foundation establishment stage 5 years earlier. King Nu said with emotion that her experience was also very simple. She usually lived in the apartment arranged by the Patching Sky Group and conducted various drug and biological research experiments in the group. Although many experiments involved secrecy, Chen Mobai, as a counselor of the Kaiyuan Hall, had the responsibility to monitor the entire immortal sect, and theoretically, he should be able to know some things. Therefore, King Nu selected some experiments that Chen Mobai was interested in, but which would not cause any leaks. As they chatted, Chen Mobai started asking questions about alchemy. Having already mastered the basics of weapon crafting, the next area he's dabbling in among the various arts of cultivation is alchemy. Thanks to the excellent resources in the eastern wilderness, coupled with the almost inexhaustible spiritual essence, he was already able to refine the simplest first-tier pills. I also tried the second-order method twice, but both attempts failed. I'd like to take this opportunity to ask about the King Major. When facing Chen Mobai, King Nu naturally wanted to tell him everything she knew. The two chatted for a long time, and before they knew it, a whole day had passed. When it was time to say goodbye, everyone was a little reluctant to part. However, Chen Mobai lamented that he had too little time to learn from Qing Nu, while Qing Nu wished for more time together. That evening, Chen Mobai and Wang Shui also had a very pleasant conversation. Wang Shui, the immortal sect has prepared all the materials for refining the infant nurturing pill, and is just waiting for the fifth-order vermilion fruit of the Tao Academy to mature. The two golden core cultivators were not discussing the nation or the world, but rather the path to nascent soul formation at the Dance Weapon Academy. Chen Mobai, so Vice Principal Duanmu is also preparing to form his nascent soul. Wang Shui, that's right. She waited for 300 years and used the technique of embracing the elixir to lock in her peak essence, all for that vermilion fruit and the infant nourishing pill. I hope she can succeed, and that will pave the way for me. The Wuki Dao Academy offers two paths to nascent soul formation. One path involves Duanmu Longrong guarding the Wanbao Cave for 300 years in exchange for a fifth-tier vermilion fruit and a nascent soul pill. Another example is Wang Shui, who represents the Dao Academy in official service, serving as an advocate for the Wuki Dao Academy in the three main halls of the immortal sect. Like Gong Ajixu, he serves the people in exchange for the three spiritual medicines for nascent soul formation. However, guarding the Myriad Treasures Cave for 300 years will definitely allow one to obtain a spiritual object for nascent soul formation, and also an extra vermilion fruit, which is equivalent to the foundation of a heavenly spiritual root. However, serving in the immortal sect does not guarantee success. The order of queuing for the immortal sect's nascent soul elixir starts with the deputy hall masters of the three main halls. Although Wang Shui is the face of the Dance Weapon Academy, he can only rank 9th among the three main halls of the immortal sect. Whether he can obtain the nascent soul elixir depends not only on negotiations with the top-level figures, but also on waiting until the 8 people ahead of him have obtained it before it's his turn. However, Wang Shui has been waiting for nearly 200 years since graduating from the Taoist Academy and taking the civil service exam. He has long since reached a tacit understanding with all the relevant personnel in the three main halls. If he succeeds in refining the infant nourishing pill this time, he should be able to obtain one, barring any unforeseen circumstances. That's why he wanted to see Duanmu Longrong first, since the latter had been at the peak of core formation for over 100 years, and was considered one of the cultivators in the immortal sects who was closest to the nascent soul stage. I hope that both Vice Principal Duanmu and Senior Wang can successfully achieve nascent soul stage, further enhancing the prestige of our Tao Academy. Chen Mobai's words came from the bottom of his heart. After all, he was a graduate of the Dance Weapon Academy and had enjoyed many benefits brought by the academy over the years. Naturally, he hoped that there would be more and more nascent soul cultivators in the academy so that his backing would become stronger and stronger. After the two of us, the academy will be selecting successors. I heard from your teacher that he seems reluctant to guard the Myriad Treasures Cave. How about it? Are you interested in taking over my position? Wang Shui suddenly said something in a joking manner that made Chen Mobai's heart flutter. The person in front of me is the highest-ranking member of the Dance Weapon Academy among the three major halls of the Immortal sect, and is just one step away from becoming the Deputy Hall Master of the Kaiyuan Hall. Chen Mobai knew he was telling the truth, because among the successors of the core formation cultivators at the Wuki Dao Academy, he was the most outstanding. In theory, giving him the opportunity to form a nascent soul is the best way to enable the Taoist Academy to produce a new nascent soul cultivator. Compared to sitting idly in Wanbao Cave guarding it for 300 years, Wang Shui's proposal was much more tempting. After all, this has been his dream since he was a child. If things are arranged properly, given his background, he could easily become the deputy head of one of the three main halls in the future. Furthermore, the three hall masters must be nascent soul cultivators. This is a strict requirement. I'll go back and think about it. This time, Chen Mobai did not directly refuse. Upon hearing this, Wang Shui's eyes lit up, and he seemed very pleased. Then he pulled Chen Mobai aside and chatted about some interesting anecdotes and gossip from the three great halls of the immortal sect that outsiders didn't know about. For example, Gong Ajixu had tried to form a nascent soul once before but failed, but it was unknown whether he had taken a nascent soul pill. Yi is the daughter of the northern underworld master, but she is very sensitive about others talking about her about this matter. It seems that she wants to prove that she was able to become the deputy hall master of the Kaiyuan Hall entirely on her own merits. After the battle in Dangxia City, Gongsun Jilu had the opportunity to comprehend the immortal sword technique. 10 years have passed, and there is still no sign of him emerging from seclusion, which suggests that he has indeed gained some understanding. If she can master the immortal sect sword technique, then no one will be able to compete with her for the position of Vice Hall Master of the Righteous Law Hall. By the way, aren't you also a peerless sword genius? After taking my place, you can enter the Flying Immortal Pavilion to study. With your talent, you will definitely be able to comprehend the secrets of the immortal sect's sword techniques. In the future, we can have Principal Chengxuan take you to Wangxian Peak to pay respects to Ancestor Baiguang. Maybe she will take a liking to your sword talent and, in her delight, accept you as her personal disciple. Wang Shui's words made Chen Mobai even more tempted. By following this path, he can become the most powerful person in the immortal sect in the shortest amount of time. He might even receive the personal instruction of the White Light Ancestor's primordial spirit sword, and possibly transform into a god using the immortal sect's sword techniques. But all of this is predicated on the premise that he is truly an unparalleled genius in swordsmanship. If he were to be pushed up by the Wuki Dao Academy and be able to comprehend the immortal sword techniques, but gain nothing, wouldn't that expose his false nascent soul talent? That would truly be a complete disgrace. Thinking of this, Chen Mobai came to his senses, resisted the temptation, and made up his mind to refuse. Of course, he wouldn't refuse outright now. After finishing his report and returning to Yumu City, he would say that he had thought it through and still preferred the feeling of being close to home and didn't want to take up an official post. After a late-night conversation with Uncle Wang by candlelight, Chen Mobai went to the Kaiyuan Hall the next day to report on his duties. Because prior arrangements had been made, he only went through the motions. Although a member of the Kaiyuan Hall asked about the battle between Dangxia City and the Flower Blossom Academy Master, Chen Mobai, being upright and fearless, told the truth. He, Lan Haitian, and Gongsun Jilu joined forces, and finally managed to kill the Flower Blossom Courtyard Master with the purple lightning sword. After saying all that, there were no other questions, and Chen Mobai's performance review passed easily. Respected Counselor Chen, you still have 7 days of vacation left at Wangwu Cave. Please enjoy them. Because golden elixir immortals cannot leave their residences unless absolutely necessary, the once every 10 years reporting opportunity becomes a good chance for them to invite friends and acquaintances. Chen Mobai also had several friends in Wangwu Cave, most of whom were from the Wuki Dao Academy. After meeting with Sun Daiji and Kai Shicheng, Chen Mobai went to Wufeng Immortal Mountain again. Zhongli Tianyu, who had already received the news, was waiting for him at the door. Zhang Liu, a golden core cultivator, personally cooked for Chen Mobai, forcing him to attend the banquet. After finishing their meal, Chen Mobai and Zhongli Tianyu took a walk on Wufeng Immortal Mountain and then came to Yuanyang Temple. Sima Xingyu was still there. When he saw Chen Mobai, his expression was complicated, but in the end he sighed and bowed to him. "Counselor Chen, please come in." Chen Mobai was quite familiar with the Yuanyang Temple. This time, he could openly touch these fourth-order magic artifacts, just like a pure Yang cultivator paying homage to the Yuanyang ancestor. Unfortunately, these fourth-tier magical artifacts were all in a deep, sealed slumber in order to reduce their demand for spiritual energy. Although Chen Mobai found the artifact spirits, he dared not awaken them. After ringing the bell and entering a meditative state to clear their minds, Chen Mobai and Zhongli Tianyu left Yuanyang Temple feeling refreshed. Before leaving, he looked at the immortal gazing peak of the white light ancestor, but unfortunately, no little girl named Zio Hai appeared this time. With regret, Chen Mobai left Wufeng Immortal Mountain. He spent most of the remaining time with Qingnu, asking her for advice on alchemy. Fortunately, Qingnu didn't have many friends on weekdays, so she had saved up a lot of vacation days. Furthermore, Lan Haitian clearly knew who she was going to see, so he readily signed and approved her leave request. When Qingnu was with Chen Mobai, she felt the long-lost warmth of the sun shining into her barren and numb heart. The unprecedented ease and joy made her wish that time could stand still at this moment. Unfortunately, happy times are always short-lived. On the last day, Qingnu personally saw Chen Mobai off on the train. "Do you like traveling by train?" Chen Mobai was led by the flight attendants to a private VIP waiting room, where someone was already waiting and greeted him as he entered. "It's a rare opportunity to get out and about, so naturally I want to breathe in as much fresh air as possible. The train is slow, so I chose this option." After hearing these words, Lan Haitian nodded, seemingly believing them. This is the research on the Jade Phoenix Tree by Venerable Yuangsu and Venerable Peach Blossom. Would you like to see it? Chen Mobai looked at the file in Lan Haitian's hand and shook his head as expected. "In no mood." End of this chapter. Chapter 616, The Person Behind the Immortal Sprout Cultivation Project. Chapter 616, The Person Behind the Immortal Sprout Cultivation Project. After saying those two words, Chen Mobai turned around and left. He knew that Lan Haitian was very experienced in conning people, so he couldn't follow his lead. It was best to just ignore him. At the next Immortal Sect Conference, the Immortal Affairs Hall Master will retire, and the Righteous Law Hall Master will take over. Then, Venerable Shui Xian will take over the Righteous Law Hall, and Gongsun Jilu will become the Vice Hall Master of the Righteous Law Hall. But just as Chen Mobai turned around, a sentence from Lan Haitian behind him caught his attention. "Men all love the idea of establishing a government, which refers to changes in the highest positions within the immortal sect. For Chen Mobai, who has dreamed of becoming an official since childhood, this makes him even more eager to know more." But he remained resolute and knew that if he turned around to ask, he would fall completely into Lan Haitian's trap. So he resisted Jianzheng's temptation, lifted his foot, opened the door and was about to leave. The person behind the Immortal Sprout Cultivation Project is the Lord of the Immortal Affairs Hall. During his tenure, We need to keep quiet about his affairs, but after his retirement, these sealed and hidden files can be revealed. He hasn't retired yet, how could you say that? Upon hearing about Qing Nu's immortal sprout cultivation plan, Chen Mobai finally managed to hold back and couldn't help but speak up. Outside the door was Lin Yin, dressed as a flight attendant, wearing a blue uniform with a slender figure and flat chest, clearly keeping watch for the two golden core cultivators. People in government agencies are very pragmatic. After the news came out, we just assumed he had already retired. As Lan Haitian spoke, his tone was calm. When he saw Chen Mobai turn around and look at him, he smiled and waved the file in his hand. With a loud bang, Chen Mobai slammed the door shut, while Lin Yin outside cast a hand seal, setting up a barrier to prevent sound from escaping. "Tell me, what do you want me to do?" "No, I just wanted to have a chat with you and tell you things I couldn't say before." Chen Mobai thought Lan Haitian was going to hire him as a henchman again, but the latter shook his head and handed over the file in his hand. "Let's make this clear first. I'm not comfortable looking at things you give me without a reason." Although he stayed because he cared about Qing Nu, Chen Mobai was still wary of Lan Haitian, even though the two had gone through life and death together in Dangxia City. "Since that's the case, then I'll get straight to the point." After listening, Lan Haitian smiled slightly and placed the file in his hand on the table between the two of them. "According to the estimates of the Realm Gate, it will take about 66 years before they can capture the other world. You, as a top student of the Dance Weapon Academy, must know what will happen then." Chen Mobai frowned slightly and said 4 words: "Start a war." Lan Haitian. The reason why the Immortal Affairs Hall Master retired was not only because he was indeed getting old, but also because during the war, the Immortal sect needed a more assertive leader, and the Righteous Law Hall Master was very suitable. Lan Haitian. Before the two worlds come into contact, we will definitely use the interdimensional gate to send a group of cultivators to the other world to investigate the situation there. Then we will formulate a plan based on the races, civilizations, resources, and so on there. If it is a barren and spiritless land, we will collect some samples and then give up. If there are gentle races that can communicate, it may turn into a resource exchange trade. Only if the resources are very rich and the beings in the other world are irritable and cannot be communicated with will we launch a war. Lan Haitian. But in any case, once we come into contact with the other world, the warmongering faction in the upper echelons will gain a lot of influence, and what they like most are geniuses like you who are good at fighting. Lan Haitian. I came here to meet you not because I wanted to, but because the Lord of the Righteous Law Hall personally instructed me. He has always thought highly of you and wants to invite you to join the Righteous Law Hall. Upon hearing this, Chen Mobai's eyes widened involuntarily. He had no idea he was so popular. Wang Shui wants him to succeed him, and now even the master of the Righteous Law Hall, the future master of the Immortal sect, has invited him. I'll go back and think about it carefully. Chen Mobai could only use this phrase as an excuse once again. Lan Haitian didn't continue speaking. After saying all that, he had achieved the purpose of his visit today. To be honest, among the young golden core cultivators in our immortal sect, only you and I are not confident of winning. If you do not take up an official post, it will be a good thing for me. Lan Haitian said jokingly, and handed the file to Chen Mobai again. "What's in here?" At this point, Chen Mobai gradually lowered his guard. But he still didn't accept it. The two venerable masters investigated the bodies of Biyu Wudong and Huakeyuan Master in detail, and discovered something astonishing. Seeing Chen Mobai's caution, Lan Haitian pulled out the files from the archive in front of him and placed one of the papers with a photo on the table. Chen Mobai looked down and his pupils quickly contracted. The inscription reads that after years of research, Master Peach Blossom discovered that the Jade Phoenix Tree had actually attempted to advance to a higher level once. If you want to upgrade from a 4th grade superior quality, you can only go up to the 5th grade. Looking across the entire Immortal sect, 5th-tier spiritual plants are extremely rare, even more so than nascent soul cultivators. Did it fail? Chen Mobai asked. Since there were signs of an upgrade but the jade phoenix tree is still only a 4th-grade high-quality tree, it must mean that it was unsuccessful. This is what's strange about Master Peach Blossom. Logically speaking, the amount of spiritual energy a spiritual plant needs to absorb to advance its level, especially from the 4th to the 5th level, is so vast that even if several nascent soul cultivators were drained, it wouldn't be enough. It would require at least a 5th-level spiritual vein to supply it. If a spiritual plant fails to advance, the backlash from insufficient spiritual energy will severely damage its vitality, but the jade wudong tree did not show any such signs. Therefore, Master Peach Blossom guessed that the flower blossom courtyard must have some ancient secret method that allows spiritual plants to attempt to simulate the process of advancement. But why did this evil tyrant hide in Dangxia City for so many years after his self-destruction and reincarnation, helping the jade wudong tree to advance? This is the key that our heaven-mending group will investigate next. After Lan Haitian finished recounting half of the contents of the file, Chen Mobai finally picked up the scattered papers on the table and slowly began to read them. Soon he saw what the other half hadn't said yet. This is the result of Master Yuangsu's study of the corpse of the abbot of Huakai Temple. She's dead. When Chen Mobai saw this conclusion, his eyes widened, and he looked up at Lan Haitian in disbelief. Although she did a lot of cover-ups before her death, making the 3 Absolutes masters believe that she was completely dead through medical means, Master Yuangsu discovered through another method outside of medicine that the life flame of the flower blossom courtyard master had not been extinguished and was still burning in this world. Lan Haitian sounded quite helpless when he got to this point. After Chen Mobai killed the flower blossom courtyard master with the purple lightning sword, he secretly used the 6 imperial scriptures to finish him off later, just to be on the safe side. Little did they know that this evil tyrant had already escaped by disintegrating his body. Wouldn't that mean I'm in danger? Chen Mobai frowned, a strange sense of urgency rising in his heart. After all, the master of Huakai Academy was a powerful figure in the evil path with the essence of the nascent soul stage, a whole realm higher than him. There's no need to worry about that. After she disintegrates, it will take her at least 100 years to recover to her peak condition. Moreover, we will be more cautious in monitoring the cultivators in the immortal sects who are preparing to form their cores. Once we are on guard, she will definitely not be able to escape the immortal sect's heavenly net. When Lan Haitian said this, he was full of confidence. What if she forms her core outside of earthly origin star? Chen Mobai, however, thought of another problem. After all, if the Ascension sect wanted to take someone away from the immortal sect, they still had a way. Yang Jing and Kong Feiken are examples. Then there's nothing we can do. However, the internal struggles within the Ascension sect are extremely fierce. If Master Huakai returns before she has fully recovered, the enemy might strike first. Lan Haitian smiled and said something. As the Patching Heaven group, which specializes in dealing with the Ascension cult, they obviously have spies within the cult. Those giants of the evil sects are all ruthless people. In particular, the Lord of the Hall of Life and Death and the Lord of the Divine Imperial Pavilion. The former has a penchant for playing with corpses, and the latter likes to devour divine consciousness. Lan Haitian even suspected that the reason why Shi Qing, the reincarnation of the Flower Blossom Academy master, did not leave Earth Origin Star for so long after forming his core might be because he dared not return to the Ascension sect. But the safest option is for me to successfully form my nascent soul within 100 years. That way, even if the Flower Blossom Academy master truly recovers to her peak, I will still be able to kill her again. After hearing this, Chen Mobai said something that reflected his confident persona within the immortal sect. After this batch of nascent soul pills, the immortal sect may not be able to gather enough materials for the next batch of nascent soul 3 spirit medicines within 100 years. Lan Haitian, however, poured cold water on the idea. Won't we be bordering another world within 100 years? The immortal sects might be able to obtain a large amount of resources from this. Moreover, I think I can successfully form my nascent soul even without the 3 spiritual medicines for nascent soul formation from the immortal sects. Chen Mobai's confident and certain words left Lan Haitian speechless. Anyway, he wouldn't dare to be so arrogant. He would definitely wait for the 3 spiritual herbs before attempting to form a nascent soul. This is the result of the immortal sect's investigation into the Danxia City incident over the past 10 years. You were also involved, so I came here to inform you as well. After saying this, Lan Haitian got up to take his leave. Of course, he left the file on the table and didn't put it away. This was originally intended for Chen Mobai. With a click, the door to the VIP room opened. Lan Haitian was about to step out when he suddenly seemed to remember something and turned back to Chen Mobai, saying something. By the way, now that Danxia City no longer has a golden core cultivator in charge, if you want to go back to your hometown, you can try to get help from Uncle Wang. Isn't Master Peach Blossom studying the Jade Phoenix tree? Chen Mobai was naturally tempted to return home in glory, but he still considered the biggest challenge of the matter. If he were to remain under the watchful eye of a nascent soul cultivator for an extended period, he would definitely prefer to stay in Yumu City. This year, the expert group of the Immortal sect has already thoroughly studied the Jade Phoenix tree. Now, only a study group from the Jumeng Academy remains there to observe the subsequent changes. As for Master Peach Blossom, he left Danxia City 5 years ago. To avoid attracting attention and to avoid suspicion, Chen Mobai did not actively follow up on the matter after killing the head of Huakai Academy in Danxia City. I really didn't know what Lan Haitian was talking about. Thank you. The summit of Danxia Mountain, where the Jade Phoenix tree is located, is a 4th-grade high-quality spiritual vein, and it's a fire vein at that. For Chen Mobai's cultivation, it's definitely much better than being in Yumu City. So he stood up and sincerely thanked Lan Haitian. Keep in touch when you have time. I've always considered you a friend. Before leaving, Lan Haitian said this with a smile. After bowing slightly to Chen Mobai at the entrance, Lin Yin closed the door to the VIP lounge. After he was left alone, Chen Mobai sat on the sofa, picked up the files on the table, and carefully looked through them one by one. After reading all the contents, he compiled them into a book and put it into his own domain. After thinking about it for a while, he called Wang Shui. Oh, I haven't been paying attention to that matter, but if you want to transfer your garrison from Yumu City to Danxia City, you've come to the right person. As the second-in-command of the Kaiyuan Hall Rotating Committee, Wang Shui had the authority to make decisions regarding the relocation of councilors' residences. Thank you so much, Senior Wang. After hearing this, Chen Mobai immediately expressed his gratitude. The Immortal sect has a rule that councilors can only rotate their posts every 20 years, so you are still nominally a councilor of Yumu City. However, I can suggest that Danxia City lacks golden core cultivators and was once a place infiltrated by cults. After several rounds of purges, it needs a councilor with a tough style to take charge. In such a turbulent place, the other councilors will definitely stay as far away as possible. Then I will have a rotating committee member who is not from the Dance Weapon Academy suggest that since you are stationed in the neighboring Yumu City, Danxia City can also be brought under your command, so that you can control 2 cities by yourself. I will give advance notice so that the other councilors whose terms are about to end, and who are qualified to take up a seat in Danxia City, know that you have already been chosen. Once the proposal is approved, you can naturally go to Danxia Mountain to take charge. With the 4th-grade high-quality spiritual vein there, you will be able to reach the golden core stage more quickly. As expected of Wang Shui, the representative of the Dance Weapon Academy in the Immortal sects, he had already arranged everything from beginning to end simply because Chen Mobai had only expressed his thoughts. At this moment, Chen Mobai was also very grateful that he had done well in the college entrance examination and entered the Taoist Academy. Without such connections, even if he truly possessed the potential to become a nascent soul cultivator, he would definitely have to stay in Yumu City for 20 years before he could apply to be stationed in Danxia City. And even then, he might not be able to pass the approval process in the Kaiyuan Hall. After making the call, Chen Mobai felt extremely happy. Just then, it was time to board. He went through the VIP channel and entered his own luxury carriage without needing to have his ticket checked. At the third stop after the train left Wanggu Cave, a friend who had made an appointment with him boarded the train. Knock, knock, knock. Upon hearing the familiar knock, Chen Mobai saw a graceful woman with a striking figure standing at the door, wearing a sun hat and sunglasses that partially obscured her pretty face. The one who needs to be dressed like this is naturally the big star Meng Huinger. Today she was wearing that pale yellow dress, and below the hem that reached above her knees were a pair of long, slender and shapely legs that were fair and straight. End of this chapter. Chapter 617, Bumpy Road, bonus chapter for 10,400 monthly tickets. Chapter 617, Bumpy Road, bonus chapter for 10,400 monthly tickets. When Chen Mobai came to report on his work, Meng Huinger happened to be traveling with an arts troupe, which was quite unfortunate. However, there are always more solutions than problems. Meng Huinger checked her tour route and asked Chen Mobai to book the train tickets. The station she's boarding now is where she's on tour, and the next city she'll be visiting can also be reached by following this train. Although it was only a little over 2 hours, which was a bit short for the two who hadn't seen each other for a long time, it was still enough for them to vent their long-dormant feelings of longing. As the train moved along the tracks, the carriage swayed and trembled constantly. A thin layer of condensation had appeared on the thick windows, and through the hazy mist, a slender, fair right hand appeared, its 5 fingers pressing against the glass. It slowly slid down, leaving a faint mark before suddenly disappearing. After finishing, a radiant Meng Huinger dressed herself, but when she was about to get out of bed, she couldn't find her high heels by the bedside. After his divine sense surged out, he discovered the table leg in front of the sofa. She immediately recalled the time when she entered this carriage, when the two of them had a few drinks on the sand. Halfway through the drinks, she couldn't hold back the long-held longing in her heart and began to ask Counselor Chen for his guidance. Thinking of this, Meng Huinger's pretty face flushed slightly. She got out of bed with her bare, snow-white, slender feet and sat down on the sofa. Just as she picked up her white stilettos and put them on, the bathroom door next to her opened, and Chen Mobai, who had finished showering, came out. "Don't forget what's on the table." Hearing Chen Mobai's words, Meng Huinger saw the 8 large, clear and round pearls placed on the table, and her heart was filled with unprecedented sweetness and happiness. "I couldn't help myself when I saw this. It's a pity the time was too short," Meng Huinger said, somewhat enjoying the taste. At this moment, she put on her high heels and finally fastened the slender ankle straps. The lines of the patent leather combined perfectly with her beautiful, snow-white instep. Chen Mobai followed her gaze upwards and saw her straight and slender calves. The long stage performances made her movements light and elegant when she stood up. Meng Huinger turned around, intending to fix her makeup in front of the glass, when she suddenly felt a tightening around her waist. Chen Mobai was already sitting on the sofa and had pulled her clothes. "I'm getting off at the next stop." As Meng Huinger spoke, her striking figure lost its balance, and she couldn't help but reach up and press her hand against the glass behind the sofa to regain her balance. Although there were restrictions on the glass, allowing only those inside the carriage to look out, the special setting, especially the urgent ticking of the clock, made her feel extremely excited. "Half an hour more, that's enough." During the brief conversation, the air in the room began to warm up, and a light mist of water vapor drifted onto the glass with each breath. A crisp click rang out. The ankle strap of Meng Huinger's high heels, which she had just fastened, had come loose again due to the violent jolting of the carriage. Then came the sound of the high heels hitting the ground. The train whistles sounded, announcing to passengers that the train had arrived at the station. Meng Huinger hurriedly put on her shoes, wore sunglasses and a hat, and got off the train. When Chen Mobai got off the car in Yumu City, the melodious and clear voice of Meng Huinger singing was still echoing in his ears. He raised his palm, as if the slippery feeling of sweat on his palm was still there. The mutual assistance they receive in their spiritual practice is no longer of much use, but the mental and physical pleasure they experience brings them an unprecedented sense of satisfaction. Sometimes, this kind of complete comfort can really make cultivators so immersed that they can't extricate themselves. Fortunately, Chen Mobai was a man of strong will. He only pondered for a short while before returning to his work. Since Wang Shui had taken full charge of the Dangxia city matter, he only needed to wait for the results, so he returned to Jumu Ridge. Just as I came out of the customs, a person I expected came to my door carrying 2 fish. Sect leader, I heard you displayed great power in Yunmeng Marsh, slaying 2 third-tier demonic beasts, that inner core. The old sect leader Meng Hong rambled on for a long time and finally, somewhat shamelessly, revealed his purpose. It's nothing more than heretical alchemy. For him, this might be the only chance to experience the core formation realm. These 2 inner cores are of the wind and water attributes respectively, which are not a perfect match for your longevity scripture. When Chen Mobai had just established his foundation, Meng Hong had helped him a lot. The flying sparrow hairpin had made great contributions to his swordsmanship reputation, so he was naturally willing to give his inner core to Meng Hong. Wind attribute is related to wood spirit root. I think it's worth a try. Although the research on spiritual roots in the eastern wilderness is not as thorough as that of the immortal sect, there is still a basic understanding. This wind spirit root is a mutation of the water and wood spirit roots. If Meng Hong uses it to cultivate the unorthodox golden elixir technique, then there is indeed a traceable reason for it. If Chen Mobai's 2 third-tier inner cores can truly cultivate 2 core formation warriors, then the divine wood sect will truly be able to dominate the eastern wilderness. Unfortunately, Meng Hong and Chu Zuoshu, who are currently qualified to use the unorthodox golden elixir within the sect, are both cultivating the longevity scripture. The wind attribute demon beast core was definitely given to Meng Hong, who had more seniority, but Chu Zuoshu could not use the remaining water attribute core. However, he had already thought it through. He wouldn't let the good stuff go to outsiders. This inner core will be given to Luo Yixuan, who suffered for 10 years in the Yellow Springs for me. Because she was transformed into a Japanese embryo, she already had 10 less years to cultivate. As her master, he definitely had to find a way to make up for it. How much sect contribution do you have left in your account? Chen Mobai asked Meng Hong. There might still be more of these demon beast cores in the future. In order to develop and strengthen the sect, they will definitely be put on the Spirit Treasure Pavilion. He needs to establish a standard for exchange. My savings over the years totaled 470,000. To be honest, Meng Hong was a fairly upright and honest leader. Then let's set it at 1 third-tier demon beast inner core for every 300,000 sects. Chen Mobai's words made Meng Hong nod happily. A moment later, Luo Zhuo received a message from the Tangxiani that all spiritual items of the 3rd rank, or above that the Lingbao Pavilion wanted to put on display needed to go through her, the actual manager of the Shangshan Hall. When Luo Zhuo heard that it was actually the inner core of a 3rd-tier demon beast, she looked at Meng Hong with envy. She was also a late-stage foundation establishment cultivator and believed she could try forming a golden core. Although the golden core transference technique was extremely dangerous, she would definitely not hesitate to take a heterodox golden core if given one. Chen Mobai exchanged a 3rd-tier inner core for 300,000 sect contribution points at the Hall of Rewards and Benevolence. The Hall of Rewards and Benevolence then listed it on the exchange catalog of the Spirit Treasure Pavilion, and finally Meng Hong went to the Spirit Treasure Pavilion to exchange it. To refine this 3rd-tier inner core into an external golden core, we need the help of outstanding alchemists and weapon refiners. I'll go find Zheng Wuyu and Wang Tingbo. After the decision was made, Meng Hong began preparing to refine the unorthodox golden elixir. However, Chen Mobai felt that Zheng Wuyu's level might not be enough. Since he and Yan Shayan were going to make a deal, he might as well lend a hand. Thank you, sect leader. Meng Hong was deeply moved when he heard that Chen Mobai wanted to ask Yan Shayan to to help him refine the heretical golden elixir. He wasn't entirely confident in Zheng Woyu's abilities, as this was his only inner core. However, the best alchemist he could find in the entire eastern wilderness was Zheng Woyu. Further up, there were Yan Shaiyan and his 2 apprentices. However, in Meng Hong's mind, Huishan Valley would definitely not help Shenmu's sect gain another core formation fighter. Therefore, upon hearing Chen Mobai say this, they felt even more that the sect leader was incredibly powerful. You should not make this public. My cooperation with Yan Shaiyan needs to be discussed in person before it can be finalized. After Chen Mobai returned, he received a message from Liu Wenbai, saying that Yan Shaiyan's hands were trembling after reading the table of contents of the longevity elixir scripture, and he immediately asked to meet with him to discuss the matter. The meeting place was tentatively set at the border. There is a mountain called Wangxiang Mountain, and on the mountain is a market established by the Alliance of Loose Cultivators. Because it is located between the 3 major sects of 5 elements, divine wood and returning heaven, disciples from the 3 sects often come to the market to exchange spiritual items, so it is quite famous in the eastern wilderness. Because this period coincides with the harvest season for Panlong spirit rice, Yan Shaiyan did not want the people of the Xingshan Grand Chamber of Commerce to know about his transaction with Chen Mobai, so he chose this place. After dealing with matters concerning the sect, Chen Mobai did not waste any time and quietly set off for Wangxiang Mountain. There's also a small Nanshanpu here. Chen Mobai waited on the 2nd floor for a while, and then Liu Wenbai brought Yan Shaiyan up. It's been a long time, sect leader Chen. Yan Shaiyan said very politely. Chen Mobai smiled and invited him to sit down. Liu Wenbai picked up the tea and began to serve the 2 core formation cultivators. I wonder which 3 pill formulas Master Yan will choose. Chen Mobai asked, and Yan Shaiyan agreed immediately without hesitation to the temptation he offered. However, Liu Wenbai only brought the catalog. The actual formula was still in Chen Mobai's hands. Because of its great value, Chen Mobai had to come in person. Infant Nurturing Pill, True Nature Returning Pill, Nirvana Pill. Yan Shaiyan stated his choice. Leaving aside the Infant Nourishing Pill, the Returning to Truth Pill is a kind of pill that enhances the spiritual power of cultivators in the late stage of the Golden Core realm, which is exactly what Yan Shaiyan needs. Nirvana pills, on the other hand, are used to enhance the physical body, enabling cultivators to undergo a transformation and elevate their body-tempering techniques to a higher level. While boosting blood and qi, they can also repair physical defects and remove some impurities such as pill toxins from the body during the process. This is an unparalleled elixir for cultivators in the eastern wilderness, who rely on daily pills to improve their abilities. Sure, but I have 3 requirements. Chen Mobai's words did not surprise Yan Shaiyan. After all, the value of these 3 pill formulas was definitely above that of the 3 green Chan spirit trees. Sect leader Chen, please speak. Thank you to the guild leader, cannot be a demon, for the generous donation. End of this chapter. Chapter 618, The Golden Core of the Heretical Path is completed. Chapter 618, The Golden Core of the Heretical Path is completed. Chen Mobai, I killed 2 third-tier demonic beasts and obtained 2 inner cores. I need Master Yan's help to refine them into heterodox golden cores. Yan Shaiyan, it's a small matter. Chen Mobai, these 3 pill formulas are only for your possession and must not be passed on to anyone else. Yan Shaiyan, no problem. Chen Mobai, in the end, every time you refine these 3 kinds of pills, I have to take half of them. Upon hearing this 3rd request, Yan Shaiyan became less resolute. He frowned, looking somewhat unwilling. Yan Shaiyan, I have previously collaborated with Taoist Zhou Shenking to refine the Golden Elixir Jade Rejuvenation Pill. How about we continue our collaboration in that manner? After hearing this, Chen Mobai knew what Yan Shaiyan was worried about. The number and rarity of the herbs required for these 3 pill formulas are so great that even if Huishan Valley possesses the best medicinal field in the eastern wilderness, a single failure would be a painful loss for a long time. If Chen Mobai wants to share half of the pills, then he must also contribute half of the raw materials used to refine the pills. Can? Chen Mobai thought about it and decided that this would work. After all, in the entire eastern wilderness, only Yan Shayin was capable of refining the infant nurturing pill. In a way, I was asking him for a favor. However, in the Heavenly River realm, pill formulas are even more precious. Although there is only one fourth-level alchemist in the eastern wilderness, there are other alchemists in the eastern Wu and eastern Yi, some even more outstanding than Yan Shayin. Therefore, Yan Shayin was inherently less confident in facing Chen Mobai, who possessed the elixir formula. After reaching an agreement, the two made vows of faith. Then Chen Mobai first handed the formula for the Return to Truth pill to Yan Shayin, who, after verifying it with the eyes of a fourth-level alchemist, was greatly amazed. As expected of an ancient sect's elixir formula, it can even harmonize the ruler, ministers, civil and military officials so well. It's just a pity that some of the medicinal materials have become extinct, and we need to find a way to replace them. Chen Mobai had already replaced the medicinal herbs from the immortal sect with those from the Heavenly River realm in the pill formula for Yan Shayin. For some herbs that didn't exist, he gave them an alternative name and noted their effects and the environment in which they grew. After talking with Chen Mobai, Yan Shayin admired the young sect leader Chen even more. This person also possesses remarkable skill in alchemy. So this is what orchid grass is. After learning from Chen Mobai about the properties and effects of the herbs he had never heard of before in the last pill formula, Yan Shayin felt an urge to immediately go back, collect the herbs, and start refining the pill. However, he still remembered the promise he had made to Chen Mobai. First, I need your help to refine 2 heretical golden pills. We'll need a weapon refiner to assist us. Should I find someone, or should sect leader Chen call on junior nephew Wang from the Divine Wood sect? Since we're going to refine it, we naturally need to provide the best conditions. Chen Mobai smiled slightly. This external golden core was related to whether the Divine Wood sect could have 2 core formation level combatants. It was just right to use the favors he had accumulated here. Yan Shayin is the #1 alchemist in the eastern wilderness. Then the weapon refiner must naturally be the best in the eastern wilderness. Yan Kingdom, Huozhen Palace. Sheng Jiaxi, who was recuperating after returning from Yunmeng's, finished reading the letter in his hand and couldn't help but nod slightly. Not long after, at Duzuo Mountain in the forbidden area of Huishan Valley, 3 renowned core formation cultivators from the eastern wilderness sat cross-legged before a massive alchemy furnace, working together to refine an unorthodox golden core. Among them, Yan Shayin and Sheng Jiaxi were the main force. Chen Mobai mainly stayed by their side, protecting them and offering some assistance. After all, he also knew about weapon crafting and alchemy, so he could lend a hand. This solitary mountain truly lives up to its reputation as a fourth-order fire vein in the eastern wilderness. The earth core true fire surges forth endlessly, absorbed by this third-order heaven-returning furnace, refining various medicinal herbs into colorful liquids. Then, following a special method, it is used to cleanse the inner cores of demonic beasts drop by drop. Although this was Sheng Jiaxi's first time refining an external golden elixir, he had already communicated with Yan Shayin about all the key points beforehand, so they cooperated smoothly and purified all the remaining essence in the inner elixir. After the final step of transforming the demonic energy of the inner core into a vast energy that a human could control, all 3 of them breathed a sigh of relief. It was fortunate that Yan Shayin was a 4th-level alchemist and had observed others refining heterodox golden pills several times when he was at the Starry Sky Grand Chamber of Commerce. Otherwise, things would not have gone so smoothly. After completing the first external golden core, the 3 of them did not rest. Instead, they went straight to refining the second water attribute demon beast inner core. Thank you for your hard work, Master Yan. This is the formula for the Nirvana pill. Chen Mobai put the 2 heretical golden pills, one green and one blue-black, into a jade bottle he had prepared beforehand, and then gave out the second pill formula. "Senior Sister Sheng, you've worked hard too." Chen Mobai then turned to thank Sheng Jiaxi, who had come all this way, because he needed to use the heaven-returning furnace and the power of the fourth-order fire vein here, so he could only ask her to move. "I owe you my life, so it's only right that I suffer." Sheng Jiaxi shook her head indifferently. Moreover, she was quite interested in refining the unorthodox golden elixir, so helping out this time was like getting this method for free. After finishing the refining process, Sheng Jiaxi took his leave. However, before leaving, she did not let this opportunity pass and took some healing pills from Yan Shayan. Of course, it's for spirit stones. This was mainly due to Chen Mobai's influence, because Yan Shayan had not sold his refined pills to core formation cultivators in the eastern wilderness for a long time. He would rather sell it to the Xingshan Chamber of Commerce for a lower price. He didn't want the core formation cultivators of the eastern wilderness to break through their cultivation levels because of the pills he refined. This time, because Chen Mobai was present, Yan Shayan reluctantly opened his elixir storehouse and let Sheng Jiaxi select some suitable for her healing. Chen Mobai understood the tendency in the eastern wilderness to do everything possible to hold others back, but he preferred the kind of intense, competitive rivalry. He was even planning to upgrade the sect competition of the Divine Wood sect, so that Foundation establishment cultivators could also participate in the future. "Let's use the heretical golden elixir as the prize." "I don't believe the Foundation establishment cultivators of the sect won't participate." After reading the Nirvana pill, Yan Shayan still had some questions about the ancient pill formula of the longevity sect, so he immediately asked the Holy Son of the longevity sect for clarification. Chen Mobai also told him everything he knew, since he could share half of it if he mastered it in the future. Therefore, the more thorough Yan Shayan's understanding of the alchemical formulas, the better. After a thorough discussion about the two pill formulas, Yan Shayan was now completely convinced of Chen Mobai's identity as the Holy Son of the longevity sect. He was also glad that he had cooperated sincerely. If it weren't for Chen Mobai's explanation, he wouldn't have known how to proceed with this ancient pill formula, which contradicted the current alchemy system of the Heavenly River realm. "Sect leader Chen, although I promised to give you the 3 most precious green Chan spirit trees, I have tried to transplant these spiritual plants no less than 20 times, and without exception, they all failed once the soil was not nourished by the dragon vein." When Yan Shayan took Chen Mobai to Xiaoi Mountain in the Flower Kingdom, he did his duty to persuade him. Jiangguo borders Huiguo, and there is actually dragon vein energy in the mountains along the border. I plan to transplant the green Chan spirit tree there first. Chen Mobai gave the excuse he had prepared long ago, but it was also the truth. The Flower Kingdom civilization, which nurtured the dragon vein, once ruled several nearby countries, including Jiangguo. Therefore, some branches of the dragon vein also reside in Jiangguo. However, compared to the vast spiritual fields in the Flower Kingdom, where large tracts of Panlong spirit rice can be planted, the tributary of the dragon vein in the Founding Kingdom is probably only a few dozen acres at most. It's barely enough to plant 3 green jade spirit trees. But after hearing this, Yan Shayan's furrowed brows relaxed slightly. After all, as an alchemist, his care for high-level spiritual plants was like that of blood relatives. If Chen Mobai has no plan at all and only thinks about digging up the green jade spirit tree, then it is obvious that the 3 precious tea trees will only wither and die. If they were transplanted to a spiritual field with a tributary of a dragon vein, they would at least be able to survive. Even if they were to fall in rank due to insufficient spiritual energy, Yan Shayan believed that after he formed his nascent soul, he could still use his power to force the Divine Wood sect to bring these 3 tea trees back to Xiaoi Mountain in the Flower Kingdom. Let's just consider it temporarily stored at Jiangguo's place. Thinking this, Yan Shayan closed his eyes, no longer watching the scene of Chen Mobai and his apprentice digging the soil. In order to transplant these 3 precious tea trees, Chen Mobai specially asked Liu Wenbai to return to Jumu Ridge and bring Zhu Ming over. Through her intuitive communication with all things, she selected the three most lively green cicada spirit trees that showed a willingness to move. Chen Mobai used his great magical power to uproot the tea tree and the soil it was in. Soon, three pits appeared in the center of the tea forest at the top of Xiaoi Mountain, causing Yan Shaiyan immense heartache. He watched the colorful clouds carrying the three tea trees depart from the sky, silently reciting the formula for the infant nourishing pill, his eyes growing increasingly resolute. We must achieve nascent soul before this headmaster Chen. We absolutely cannot allow returning Heaven Valley to return to the state it was in back to the time of the primordial ancestor. After leaving the Flower Kingdom with Zhuo Ming and Liu Wenbai, Chen Mobai followed the direction of the Dragon Vein and arrived at a lake called Flying Dragon Pool on the border of the founding country. Master, the tributary of the Dragon Vein meanders here, forming the spiritual pivot. With Zhuo Ming's talent, learning geomancy was easier than learning to cultivate spiritual plants. She took out the myriad virtues cauldron and scanned the mountains and rivers along the way, and even found a wisp of creation energy. This time, Chen Mobai didn't take a share of the profits. He let Zhuo Ming put the contents of the cauldron into her own possession and refine it slowly after they returned to Xiaonanshan. Upon arriving at the Flying Dragon Pool, Zhuo Ming not only discovered the spiritual core of a tributary of the Dragon Vein, but also found a wisp of creation energy here. The series of successes made Chen Mobai feel that it was a waste to keep Zhuo Ming confined to Xiaonanshan. If she were to travel across half of the eastern wilderness under the Shenmu sect's jurisdiction, would she be able to gather a complete strand of creation qi? That's equivalent to the foundation of a heavenly earth spiritual root. If the earth spirit root value is increased to over 80 points, and a complete creation qi is added, then can one cultivate the primordial Tao fruit? Chen Mobai suddenly thought of this question. Master, Green Chan is quite satisfied with the soil here and can grow and sprout. At this moment, Zhuo Ming, who had already used the spirit of all things to plant one of the tea trees on the island in the center of the lake, happily waved to Chen Mobai and reported on the transplantation. I will turn this place into a separate courtyard of Xiaonanshan. I will set up an array, and later Wenbai will issue a task on the Lingbao Pavilion to recruit a disciple who is proficient in spiritual plants to take care of this tea tree. Upon hearing this, Liu Wenbai immediately agreed. After planting the green jade plant, Zhuo Ming led Chen Mobai towards another tributary of the Dragon Vein. However, this time the luck wasn't so good. Not only was there no sign of creation, but the Dragon Vein's spiritual core had already been buried. I wonder which geomancer found such an auspicious place. Chen Mobai's divine sense surged forth, and he discovered that the corpse buried inside the tomb had begun to grow hair, and its skin was turning a coppery green. If he had arrived a few years later, he might have become a bronze-armored corpse that wreaked havoc in all directions. A golden flame descended from the sky, instantly turning the zombie and the tomb deep underground into ashes. Cultivators don't have the same unlucky thoughts as mortals. After the magma, which was boiling with golden flames, solidified, Zhu Ming dug a pit on the Dragon Vein's spiritual pivot and planted the second Green Chan tea tree. As for the third tea tree, it will be taken to Xiaonanshan for planting. For this reason, Zhuo Ming even dug up a whole storage bag full of spiritual soil from Xiaoi Mountain in the Flower Kingdom. Because he was unsure whether her mother Qi of all things could simulate the effect of the Dragon Vein's nourishment, Chen Mobai followed the method he had told Yan Shaiyan and found two spiritual pivots of the Dragon Vein's branches in Jiangyu, planting 2 tea trees there to avoid losing everything if the one on Xiaonanshan died. As it turns out, the primordial energy of all things is indeed effective. However, it is still not enough compared to the true Dragon Vein spiritual soil. After the Green Chan spirit tree planted on Xiaonan Mountain took root, its spiritual energy instantly dropped by a level. If Zhuo Ming hadn't dripped a few drops of undiluted Tai Sui juice, the Green Chan spirit tree, originally a high-grade third-tier tree, would probably have fallen to a low-grade third-tier tree. The good news is that the tea tree survived in Zion and Chen. In this way, Chen Mobai can begin preparing for the advancement of the Enlightenment white tea. The immortal tea seed that Wenren Zuwei gave him, besides growing naturally, also has a very special method of advancement. That is to plant different tea trees on the same vein of earth, and then use special guiding techniques to allow the roots of the Enlightenment white tea to absorb the essence of the green Chan spirit tree. Wenren Zuwei's third-tier Enlightenment white tea was upgraded only after being fed with the essence of 13 different tea trees from Jumeng Academy. This is also Wenren Zuwei's proudest masterpiece. She dreams of upgrading the Wudao white tea she cultivated into a true Wudao tea. Although it is unknown how many different kinds of spiritual tea need to be fed, Wenren Zhu is working hard in that direction. After learning about this method, Chen Mobai kept it in mind. After all, the heavenly river realm is vast, and it has more varieties of spiritual tea than the immortal sect. End of this chapter. Chapter 619, The Third Generation Disciple. Chapter 619, The Third Generation Disciple. That's good. The roots of the two tea trees have been connected. Soon, this Enlightenment white tea should be able to upgrade to a second-grade superior quality. After Zhuo Ming finished, Chen Mobai came over to check it and praised his precious apprentice highly. In terms of spiritual plants, Zhuo Ming's level would be among the top 3 spiritual plant masters, even by the standards of immortal sects. Some fourth-tier beings might even be inferior to her in certain aspects. Master taught well, Zhuo Ming said modestly. Master, now that senior sister Zhu has mastered the Earth Mother technique, could we also transplant a third-tier tea tree from the Bai clan of Snow Peak? After hearing about the unique upgrade method of Wudao white tea, Luo Yixuan's eyes lit up, and she thought of the famous Zuzhen Xianya. As a teacher, I never abuse my power to bully others. However, after hearing this, Chen Mobai tapped Luo Yixuan with his finger. Although this little apprentice was well-behaved, she had the mindset of a native of the eastern wilderness. Even after teaching her for so many years, she would still occasionally reveal some of her true nature. Zuding, who was standing to the side, couldn't help but show respect after hearing the conversation between the master and disciple. Given Chen Mobai's current status and position, he could simply tell his subordinates that he wanted Snow Needle immortal buds, and the Shenmu sect wouldn't even need to lift a finger. Upon hearing this, the Zufeng Bai clan would proactively dig up the roots and deliver the 1,000-year-old tea tree to his door. However, he always maintained a high level of self-control, a saintly level of attainment that was completely out of step with the chaotic world of the eastern wilderness. But that's precisely why Zuding admires him from the bottom of her heart. How is junior nephew Zhu's injury? Just then, a gentle voice sounded in my ear. Chen Mobai's concern made Zuding bow her head slightly, indicating that she was much better, but the recovery of her vital essence was slow, and she was still undergoing dietary therapy. It might take about 2 more months to fully recover. Well, that's good. Your sect leader Zhu from the Snowfall Palace already knows about Qi Qiuzhen's defection. When she heard that you were rescued by our sect, she wrote a letter to express her gratitude and said that she would take you back to heal your wounds. After Chen Mobai returned this time, Yue Zudao mentioned this matter. When he came to see Wudao white tea, he saw Zuding there as well, so he brought it up. I've troubled sect leader Chen these past few days. Now that my injuries have healed, I think it's time for me to take my leave. Zuding also felt that it was not appropriate for her, as an outsider, to stay in Zion and Chen. After listening to Chen Mobai's words, she realized she had been overthinking things and took the opportunity to say goodbye. Let's wait another 2 months. I'll get back to sect leader Zhu. But Chen Mobai shook his head. He figured he should see it through to the end. Zuding had already recovered for half a year, so he should let her fully recover at Zion and Chen before going back. I will follow sect leader Chen's arrangements. After hearing this, Zhu Ting lowered her head and smiled slightly, thanking Chen Mobai. After the usual dinner, Chen Mobai led Liu Wenbai to the peach tree. The master and apprentice discussed the current situation of Zion and Shanpu. Over the years, Thanks to the excellent talisman paper and ink produced by industrialization, they have established a foothold in the low-end talisman paper market in the entire eastern wilderness. Nowadays, almost all independent practitioners have abandoned the traditional method of making yellow talisman paper, which was time-consuming and laborious, and often produced uneven thicknesses and was easily broken. In other words, there were some far-sighted individuals from certain sects who saw the potential danger of Zion Ancient shop dumping industrialized talisman paper and were doing their best to stop it. However, faced with the industrial talisman paper produced by the puppet factory, soft, smooth, delicate, pure white and flawless, with each sheet neat and uniform, even disciples from major sects like the Five Elements sect and the returning Heaven Valley often secretly purchased and used it against the wishes of their sects. As the talisman paper was dumped, the accompanying small ink naturally also affected the cultivators of the eastern wilderness. This portable, ready-to-use ink, while of average quality, is stable and free of impurities, and has already achieved a complete market dominance in the low-end ink market. Basically, now 90% of independent cultivators are using talisman paper and ink from Zion Ancient shop. Major sects like the Five Elements sect can still control it, at least on the surface. They are supporting their own talisman paper and ink. However, the traditional talisman paper and ink markets of second and third-rate sects, and most cultivation families, have been completely crushed in the 6 or 7 years of dumping in Zion and shampoo. Now that the entire eastern wilderness is footing the bill, Chen Mobai's puppet factory is already operating at overcapacity every year and is struggling to keep up with demand. Given the shortage of goods and the inability to meet demand, Liu Wenbai suggested that prices should be raised to control the situation. Let's maintain our reputation for now. There's no need to raise prices, but we don't need to deal with those free talisman paper and ink anymore. Now that the market has been established, the traditional talisman paper and ink producers in Donghuang have been driven to become distributors or changed careers by Zion and shampoo, so there is no need to continue with this giveaway program. Liu Wenbai also mentioned that many chambers of commerce outside of the eastern wilderness had approached him with offers of cooperation. They wanted to sell the talisman paper and ink from Zion and shampoo to places like Dongwu and Dongyi. Refuse first. Chen Mobai shook his head directly, while Liu Wenbai, though not understanding why, nodded. Next, the master and apprentice talked about tea trees. Some of the wild tea trees in Giant Tree Ridge that possessed spiritual energy had long been moved by Zhuo Ming to Little South Mountain. It was precisely because of this that the Enlightenment white tea was able to upgrade to the second tier so quickly. The next step was for Liu Wenbai to collect tea trees from various parts of the eastern wilderness that were not yet available on Zion Ancient Mountain. Because each tea tree is different due to the different soil, climate, and geography, and Zhuo Ming is only one person, she cannot leave Zion Ancient unless necessary, so she needs to find another specialist to take charge of this matter. Every year, Zion and Shampoo recruits some clever and capable disciples from within the sect through the Lingbao Pavilion. Let me see if there are any worth training. Liu Wenbai, however, was very familiar with this. Zion Nanshan shop has now truly spread throughout the 19 kingdoms of the eastern wilderness. Even within the Five Elements sect, the returning Heaven Valley and the Cloud Dream Marsh, there are branches and shops. Of course, Liu Wenbai couldn't personally manage every single shop. As Chen Mobai's largest business, many disciples of the Shenmu sect were happy to join Zion Ancient shop and become the manager or employee of a branch. Currently, there are hundreds of qi refining cultivators at Liu Wenbai's disposal. Among them, Liu Wenbai was influenced by Chen Mobai and recruited people who were not the most skilled, but rather those who were quick-witted. After all, everyone in the entire eastern wilderness knows that Zion and Shampoo is the property of sect leader Chen of the Divine Wood sect, and it is basically located in the most prosperous city center of each country, so safety is guaranteed, and there is no need for someone with too high a cultivation level to be stationed there. Of course, there are still many daring people in the eastern wilderness. The trees on Xiaonanshan Mountain are highly susceptible to the wind, and over the years, they have been stolen from several times. One of these incidents occurred within the territory of the Shenmu sect, specifically in the Xiao kingdom. Afterwards, Zhou Wangshan, who was in charge of guarding the territory, was terrified and led his cultivators to search the entire Xiao kingdom again and again for half a month without rest. Even the major families of Xiao kingdom were filled with unease, conducting self-examinations, fearing the emergence of scoundrels within their families, and also stepped in to assist King Zhou. Finally, a month later, the group of thieves was found by Zhou Wangshan, and they were all killed. When Liu Wenbai went to handle the matter afterward, Zhou Wangshan personally apologized and compensated him with spirit stones worth dozens of times more than the stolen talisman paper and ink. Liu Wenbai felt that the thieves from Xiaonanshan's shop were probably not the band of robbers who had been wiped out, but to give King Zhou face, he decided to assume it was them. After this incident, no one dared to steal anything from Xiaonanshan's shop under the Shenmu sect's command anymore. Because if something goes wrong, it's best to find the thief. If not, they'll kill a group of bandits to take the blame. This has led to bandit groups in the eastern wilderness issuing secret warrants. Anyone who dares to rob Xiaonanshan will have their entire family wiped out for 3 generations. Over the years of doing business outside, Liu Wenbai has truly experienced the benefits of having a large and influential family. Wherever I go, I am treated as an honored guest. He recruits all kinds of talents. As soon as the news is posted on Lingbao Pavilion, many qi refining disciples come over for him to choose from. Sure enough, Liu Wenbai had just posted the notice recruiting cultivators who were proficient in tea tree spirit plants, when more than 30 qualified names were quickly delivered to him by people from Lingbao Pavilion. Although Liu Wenbai had some knowledge of spiritual plants, he still carefully invited Zhuo Ming to come and assess the level of this group of people. On this day, 36 qi refining disciples of the Shenmu sect arrived at the foot of Xiaonan Mountain. They were clearly all there for the 3 new employee positions at Xiaonanshan shop. Many people appeared somewhat reserved, standing in 2s and 3s in various places. Some looked at the heavy ears of rice hanging down on the vast, flat spiritual field not far away with great admiration. These are all second-tier azure jade spirit rice. Since Chen Mobai became the sect leader, he has been distributing 60 caddies of them to the qi refining disciples every year. In addition to this second-tier spirit rice, fire spirit rice, which is harvested twice a year, can also be provided to each disciple for daily consumption. Eating spirit rice every day was something that none of the disciples of the Divine Wood sect would have dared to dream of 10 years ago. Thanks to the abundant supply of spirit rice, the disciples of the Divine Wood sect also found that it seemed to be much easier for them to break through their cultivation levels than before. Through the benefit of the spirit rice, Chen Mobai's prestige has completely surpassed that of anyone else in the Divine Wood sect in the eyes of the lower-level disciples. Elder Liu has arrived. Just as some people were praising and pointing out the various kinds of spiritual rice from Xiaonanshan, Liu Wenbai's escape light flew down, and everyone immediately bowed to him. Okay, everyone's here. Take this wooden plaque. We'll go with you and junior sisters Yu to the tea garden halfway up the mountain later to test your spiritual plant cultivation skills. Liu Wenbai distributed wooden plaques engraved with the words Xiaonan to the 36 qi refining disciples who had passed the initial screening by Lingbao Pavilion. These plaques would allow them to pass through the cloud mist array. Yes, Elder Liu, shall we wait here for Elder Zhuo? One of them, who seemed to know Liu Wenbai, stood next to him with a wooden sign and asked politely. Junior Sister Zhuo was already here. She arrived even earlier than me. Liu Wenbai frowned and said something, then called out to a village girl wearing a straw hat who was observing a mew of newly hybridized spirit rice in the spirit field not far away. Upon hearing his call, Zhuo Ming immediately flew over. Everyone was shocked. They hadn't expected that such an inconspicuous person in the field was actually the #1 expert in spiritual plants in the Divine Tree sect. Some of the Qi refining disciples, who were just pointing and commenting on the spiritual rice in the field, were now pale-faced. "Our senior brother has arrived too, let's go then." Zhuo Ming didn't care about anyone's opinion and walked towards the tea garden halfway up the mountain. Liu Wenbai waved his hand, signaling everyone to follow. He was at the very back. "What brings you here?" In the group, Han Jiling took a few quick steps, looking at Song Huangde beside her with a surprised expression. After hearing this, the latter also frowned, looking troubled. "You, the top graduate of the Longevity Academy, are you short of spirit stones?" Song Huangde couldn't help but ask in return, "Is this really just a coincidence?" He had been given a mission, to find a way to infiltrate Zion and Shampoo and steal some core secrets. So after joining the Shenmu sect, he had been doing short-term odd jobs. When he finally saw Liu Wenbai's job posting on the Lingbao Pavilion, he immediately ran over. He mainly studied geomancy, but in the eastern wilderness, geomancy and spiritual plants are inseparable, so he crammed on some knowledge about tea trees. After giving 2 spirit stones to the stewards at the Spirit Treasure Pavilion for the first selection, he arrived here with trepidation. But when they arrived, they found Han Jiling there as well. Although he tried his best to hide, Han Jiling still discovered him when the 2 Foundation establishment cultivators let them take turns going up. "I wish to become Elder Zhu's disciple." Han Jiling hesitated for a moment, but still told the truth. "Then I wish to become Elder Liu's disciple." Song Huang rolled his eyes and, following her lead, came up with an excuse as well. However, who in the entire Shenmu sect wouldn't want to join Zion and Chen? After Chen Mobai stopped accepting Qi refining disciples after he reached the core formation stage, they turned their attention to Liu Wenbai and Zhuo Ming. If you can't become the second generation, becoming the third generation's top disciple is also a good choice. Good luck. Han Jiling genuinely believed that Song Huangde was telling the truth, and she encouraged her classmate and fellow student, who had also graduated from the Changsheng Academy and entered the Shenmu sect. Song Huangde gave a very perfunctory reply. At this time, the group of them had already entered the tea garden. End of this chapter. Chapter 620, The Opportunity of the Heavenly Earth Spiritual Root. Chapter 620, The Opportunity of the Heavenly Earth Spiritual Root. 3 people were quickly selected. The remaining 33 Shenmu sect cultivators all descended the mountain with expressions of disappointment. Han Jiling, Song Huangde, and a former true disciple of the spirit plant department named Pang Zieg remained in the tea garden. Of the 3, Pang Zieg was naturally the most outstanding, his professional level far surpassing all the Qi refining disciples in this batch. The only concern is that Pang Zieg is old, over 100 years old. Although he was in good spirits, his full head of white hair and wrinkles made Liu Wenbai very worried about how many more years he could work. "Nephew Pang, the process of finding tea trees and brewing new wine for our Zion shop in the entire eastern wilderness is a long one, which may take decades or even hundreds of years." Liu Wenbai recruited outstanding tea tree talents at Lingbao Pavilion, citing the reason that he wanted to brew wine. Zhuo Ming actually had a kind of tea tree flower wine. Although the taste was mild, long-term consumption could improve one's mental state. "Elder Liu, rest assured, I have another son who also possesses spiritual roots. After he becomes an employee of your shop, I will take him with me when I go out to search for tea trees. If I die of old age, I hope that my son can take over my position and give him a chance to make a living." As Pang Zieg spoke, he also handed his son's information to Liu Wenbai. His son had a mixed spiritual root of 4 attributes. Although he had joined the Divine Wood sect by relying on Pang Zieg's influence, he had only reached the 4th level of Qi refining after decades of cultivation, and there was basically no possibility of him reaching the Foundation establishment stage. With such cultivation and spiritual roots, it is naturally impossible to join the 3 palaces and 12 departments. But if one could have a position in Zion and Shampoo, at least one would be able to live out the rest of their life in peace. After discussing it with Zhuo Ming, Liu Wenbai confirmed that Pang Zig's understanding of tea trees was top-notch in the entire Shenmu sect, so he nodded and gave him a chance. All right then, you can start working here. Zion Enchin's shop doesn't look at cultivation level when hiring shop assistants. As long as your son is capable, he can take over your job in the future. Yes, yes, thank you Elder Liu, thank you Elder Zhuo. I will definitely teach him well. Pang Zig is quite old, but he still comes out to find work, all for the sake of his son. Fortunately, although his son's spiritual root was average, he had a tenacious character. He had been exposed to spiritual plants since childhood and had already entered the field. If he specializes in tea trees in the future, becoming a second-level spiritual plant master will not be a problem. After telling Pang Zig to go down the mountain and bring his son along, Liu Wenbai waved to Han Xialing and Song Huang beside him. Since you are the top graduate personally selected by Master, then I will give you the best job. Liu Wenbai took out a map and another wooden plaque and handed them to Han Xialing, asking her to take care of the green jade spirit tree planted in Flying Dragon Pool. After the tea harvest each year, we can have a 2-month vacation. After Chen Mobai set up the Grand Formation, the dragon vein's spiritual energy in the Flying Dragon Pool no longer dissipated. Although most of the spiritual energy was supplied to the third-tier green jade spirit tree, it was still a rare cultivation treasure for qi refining cultivators. In particular, the Flying Dragon Pool is a beautiful place with stunning scenery. Compared to the Dragon Horn Gully, which Song Huanda wanted to visit and where zombies were buried, it is like a fairyland. After taking the map and token, Han Xialing hesitated. She wanted to become Zhuo Ming's apprentice, but didn't know how to bring it up. She couldn't help but look at Song Huanda, wanting to see what this classmate who wanted to become Liu Wenbai's apprentice would say. But to everyone's surprise, Song Huanda accepted the other blueprint and token that Liu Wenbai handed him without saying a word, his face full of simple honesty. Junior nephew Song, your knowledge of tea trees can only be described as rudimentary, but do you know why junior sister Zhuo and I chose you? It must be Elder Liu, who knew about my miserable background and took pity on me. Song Huanda spoke with tears of gratitude, but Liu Wenbai shook his head immediately. Then Zhuo Ming took out a wooden box and opened it. Inside were translucent glass tubes, each about the size of a thumb and the length of a palm. The main reason is that besides understanding tea trees, you're also a pretty good geomancer. There's something in Longjiagu that needs a geomancer to refine. These are sealing tubes, and this stack is spirit-condensing talismans. As Liu Wenbai spoke, he also took out a stack of talismans from his storage bag. This was naturally something Chen Mobai had instructed him to do. The purpose is to extract and seal the energy from the dragon vein. This time, when Chen Mobai took Zhuo Ming out, he saw that she easily found 2 strands of creation energy, and his ambition for the primordial Tao fruit surged up again. There are also many methods for improving earth elemental roots in the immortal sects, but they all require cultivation. Chen Mobai's time was already fully booked, and he didn't want to delay his cultivation level by practicing methods to improve his earth spiritual root. So they chose Wenren Zuwei's method. Earth Vein Pill. This is a pill made by combining the spiritual energy of the earth's veins and the dragon's veins. Taking it can enhance one's earth elemental root. However, due to the scarcity of resources within the immortal sects, the refining process was prohibited 3,000 years ago. The medicine that Wenren Zuwei took was a stockpile of medicine that the ancestors of Jumeng Dao Academy extracted from dragon veins and earth veins from another world during the war. Each cultivator can only take a maximum of 9 of these pills. Interestingly, how much one can improve their earth elemental root depends on the cultivator's luck. Each pill increases the value by 1 to 5 points. The luckiest person can increase their earth elemental root by 45 points, while the unluckiest person can only increase it by 9 points. The immortal sects have also done some research on this. Some say it depends on the cultivator's good fortune. Others say it depends on the proportion of dragon vein energy incorporated during the refining of the elixir. And still others say It is related to the depth of the civilization that nurtures the dragon vein energy. However, due to the limited number of samples of the earth vein pill, there is still no unified and clear statement on this matter. When Renzue was able to raise her earth spirit root to over 80 points, not only by consuming 9 earth vein pills, but also by cultivating the earth gathering technique. Chen Mobai currently has 20 points in earth spiritual root. Last time, when Zhuo Ming used the cauldron of all things to extract creation qi, he was cautious and removed all the qi that flowed into his body and sent it into the myriad dharma body. As a result, the myriad dharma bodies automatically refine the qi of creation into the spleen, stomach, and internal organs of the earth element, thus missing an opportunity to enhance their earth spiritual roots. Fortunately, this time when I took Zhuo Ming out, I found 2 more strands of the aura of creation. Chen Mobai remembered that last time he shared 90% of the creation qi. It still didn't affect Zhuo Ming's earth spirit root increasing by 8 points. So this time, he shamelessly asked Zhuo Ming for 10% of these 2 strands of creation qi. As expected, after refining 1/10 of the creation qi from the flying dragon pool, Chen Mobai's earth spirit root increased by 8 points. He then went to the divine tree secret realm, and upon returning, he quickly refined 1/10 of the second strand. This time, however, I can only increase it by 6 points. However, through these 2 refining experiences, Chen Mobai also learned the secret of how the qi of creation could enhance the earth's spiritual root. These energies of creation are accumulated over countless years by mountains and rivers. Even if only 1/10 of them are present, they contain the complete earth element Tao of that vast land. As long as they are refined, they can enhance one's spiritual root. Chen Mobai only took 1/10 of the 2 strands, yet both successfully increased his earth spirit root, which is the best proof. However, the first time it was 8 points, and the second time it was 6 points, which also means that this qi of creation, like the other spiritual items he had taken to enhance his spiritual roots, would gradually weaken in effectiveness. After the 4th strand, further refining would have no effect. In other words, at a rate of 2 points decaying each time, this creation qi can only increase the earth spirit root by a maximum of 20 points. This was a big surprise for Chen Mobai. After all, he can still take 9 earth vein pills. If he's lucky, he can directly use the qi of creation and the earth vein pills to raise his earth spirit root to over 80 points. Even if he's unlucky, he can simply spend some time cultivating the earth gathering technique, a method used by immortal sects to enhance their earth elemental roots. After all, the effect of this primordial Tao fruit on helping one form a nascent soul is nothing short of miraculous. Previously, he felt it was almost impossible for him to raise his earth spirit root to 80 points, so he didn't pay much attention to it. Now that Zhuo Ming can refine the qi of creation, and he is the overlord of the eastern wilderness, no one dares to say anything about him extracting the qi of the dragon vein in his own territory to refine pills, so they have begun to take action. However, this earth vein pill is a low-grade 3rd-tier pill formula. Although he could ask Zheng Wuyu to help him refine it, he also felt it was a good opportunity to improve his alchemy skills. Moreover, he didn't really want this pill formula to circulate in the eastern wilderness, because if anyone knew that it could be used to improve Earth's spiritual roots, given the nature of cultivators in the heavenly river realm, they would definitely drain all the dragon vein energy to improve themselves. We must not do things that drain the pond to catch all the fish. Therefore, Chen Mobai decided to refine it himself. After all, with his core formation cultivation, if he specializes in a 3rd-tier pill, as long as he has enough raw materials, he will definitely be able to refine it successfully after a few failures. Therefore, when Chen Mobai was studying the pill formula, he entrusted the task of extracting the dragon vein energy to his disciple. However, he did not tell Liu Wenbai and Zhuo Ming the truth about why it was extracted. They also thought that Chen Mobai wanted to nourish the green Chan spirit tree of Zionan Mountain with the energy of the dragon vein, so although they valued it, they did not value it as much as they did themselves. As a geomancer, Zhu Ming naturally understood that extracting the dragon vein's energy would cause the green chan tea trees planted on it to lack nutrients and drop in quality. As for Flying Dragon Pool, she liked it very much because she had obtained a wisp of creation energy, and the scenery was beautiful. So she decided to draw dragon vein energy from Dragon Horn Gully, a place where zombies had been buried and which was not a good place to look. Nephew Song, you've got this in mind. Zhuo Ming taught him the method of extracting the dragon vein's energy and asked Song Huangda for guidance, to which the latter immediately nodded. Zhuo Ming was somewhat surprised by this. Even the true disciples of the spirit vein department might not be able to learn this method in one go. She then asked about some key points and techniques. But Song Huangda answered without missing a single detail. This kid does indeed have some talent in the art of geomancy. Seeing this, Liu Wenbai nodded slightly. He then taught Song Huangda how to use the sealing tube and the spirit condensing talisman. However, the latter seemed to be not very proficient in talismans. He wasted several spirit condensing talismans before he succeeded once. Fortunately, Chen Mobai drew 60 sheets at once, which was a lot. With your cultivation level, you can probably extract one tube every 3 months. Since it will delay your cultivation, I will give you an extra 40 spirit stones. Liu Wenbai paid Pang Zieg 100 low-grade spirit stones a year, while Han Xiling and Song Huangda, who looked after the green jade spirit tree, paid 60 stones a year. Now, considering that Song Huangda's extraction of dragon vein energy would prevent him from focusing on cultivation, his level has been increased to 100. Thank you, Elder Liu. I will certainly not let you down. Song Huangda pretended to be excited as he spoke. Han Xiling, who was standing nearby, hesitated after hearing this. She seemed to want to get the job too, but faced with the pressure from the 2 foundation establishment cultivators, she didn't dare to speak and could only lower her head in silence. At this time, Pang Zieg, who had gone to pick up his son, also returned to Xianenshan. Junior sister, I'll take them and leave now. If master comes, please report these matters to him. After Liu Wenbai finished speaking, he spread out his azure scale arm guard, and the fish scales combined to form a cloud-like shape, carrying Han Xiling and the other 4 qi refining cultivators, flying towards the teleportation array hall of Giant Wood Ridge. After watching them leave, Zhuo Ming picked up her bamboo basket and headed down the mountain. She hadn't finished observing the newly grown hybrid spirit rice on that acre of land. Just after she left, a fist-sized piece of wood suddenly rolled out from behind a tea tree, then began to deform, transforming into a centipede-shaped puppet insect. The puppet's eyes seemed to be carved from rubies, shimmering with a faint red light. After a hint of human-like emotion appeared, it looked up towards the mountaintop. A beam of light flew down, and a fairy in palace attire with snow-white skin and an extremely beautiful face swept through the air. Luo Yixuan didn't linger in the tea garden. She flew directly to the foot of the mountain and landed beside Zhuo Ming. Soon, the two were chatting and laughing. The puppet centipede seemed to breathe a sigh of relief, but as soon as Luo Yixuan left, it immediately took the opportunity to burrow underground and head towards the mountaintop. The top of Zionan Mountain was the Taoist temple of Elder Chen of the Shenmu sect before he formed his golden core. Perhaps we can find the secret to his rapid cultivation there. The centipede puppet burrowed from underground halfway up the mountain to near the summit. Just as it was about to emerge from the ground, a massive surge of earth elemental power, which horrified it, rushed in. With a crunching sound of chewing, Tai Sui, whose size had shrunk slightly after Zhuo Ming extracted its juices, swelled up a little. Slightly dissatisfied, it turned around underground and began searching for various pests containing spiritual energy in the soil of Xianenshan. Zhuo Ming set rules for it. It cannot eat the roots of underground spiritual plants, but it can eat all kinds of miscellaneous stones and pests that contain spiritual energy. Especially for pests, if they eat too much, Zhuo Ming will feed them spirit stones, spirit rice, spirit meat, etc. as a reward. When one is under the eaves of a house, one has no choice but to bow one's head. It kept splitting itself and wandering around Xianenshan and the hundreds of acres of spiritual fields nearby. And to be honest, these pests containing spiritual energy tasted pretty good, crunchy, and nutritious. But the centipede I ate today didn't taste good. It was like rotten wood, utterly tasteless. End of this chapter.